give Black Americans absolutely nothing but symbolism, but black faces in high places. The same old playbook over and over and over and over and over again until the end of time. And hopefully, this is the time that we don't fall for that. Now, what are we going to get with Trump? Likely not much of anything, to be quite honest. If we get anything, it'll be significantly better. That's the interesting part. And I do think Trump has shown that he's open to having conversations with Black Americans about what we actually think we actually need, not what the Democrat Party thinks we need, or wants to make it seem like they're trying to get for us, because they've never actually tried to do anything for us. They just keep abusing us as a population and abusing our vote and taking our vote for granted. And now that they're in position to try to switch our vote out with the Latinos and the Hispanics and all these other freaking illegals coming across the border, we may only have this election to get what we think we can get out of these people. And if that's a Trump presidency, so be it. Because in 2028, when Gavin Newsom is slated to run, he probably understands Spanish to a certain point. He probably has at least an understanding of the language, and he could at least say, I've governed the state with the largest Hispanic population in the country, the state with the largest economy in the country, and he'll probably have a bunch of Hispanics lining up to sing his praises in that state. And so he is going to be the Latino president, whether he's Latino or not. The same way that Bill Clinton was the first black president, was playing the saxophone, they'll probably have Gavin Newsom somewhere playing the mariachi or some other wearing sombreros or some other shit like that in 2028 during that election cycle, to really, really get the Latino vote locked down for the Democrat Party. And they won't need the black vote anymore, and will be left high and dry, which was always the plan. It just accelerated after the pandemic, and Biden essentially opening the floodgates of these illegals crossing the border. All of these local jurisdictions are moving to let these people vote. I mean, like dominoes, like dominoes. All these local jurisdictions are letting these people vote. Some states are moving to let them vote at the local level. Well, that only has one direction, and the direction is ultimately they'll be voting in federal elections. Um, yeah, 50 million, which I don't think that's the number, but that's the number everybody wants to use. It is what it is. 50 million scattered Black Americans, scattered across the country, scattered across multiple jurisdictions, will not be able to do a damn thing about this large Hispanic increase and this Hispanic wave as it continues to grow and continues to ramp up and decimate our communities, decimate our business ownership, decimate our government contracting, just total destruction, devastation, and decimation on every level. Um, and so if we don't care, we don't care. If we don't want to do nothing but complain, then hey, we're going to be very successful at that. I think that's the one thing that we can say without a shadow of a doubt. We are very, very successful at complaining, um, and not doing a whole hell of a lot about it, to be quite honest. The people who complain and do shit, they end up locked up, they end up dead, or they end up doing shit. That's pretty much where people end up. They're very uncomfortable through the process, though. Let me say that. They're not comfortable. And so if we want things to change radically, we got to get radically uncomfortable, and we got to make shit change. And that requires sacrifice. And a lot of people don't want to do sacrifice. They just want to feel good. They want to do things that make them feel good. It's a lot of feel goodism. While the Democrat Party has been incrementally, slowly genociding us and making us feel good the whole time that they're doing it. I got this Jesse Jackson one up. I'm gonna play it. This is in, it says the 1990s. It says while Jim Biden was working on the 94 crime bill, Donald Trump was working with Jesse Jackson and other minority business owners to champion the wall on Wall must fall. And that was the wall on Wall Street must fall, because at that point in time, this is the 1990s. Whew, this is 30 years out of the civil rights movement, where we got civil rights legislation, and still there were not any black businesses that had offices on Wall Street in New York City, a city where we had a high population, millions of black Americans living in New York City, the financial capital, not just the United States of America, but of the planet Earth. And we still did not have offices in New York City in 1994. That's depressing. Like that alone is that's just a depressing thing to even think. But that was the reality, and Jesse Jackson was fighting for it with his Rainbow Push Coalition. And this was one of the conversations that they had on C-SPAN, of all places. Thank God it was on C-SPAN, because if it wasn't, we would have never even heard about this. But let me see if I can get it up and play it. Get the
bring forth a friend who has, well, he is deceptive in that his social style is of such. One can miss his seriousness and his commitment, for his success is beyond argument. When we opened this Wall Street project and we talked about it, he gave us space at 40 Wall Street, which was to make a statement.
Yeah, the video does that.
Having a presence
video
there.
Stops.
And beyond that, in terms of reaching out and being inclusive, he's done that too. And created for many people a comfort zone when I ran for the presidency in 84 and 88. And many others thought it was either laughable or something to avoid. He came to our business meeting here in New York because he has this sense of the curious and a will to risk to make things better. And so aside from all of his style, and his pizzazz, he's a serious person who's an effective builder of building the builder people. Last year, he was a part of our workshop, of our panel workshop on what are the challenges and opportunities. And so this, a year later, Donald Trump, for a few minutes, challenges and opportunities to embrace the underserved countries. Donald Trump.
Well, it is an honor to be here, and I was with Jesse last year, and we had a lot of fun, and it was a little different. We had a real panel where you asked questions and everything, and we didn't do so much speaking, so I'm going to get off here very quickly because I want to hear some questions. Jesse started off by saying most of the wealth in this country is in the hands of a few, and I thought to myself, is that a bad thing? What's wrong with that, Jesse? But he did have an expression last year, and I was just telling Roger. He had an expression last year, the wall on Wall must fall. And you haven't used it today, and I'm very
I don't know why this thing stops, but it does.
Disappointed in this, Jesse, because I thought it was a great expression. And I heard the expression about 14 times, and then he came to me at the end of the session, and he said, listen, I want some office space in your building on Wall Street, because the wall on Wall will fall. And I said, it's okay, Jesse, I'll make a good deal with you. I'll get you some space. You'll pay about $40 a foot. And he said, no, I don't want to pay 40. I said, how about 30? No. It was the cheapest deal I ever made in the history of 40 Wall Street. Is that right? He got it for nothing. He's a very tough negotiator. You know that, right? Nah, he's a terrific guy. We love him, and I'm here for him. And the snow came, and I said, gee, nobody's going to show up, and look at this place. It's packed. I do want to.
Okay, so yeah, that video, for some reason, I don't know if it's because it's old, but I played it earlier and it did the same little popping thing. I actually forgot that it did that. But yeah, essentially, you know, Jesse calls him a friend. He's a good guy. Talking about Trump, he's a good guy. He speaks a little funny, but he still has a good heart. And yada yada yada, bing bang, bing bang, boom. And then, you know, Trump gets up there and is you know, does his thing, what he does, laughing, joking. But ultimately came out of his pocket, you know, and so show me the one time in Joe Biden's life that he can point to that's not a lie, because he likes to fabricate fucking history, where he came out of his own pocket and did anything for Black Americans. Then show me a time, and there you're not going to find any, but then show me a time where he dug into the treasury of the county or of the federal government at any point in time in history and did something for Black Americans. And it's likely going to be very, very difficult to find a time where he did something that was specific to any Black American that did not also benefit a whole bunch of other people, because that's what he actually does. He does things to benefit large groups of people and puts Black Americans as the face of it. And then when it all shakes out and everything is said and done, we end up with absolutely nothing. That is the Biden way. That's the Democrat way. I don't care if they're black, red, yellow, orange, green. If they're a Democrat and they got a D by their name, that is the way that they operate. And you know, it's definitely unfortunate. It's very, very sad. But this is what we're dealing with. So folks say Trump is not a Republican. And you know, it doesn't matter to me. I don't really care about these political parties in that way. I think they're vehicles, they're tools to be used. We can use them for our purposes, but we can't use them scattered across the country. We got to be concentrated. We have to have a majority of the vote. That's the only way we can effectively use these political parties. Being the swing vote sounds good. Being the kingmaker sounds good. What's the other? There's another swingy, turny thing that people use. Another phrase, I can't think of it right off the top of my head. But at any rate, all those things sound good. They make you feel better about yourself. But in reality, no, that's not actually how it works. Because in reality, in these elections, 100 million voters do not vote in these national presidential elections. They know that. They know 100 million people are not going to vote that could vote. And we only have 20 million or so people that actually vote every presidential election. So they could offset our vote. They could have been offset our vote, to be quite honest. If we're just going to be really, really honest about the situation we're in, they could have been offset our vote simply by bringing out more of the people that do not regularly vote, that are registered to vote. Question is, why have they maintained this charade that Black Americans are the swing vote and that Black Americans have this power, this voting power in the country? Well, there's a very clear reason. The 1960s and 1970s civil rights movement and Black liberation movement. Okay, this was a lesson to not just the liberals, but the conservatives as well, but white degeneracy as a whole. It was a lesson that you have to psychologically convince these people that they are participating in the process. This is the most massive psychological operation that Black Americans have ever experienced it, and we still don't understand that we're still inside of it. Okay, we're still living in a psyop, because they could have been neutralized our vote. They don't need to bring in 100 million illegal immigrants to do it. They could have been did it. All they would have to do is create incentives. And the easiest one would be the election day is a federal holiday. Everybody gets paid for it, and everybody needs to go out and vote. And then the black vote gets buried. Buried. They could have did that in 1972. Bury the black vote. And then what happens? Because you realize, and so here's what happens. This is how it works psychologically. If psychologically black Americans realized that their vote didn't mean anything, not just think it, not just believe it, not just contemplate about it, but actually knew factually, officially on paper that black vote meant absolutely nothing. And the devastation and the hopelessness that that would produce in our population, it would force us to take action. It would force us to do something about it, because we could never get to where we want to get to through the vote. But it's like give them cake and let them eat it. You give them cake, and they believe that they have some participation. They believe they have some power. They believe that they can actually affect the process, when in fact they can't. Why? Because there are no black majority districts, because they're using raw data, raw population numbers. They're not using voter numbers. If they used voter numbers, which they already know, there are advocacy groups out there advocating to switch from raw population to actual voter numbers to come up with these voter districts. They won't do it, because they don't want you to actually have black majority voter districts. They just want you to think that you have black majority voter districts. They want you to feel like you have black majority voter districts. So when these white LGBT, these white special interest groups, these Hispanic and other illegal alien interest groups come into the community and they start funneling money to your campaign as a black politician, like they did in Philadelphia, like they do damn near everywhere there's a black politician that has won an election, and probably in the last 2 decades, they funnel the money into your campaign. Summer Lee, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, she's a prime example of it. Philadelphia mayor, she's a prime example of it. Stacey Abrams was a prime example of it. You name them, they likely, Karen Bass in LA, she's likely a prime example of it. Brandon Johnson in Chicago, he's a prime example of it. You name the black politician, they likely got a bunch of LGBTQ, white liberal, and foreign immigrant interest groups, special PACs, super PACs, political action campaigns, backing them in their quote unquote majority black districts, because they know those districts are not majority black. They know that they can actually get that person elected without the black vote, to be quite honest. Although black people still participate because it makes them feel good, it makes them feel like they have power, makes them feel like they're electing people that they're not. And this is how it works. This is how they keep people nullified, how they keep them on Novocaine. This is how they inject the mind. This is what a psychological operation is intended to do, is inject your mind with good feelings, dopamine, so that you feel like, here we go, we got DJ up here, so that you feel like, everything is great. Everything is fine. I'll just get up and go to work tomorrow. I'll vote in this election. I'll watch the news. Everything is great. Everything is wonderful. We got the black. Oh, wow. Thank you. Appreciate it. Damn, did they drop the spacer? Let's skip that. You know what? While you're up here, I'm gonna make you a co-host, because they just kicked me out. I don't have a co-host up in there. Yeah, while you up here, I'm gonna make you a co-host, because they just kicked me out. And damn, I didn't even have a co-host because I took my other one off. Yeah. So I guess I'll go back 30 seconds. Black Americans do not have voting power in this country. We are not the swing vote. We are none of the. We're not the kingmaker. We are none of those labels that they have been pushing the propaganda on to Black America. We are not those people. As I said earlier, 100 million people don't vote in these national presidential elections. 100 million people don't vote. They could have decimated and wiped out the Black vote a long time ago. There's just no question about it, and it would be very easy. Make the voting day a national holiday. Give everybody a free day off. Encourage everybody to vote. Put out a propaganda campaign about voting is your responsibility as an American citizen. Even if they got half of the people to vote, that would be 50 million votes. We as a population have never had 50 million votes. This is very, very simple math. And again, this is a psychological operation. This whole voting industrial complex has been a psychological operation to keep Black Americans from resorting to radicalism, i.e., civil rights movement, i.e., Black liberation movement, because then we knew and understood we didn't have any power. We understood that we could not change anything. We knew it. Wasn't a question. And they have lulled us to sleep, put us in a deep coma politically, consciously, for the last 60 years, quite honestly. So when this switch to the Mexican vote, the Hispanic vote, the Latino vote, whatever they call it, Latinx vote, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be dismayed and confused and, feeling like, oh man, how did they do this to us? What's going on? Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Well, guess what? They could have been did this. They could have been made that happen. And it wouldn't have took much. The money that they spend on get your booty to the polls commercials and vote or die campaigns, they could have simply put into giving people a day off. It's that simple. So I hope we understand that in this psychological operation, we're like mice to them. It's like this big experiment to them. They do not respect us as a people. They don't care about us as a people. They never will. They never have. They never will. They simply don't want us to be in a state of hopelessness where we spontaneously combust, because they saw that happen and they realized that that's not good for business. And it's just not good for business. And so, this whole voting charade has been the thing that they've used to keep us in our place. And again, what happens? I mean, I guess I'm curious to find out what happens after they supplant the Black vote with the Mexican vote or the Hispanic vote. They'll likely to try to hold on to Black women because the woman, the mother, the wife controls the household, educates the children. That's always been their psychological op. That goes way further back. That probably goes back to our first encounters with these people. I think you understand the Willie Lynch letter, whether it's real or not. The psychological tactics in it are very real. And so they would use the Black woman to train her children how to behave, how to stay in their place. So it's very likely they're more than willing to let go of Black male voters, because that's never been the place where they felt they needed to control the most. It's the Black woman. You control the house, you control the kids. She'll raise them up to be Democrat voters. As long as they can keep that going on for another 50 to 100 years, all is well. All is well, because they'll get And this is not a gender war. It's not about gender. So please don't get confused here. We're talking strictly political strategy from the minds of demons, and the way that demons operate. And so if I was going to be a demon, this is exactly how I would destroy an opposing force if I was in a position of power and authority to do such a thing. You gift the women with things, positions of authority, educational accolades, and things of that nature, higher incomes, more responsibility, and you continue to target the men, even though those men are their sons, even though those men are their fathers, even though those men are the men that they would eventually, partner with and build families with. At the end of the day, the training is so deep that they're the women are willing to separate and allow that to occur, in as much as they don't have too much control over how that occurs. And then here's the bad part. As the men start to say, well, let's go to the Republican Party, even though that's not a solution. It's just moving from one plantation to another. We all understand that. But as the men start to do that, you would think, okay, well, let the men lead, and the men lead. And so if the men lead, if the men leave in large droves to the Republican Party, you would think naturally the women would leave as well. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think the split is going to be a high number of men moving to the Republican Party, as long as they have a figure like a Trump who can speak directly to them, and who are not as just disgustingly racist as some of these fuckers are, the DeSantis's and other people like that, because they're so afraid to lose the whites. And that's a whole nother conversation. They're so afraid to lose the white side of their party that they would rather denigrate the black side of their party. So they're gonna be in a world of hurt trying to find somebody to replace Trump, who naturally has a good relationship with black people. It's not something he fakes. It's something that he's had because he's lived in New York City his whole life and he's dealt with black people his whole life. Just a natural thing. But you may find this split along gender lines of black women who say, well, no, we're going to stay here and do our thing. We got positions, yada, yada, yada. We're moving up. We're advancing. But you're advancing under white degeneracy. You're not advancing as black people. You're not advancing as black Americans. You're simply advancing in one system. You're still at the bottom of that system. It feels like you're advancing because you're getting some high level positions, because you got educational attainment, because you're earning more money than the black males in your community, or your experience, or your in relative comparison, quote unquote. But you're not actually advancing. And that's a whole nother psychological break that you would have to break down. And it would take someone with large platforms to disseminate the information in a way that could be relatable, and would be something that would be absorbed. I'm getting a lot of freaking things over here. And so that's just the cycle we're in. We know we're in that cycle. So if we stay in that cycle, how I think it plays out is, more and more black men either decide not to vote, or they try the Republican Party, see how that works out. Black women kind of stay meandering in the Democrat Party as long as they can. But we don't advance any further. We don't gain anything. And then when the replacement is official, it's on paper, they're putting it in news reports, there's videos about it, the Latinos are out dancing in the streets, they're giving them credit for saving democracy, and all how they do, they running that propaganda program on them now, because we're no longer at the levels that they need us to be. Our vote is split enough to where Instead of them getting 20 million black votes, which they don't, they never get 20 million, but let's just say that's the number. Now the Democrats are getting 12 million and the Republicans are getting 8 million. So now, and here's what, and this is what's so crazy, because a lot of people think that this is going to be a positive thing if we split the vote and it becomes a little more even. Well, here's what happens. The Democrats want to control black women. That's just that's the way they are. That's not going to change. That's the demonic level of Democrat Party. They're going to want to control black women, but they're not going to be as significant to them as the Latino vote. And the question becomes, will black women capitulate? Will they be okay with being the third class under Latinos and under whites? The answer is likely. Unfortunately, the answer is likely, as long as their income and their educational attainment and their position in society is still relatively high, they may be okay with that. Black men, on the other hand, moving over to the Republican Party in large numbers, are likely to come to a position where they realize, damn, these motherfuckers ain't gonna let us move nowhere. We at the bottom of the bottom of the bottom. We gonna stay here because they gonna be courting the Latino vote too. Like, they're both gonna be going after the Hispanic, Mexican, Latino vote, whatever it is, whatever the large number of groups are at. So the black people, the black men, which will probably be the highest percentage, they're going to be disillusioned a lot quicker because they're expecting something to change because they changed. But the problem is the Republican Party hasn't changed, and it's not going to change. It's going to stay the same. It's just going to have more black people voting for Trump this time around. Now after all of that, let's say this goes, we go 2028 and then we go 2032, which will be the next two elections. Where does that leave Black America? Because by that time, there's liable to be almost 100 million Hispanics in the country. In another decade, there's liable to be close to 100 million Hispanics in the country. Where does that leave Black America? You can't really run back to the Democrats because you already know they're full of shit. They ain't gonna do shit for you. The Republicans have proven to you that you can vote for us. That's fine. We have no problems with that. But you're not going to do much more than just vote for us. Try to get a Black American homeland up here. And then it's 2032. Now what? Now what? Now what you got? Now what's the plan? There is no plan that Black Americans have presented outside of concentrating, ethno-aggregating, and gaining full authority over multiple states in this country. There is no plan other than continued death, continued abuse, lack of employment opportunities. AI's coming in. It's going to replace a lot of fucking workers. Maybe they may, again, because again, what I'm telling you, this whole voting exercise over the last 60 years has been a psychological operation. So maybe this UBI becomes the thing. Oh, okay, UBI 2032. We give people UBI. We'll give you just enough to feed yourself. We'll give you a place to stay, and we'll give you just enough to feed yourself. And the sad part is, at that point, that people may be so downtrodden and so afraid and so destitute that they accept that in the millions. Now, this, I'm painting a pretty dystopian future, but it's not going to be 100% of Black America, right? It may not be 50% of Black America, but it could be high enough numbers that that percentage of the population alone makes it so that we never get back up, because people are set in. Black women are set in. They're locked in, locked and loaded with the Democrat Party. If it stays that way, black men have moved over to the Republican Party, and they're kind of like, okay, this is our role. This is where we're at. It is what it is. It ain't gonna change. We'll just keep mimicking the same talking points over and over and over. Same shit we've been talking about since the 1960s. We're talking about today. Same shit we talking about today. We'll be talking about in 2082. Same fucking conversation. Same shit. We'll just be locked into these different political parties. Nothing's going to change. And you know, at some point you gotta think that with 400 million people eventually living in America, and us still being, 50 million, maybe we get to 60 million. We still 13% of the population, 12, 13%, whatever the projection is. We can't do shit at that point. Like, it doesn't matter if we want to do anything. We could always concentrate in states, but if we ain't doing it now, we didn't do it 60 years ago when Malcolm X was really out there pushing it and talking about it, at least in an abstract way. That inspired the New Republic, the Republic of New Africa, rather. I think, matter of fact, some of the same people that he was talking to with his Organization of African American Unity were also some of the people that were talking to the Republic of New Africa folks around the same general time frame. So there was this understanding of what needed to be done in order for us to get to the place that we needed to get to. And so if we haven't done it in 60 years, we're still playing the ping pong back and forth, red, blue, merry-go-round, go in a circle, do-si-do, electric slide. We're still doing that. If we're still going to do that, let me do the invite to speak and see if we can get you up here. Then I got to think we're still going to do it 60 years from now. I don't think it's going to change. And so, yeah, we could be 50, 60, even 70 million, still be 12, 13% of the population, and be living in a condition that nothing significant has really changed. We just have finally accepted it. We've just accepted our reality and refused to do anything about it. And I think that's where we're headed. Unfortunately, 10% of the people do the work. We need 1% of the people to actually take over a state, to control a state. We need 1% of our population. A lot more people are talking about it. Like I said, people at me, to folks who are talking about moving to the quote unquote South. Got to be specific about the states that we want to move to, so that we're not wasting population, we're not wasting energy, we're not wasting our potential. And then maybe we actually can get some real control over some real money, billions of dollars at the state level, billions of dollars in federal money, billions of dollars in GDP, billions of dollars of taxes, and we could actually change something about our existence. That is a solution. That is the only solution. Everything else is really just extending the time a little bit longer before something devastating occurs. And unfortunately, there's no way to predict what that devastating thing would be. They keep talking about this cyber pandemic that's coming. That's likely to come. If they keep saying it over and over again, and they do keep saying it over and over again, it's probably coming. They probably are planning it to use it whenever they feel they need to use it, like a emergency, fire extinguisher in their pocket or something of that nature. So they're going to unleash it when they feel it's needed to be unleashed. There's not a whole lot that we can do about that now in the position that we're in now. If we had control over a state and we had some federal representation, we could probably insulate ourselves a little bit better. We could make sure the money that comes to the state is distributed equitably, evenly to our people in the state. There's a lot more things we could do, even under this last pandemic. If we had control over the state, we could have gotten in conference with a lot of different scientists with a lot of different points of views as to whether we should shut the whole society down, or if we should practice social distancing, or if we should do a rotating open schedule, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday for some businesses, Tuesday, Thursdays for others, rotate it around so that people don't lose their entire businesses. We could have made sure that the Black American businesses got funding equitably. There's a lot of ways we could have controlled that money that would have benefited our population. But we can't do any of those things because we don't control anything. We are not in a position to be able to control anything in this country. We don't control our vote. We don't have voting power. Like, that's something that we just gotta accept. I don't care how long it takes. we just gotta come to that understanding. I'm gonna play Trump's. It's about 6 minutes long, but this is him. Says Trump gives a quick history lesson on Joe Biden for Black Americans. I'm going to say that he was prepped with this information. I don't know if he's reading off a teleprompter or if he has notes. Seems like, he probably read this and they basically filled his head up with a lot of stuff that he could regurgitate in this particular speech. And it kind of is what it is. It's a lot of the talking points that we talk about in our circles and everything. And all this information is factual. The videos are out there. The news reports are out there. Joe Biden is a flaming white degenerate, racist, scumbag, piece of shit. Always has been, always will be. Trump is slightly better than that.
Take a look at the Trans-Pacific Partnership and every other globalist horror show that ripped the guts out of our country and pulverized Black workers and owners of small businesses. So to any Black voter who's thinking of casting your ballot for us for the first time, it might be for the first time, and probably is. It's amazing. What's happened in the last 2 years is actually amazing. And it's been based on results, real results. Just remember, you owe crooked Joe Biden absolutely nothing. You don't owe him a thing, so do not feel guilty. Please do not feel guilty. The radical Democrat Party has waged war on Black families for many, many decades. Think of it. It's really 100 years. It's a century. They've controlled these cities for 100 years. Hard to believe. I said, can't be. It is. They've controlled. And look at what. You take a look at Baltimore. You take a look at New York, you take a look at Chicago, you take a look at all of these places, take a look at what's going on in the West Coast, take a look at what's happening. And they've controlled these cities for 100 years. And nothing happens. They're slum areas, they're dangerous. Nothing has happened. And we're going to change it. We're going to change it. Thank you. I like that guy. Thank you. Thank you very much. What a voice. I love that guy. Who the hell is that? Is he a friend of yours? Yes. We're going to send him to the Met. So come join us in the Republican Party and never, ever look back. We're going to do it right. We're going to do it right. On top of everything else, Joe Biden really has proven to be a very nasty and vicious racist. He's been a racist. Whether you like it or don't like it, I happen not to like it. Most of the people in this room happen to not like it. And if somebody does like it, they're not supposed to be here. Biden spent years palling around with notorious segregationists. You know that. He boasted that his home state was a slave state. He was very proud of that. He thought it was great. If you go back and look at his body language and the way he said it, he was very proud of it. He said that he didn't want his children to grow up in a, quote, racial jungle. I don't want my children in a racial jungle. Joe Biden drafted the 1994 crime bill, which caused unfair sentencing disparities that devastated the black community, black families. Cory Booker called Biden the architect of mass incarceration. Remember this. It was a time when Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden were talking about predators and super predators. You heard that. This is a hell of a lot more of a speech than you thought you were going to get, isn't it, huh? They thought it would be boring, then would give a little quick, boring speech, but we got it. It's called Let's Tell It Like It Is, right? And then years later, tell it like it is. Thank you very much.
Tell it like it
I
is.
just want to tell the truth. Remember Howard Cosell? I just tell it like it is. It ended up getting him fired, but these are my words. And then years later, in an act of stolen valor, Crooked Joe had the nerve to falsely portray himself as a hero of the civil rights movement, which was so false. And then he said that if African Americans didn't vote for him, you ain't black. Now that one, that one's been so recent, I didn't even want to. But he did say that. A lot of people were surprised. He did say that. But that one's so recent, I didn't even want to put it in. We had to go back to the real stuff. But he did say that. I was a little surprised to see it. I'm sure you were too. Unlike racist Joe Biden, I've spent my entire life working hand in hand with Black Americans to create jobs, build buildings, invest in our communities, and expand opportunity and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And we have. I built a lot of buildings, and I want to tell you, a black worker is a great worker. You've done an incredible job. They've done an incredible job. Really talented, great people. And that goes for others too. Hispanic is incredible. You know, the Hispanic numbers they're through the roof. In Miami, we're leading in Florida with Hispanic. Along the Texas, they call it the corridor, but it's the line going between Mexico and Texas for a long way. We want every single community along they call it the special line. We want every single community, and mostly, I think it's 88% Hispanic. It was a fantastic thing, something that I'm so proud of, and it is really changing the Republican Party. The Republican Party's been a much bigger party. It's a much bigger, more inclusive party, and that's a fantastic thing. Yeah, no, it's a fantastic. I'm very proud of it. Here's my promise to you as your president. I will go to work for you every single day. I will not quit until the American dream is alive and thriving for you and for every citizen in our land. And we put America first. You don't mind that. We put America first. Everywhere Joe Biden puts our citizens last, I will put you first. You will be first, and America will be first, and we're going to do things that the Trans-Pacific Part.
Yeah. So, man. And then, so we heard that woman, that screechy woman, Simone Sanders earlier. So their only comeback has been that I've seen was that, well, Trump, the Central Park Five, and Trump had some issues with some buildings. I don't even know how long ago it was. And it's like, okay, so you're going to bring up isolated incidents that may have affected 5 people, 50 people, 500 people, let's say, versus Biden. And those are very isolated incidents that we know about. But Biden has been in public office. He was elected in 1970 in Newcastle County, which is where Wilmington, Delaware is at. he quickly became a senator, and I think by 1972 he was elected as a federal senator. He's been in office for 50 plus years, causing mass devastation to Black Americans, mass devastation to millions of Black Americans, generational harm to Black America. And the only thing that these people could come up with are a few isolated incidents to, try to spin. And how dare Trump call him Biden racists? It's like, come on, man. Come on, son. Come on. Come on. Come on. These black puppets on these liberal news networks, man, they look like Stephen Samuel Jackson in Django. It's like they literally put them in character, and they put them on TV, put a mic in front of their face, and let them talk. It's disgusting to me. I don't know how an intelligent, educated Black American human being could go on national TV and defend the indefensible when it comes to Biden, Robinette, Joe Robinette Biden. You with us, Black American Homeland?
Hey, how you doing, man? Yeah, for some reason, I think I can't get on any spaces on Black American Homeland. I might be what do you call it, shadow ban or something like that. So I have to use my Black Southern Strategy account. So yeah. So how's everybody doing?
We good. We good. Are you using the same device on those same accounts, or using different devices?
I'm using the same device, but I would use my computer. I don't have I don't have everything on my computer, so the only thing I'm using is my mobile phone, and I wonder maybe it is time for me to get a new phone. Yeah.
What's up, Black American Strategy?
Hey, how you doing, man? Hey, actually, DJ been telling me for months to get a new phone.
Yeah.
So I just need to get a new phone. Or I might be shadow banned, because this is my first time having trouble where I can't actually get on spaces. So,
Hey,
yeah, you got an interesting title. So yeah.
Hey, just real quick, Twitter updated the day before, but on the I guess on the same device, you might have to clear the data out in the cache because you're using the same device to log into two different accounts. But go ahead though.
Okay.
Yeah. The title.
All right, bud.
Okay. Yeah, the title is "Y'all Some Scary Ass Niggas," and the reason behind that is because you know how it is. You have a post. You're telling people, hey, this is what we need to do, strategically move to a certain area of the country. And it's not even that. I mean, that's one part of it, because you get a lot of scary folks in those and replying and commenting that, but it's just anything that you try to get Black Americans to do that is somewhat different. It's not even radical. It's just different than what the programming tells you to do. You just get a bunch of fearful folks commenting and posting, and it's just I'm kind of fed up with it. Say it again.
Fear mongering.
Yeah, but is it, man? I don't fear mongering. Let me think if that's the word I want to use, because they're just pussified. They're just scary.
And add that in the mix, yeah, it's fear mongering at this point, because again, when you say, hey, look, everybody's worried about Trump this, Trump that. Well, what did Trump ever do to you versus what Biden has done to you, as you just reiterated, over a course of 50 plus years to Black people? You have to show me the legislation and the law and the talking points that Trump has did harm to us in that way. But Black folks don't care about that. They're going to vote blue no matter who.
Yeah, definitely that. I'm so, we were months away, but this, is going to be spring, then it's going to be summer, then it's going to be election time. It's going to happen really quickly. I'm very curious as to how many black people actually show up to vote. I just, there's something in my gut that says that you're either going to get a lot of people who are going to say, I'm voting for Trump. And those voices are going to become like very, very, very just like a chorus of these voices saying, I'm voting for Trump, voting for Trump. Or you're going to get people that just stay home, because people tend to vote for something versus voting against something. I think they've used that ploy in the past, but I just don't think it's going to work this time around. Now, I'm someone who looks at these numbers, and they said this was a black think tank that's in DC. They likely get money directly from the Democrat Party, directly from the federal government. They said that Biden, 22% of his voters were black Americans. 22% of his voters is 84 million, and that works out to just under 18 million voters. And looking at how many of us are registered, and how many are registered to the Democrat Party versus independent and Republican, it would take nearly 100% of our voters to have voted to get to 18 million, because we know some of those voters voted for Trump. Some black American voters voted for Trump. And even if they were all of the independents, and the few, I think there's like 1 or 2% that are registered as Republicans, 16% or independents, and then I think it's like 40% roughly that are Democrats. And there's 40% of us that don't vote at all. We're not registered at all. That's a whole nother thing that we got to really understand whenever they're throwing out these numbers and these percentages. 40% of us that are eligible to vote do not vote. That's a whole nother reason why this whole black vote is the swing vote, black vote, got power, yada, yada, BS is just total freaking BS. And no group votes at 100%. So typically, I think it's been around 60%. During Obama years, it spiked to like 68, 67, 69%, some higher number. But typically it's right around 60%. So 60% of all voters who are registered does not get you to 18 million. That's the point I really want to make. So they fabricate black votes. That's just the bottom line. They fabricate black votes. I'm in the fucking matrix, of course. Okay. Okay. All right, cool. I'll pop in and pop out. Boom, chicka 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 boom. All right, let me see.
Information down there, yo.
Hey DJ, I'm trying to look up what percentage of Black Americans are 18 and up, because that's a minimum for the minimum age to vote. So I'm gonna try to figure out what percentage of Black Americans are 18 and up.
Come on, Michael. Hey, yeah, I was might want to count 17-year-olds too, because the way a person's birthday might be set up. You know what I mean? You might be graduating school already at 17, but you don't turn 18 until October or whatever, when school starts again. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, but likely. So, and that's an interesting thing. So likely because about 500,000 Black Americans die every year. I think that's about the number, because there's about 500,000 births, and it's like 400,000 or so deaths. So those people that become 18 are likely offset by the people who die every year, if that makes sense. So let's say, and I don't know what the number would be, but let's just say 400,000 people become 18 every year. Well, 400,000 people die every year. Then you're pretty much at a neutral number. So that would be something else to think about in all the calculations. Okay, so I got a Huey Newton 1970 interview, and I'm just looking at the comment. The comment, you know how, because I and I don't normally even look at the comment, but they got one comment sitting here. Okay, now this man, he talks about they were preparing to move the national headquarters from Oakland, California to Atlanta, Georgia. And I've seen this multiple times. So, and I also saw that where he said he was willing to give Stokely Carmichael leadership over the entire National Black Panther Party, right? So he starts off talking about that, how they were planning to move it to Atlanta, and this is kind of how you get the formulations of a black majority state in these initial statements that he's making. The comment is from a black woman. God bless, God bless, God bless. And she says now this is a very political video interview, right? Very political. She says, "Hey, he's gorgeous. You cannot stop staring!" Exclamation point. I am drooling. And this is where we're at. And this is where I think that this, I swear to God, when I say psychological operation, God, I just believe that there is some level of this where we're not going to defeat that part of it. We could do everything that we want to do. I don't know if we're going to defeat that part of it, because I think that part of it has been going on for so long. And it may be one of the things, and this is what I think as I think and get deeper and deeper into the thought of it, that there are some things that cannot be broken. Some things that we can't get over, we can't advance beyond, that we are literally stuck in some things. Not everybody, thank God, but most of the people may be stuck in this place in time, whatever it is. And this is, for me, is just one of these examples, because this to me is the hip hop, and it's not even hip hop, so let me not say that. The rap music culture mentality is this comment, and this is the youth, and this is the people that are, if not already grown, I'm assuming this person's a grown adult, but that will eventually have to take over, if that's even likely or possible to happen. So that's something that we just gotta kind of, man, God. Okay, here we go. This is Huey Newton in 1970.
I plan to go on with our expansion, and also to make even a stronger tie with the struggling people of the world, because they represent 2/3 of the people. The colonized world, or the developing countries, are also the colored world, and American imperialism is implicated in all of those puppet governments that control these developing countries. In other words, if America withdraws its support from Greece, that Greek regime will fall. If America withdraws its support from the puppet government of South Vietnam, the Vietnamese war would end. So what I'm saying is we have to hook up internationally. You can only understand the situation internationally, and in order to do this, that we are going to commit troops. We're going to commit troops to the Vietnamese people, the National Liberation Front, to fight the cowardly American aggressor, and the Black Panther Party. That's right.
Now, when are you going to do that?
Okay, let me pause right there. Oh my God, this is a different interview. I'll play the other one after this, but that one, the problem with a lot of these older videos is there's gaps in audio. I mean, there's long gaps, and so we'll kind of have to fish around in this video. But the reason why this one stuck out to me was he is talking very revolutionary in a way that is international and global. And these international conversations that our Black American leaders had in the 60s, um, like Malcolm X, like Martin Luther, like Huey P. Newton, I believe that this was their Achilles heel. If you know what an Achilles heel is, I believe that this was the downfall for them, because the United States government and its imperialism and its imperialistic goals, and the presidency especially, that has all this authority over foreign affairs, is what's the word I can say, is like a lion with a bunny rabbit carcass. Okay, doesn't matter how bloody it is, doesn't matter how long it's been there, it's not sharing that shit with no fucking body. And it's certainly not going to share this foreign these foreign issues, this foreign power, anything that involves foreign governments with a militant individual or organization in this country. And so I did want to play this one because I felt like we could understand a little bit more about why our leaders were targeted in a way that they were targeted. And I believe that this is what opened the door. I'm under the impression that had they focused all their energy on Black America and Black America alone, that not so much that they would have never been assassinated, because we can't really, go back in time and predict that, but that it would have certainly turned out differently if it had not been for reaching out to the United Nations, going on these tours to all these different countries. Him right here, he's talking about Black Panthers joining up with the Vietnamese, which are the enemies of the United States, and fighting a war against the United States. I mean, that's way off the top. That's beyond being fearless. That's a whole different level, right? Just a whole different level. And God bless him, because a fearless individual who had no fear of any consequence, United States of America, whatever. They were really about that life. So he's not just talking about it. He was really, those people were really about it. God bless them. But I think that the federal government has a problem. It's just like now they got all these domestic terrorism laws and Patriot Act and all this shit. They're very, 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 very wary of that type of action, speech, and potential interference. So that's probably the best word to use. I think they're very wary of interference in their foreign affairs. And we know that Malcolm had visited all these African countries, and was trying to set something up with the UN and yada, yada, yada. But he also was getting very political. And then we know MLX started talking about the war over there in Vietnam as well. He started getting international as well. And I think that those are the things that made them a bigger threat to whatever the United States wanted to accomplish, or whatever the United States wanted to do. Because I still would say that, as a strictly a civil rights person who's just talking about Black issues in America, and working to advance causes and all of those things, I don't think that it may eventually, at some point, at some future date, for whatever reason, get you in a position to where they want to assassinate you. That's very possible. But I think it is exacerbated and accelerated when you start talking about these international issues, these foreign issues, and you have power. It's one thing if you're like Cornel West, who in my opinion is just a puppet lapdog for white liberal white degeneracy, and he goes around talking about Palestine this, Palestine that, but he has no power. They know he has no power. He has no following. He doesn't have an organization that's actionable. And I think that's where it's different. if I was to draw a distinction between him and them, if you have an organization that's very organized and very actionable, and you're talking about things that the United States government is doing in foreign countries, and you're talking about going there to try to be in opposition to the United States, that is where they there's no question they have a problem with that. So as a black majority state, we would have to be very, very cautious. Now, we could vote in Congress. We have that ability, we have that authority, that power to vote against a war. But most of these actions in the modern era are executive actions. They don't go to Congress for authorization. Um, the president just decides to drop bombs somewhere or target different people to see whatever the fuck they got going on. Um, Biden recently has had to go to Congress for authorization for the money. You could vote against money for Ukraine. You could vote against money for whatever's happened in the Middle East. But it's very unlikely a governor of a black majority state is going to be able to stand up and say, we're sending our army over to somewhere to fight against the United States. I don't think that that's wise. I don't think people should even think that that's wise, or even get into a position to where that's something that we start thinking that we're going to do, unless we're willing to do it completely across the board. In other words, you have to be willing to go to war with the United States, because what difference does it make if you're going to war with them on a foreign land? I don't see the benefit of that. I don't see how that advances anything. So that's why I wanted to play this. I'm gonna play it because it is a good video. Again, it shows how fearless this man was. It says MLK. So we got someone on YouTube says MLK's home was bombed in the 1950s before he started talking about the war in Vietnam. And that is very, very true. I think he was stabbed. I want to say MLK was stabbed, if I remember correctly, and he survived that. We know Malcolm's home was bombed. And he probably both survived multiple assassination attempts. Huey P. Newton was shot point blank range in the stomach. That's ultimately because they claimed he killed a police officer, and he was convicted, and then he appealed, and then he essentially I'm not going to say won on appeal, but I believe what happened is they had hung juries multiple times, and then they just decided not to continue the prosecution of it. But yeah, these men went through a lot of attempts on their lives. We know many of the Black Panthers either died or were incarcerated. So that is a real thing. It is a real possibility. Medgar Evers, there are a lot of civil rights leaders who did actually die fighting for our people here in this country. So there's no question that the potential for death or assassination existed just inside the movement. But I still think that it was accelerated because Malcolm was already, this is something that I found out since the last time we had space. Malcolm X was, he had, so there was a, and I sent this to Black American Homeland. There was a party, I think it was called the New Freedom Party. I'll have to find the post. And they had asked Malcolm to run for office. And he talks about it in a letter, and I gotta find that post. I posted on Funded Socially because, to be honest, a lot of this information that I'm digging up and I'm uncovering, I'm not putting it on Twitter, because it's really not for Twitter consumption. It's going to be on Funded Socially. And if you don't have an account on Funded Socially, you're just not going to get the information. But this is something that I was able to find. It was a Black American party, political party that they started, and they asked Malcolm to run under their party. So he was moving, he was beelining to political positioning. I also believe that Malcolm or Martin Luther King would have also eventually ran for office. I think it was inevitable and predictable and just the natural place to go. Once civil rights had settled in and you could kind of see which way that was going, if anything was materializing or not, the next step is to either back campaigns, fund campaigns, try to get people elected to office so that you can actually start implementing policy, or in fact run yourself, and people would have known that he was a shoo-in for office, and it would have just been a matter of what position they would have wanted to run him in, likely a U.S. representative. That likely would have been the position that I would just in my mind think that they would have wanted to run him in, so that he was in DC. And we know members of the Black Panther Party did actually run for office, and they were active in political campaigns as well. So I just think that would have been a natural maturation of these figures, these individuals over time, is to get into office and try to make things happen from the inside, quote unquote. But yeah, let me play this one, and then I'll play the other one where I said he talks about Atlanta. That one, excuse me, that one does like pause and break up because it's a very old thing. I think it was shot on film, and it's like a raw video of it. I found two versions of it, but they both kind of break up in different parts. And so I'll try to fast forward it and try to find a spot where it starts talking again. But I think it's valuable. I'm a big Huey P. Newton supporter, Malcolm X supporter. I do like Dr. Amos Wilson, even though he was more of a Pan-Africanist, and I understand that. I understand his ideology, but he's extremely intelligent. And I think if you just replace the word Pan-Africanism with Black Americanism or something of that nature, you end up with the same result. There's probably a few others who I could point to, but those are Huey Newton and Malcolm X are probably my top two. Black American Homeland, you got something?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I would love to hear about the Black Panthers, planning to move to Atlanta. I mean, that is extremely interesting. I have never heard of that. So yeah, that's to me that's like the first. That could have been something like the first, the start of the Great Reverse Migration. That is really interesting. So yeah. That's all I have to say. And another thing, I just saw that 27%
Crucified
of the Black population is less than 18. So that's 70. What's that? 73% of the Black population is of age to vote.
Okay, so let's do.
Over 30 million people.
Right. I was going to say 7 times 5, 35 million eligible to vote. However, there's a big percentage that are not registered to vote, that don't vote, that simply just don't vote. Right.
Right.
And then there's the people who, again, you never get 100% participation. It's somewhere around 60% of the people who are registered as Democrats that actually vote as a Democrat. The independents are a little harder to track, but they know that roughly 16% of our population are independents, and then about 2% are Republicans. I don't know if people are going to change their registration from Democrat to Republican and just vote as Democrats, but vote for the Republican. That could be a thing where the Democrat Party does, again, manipulate the vote, because they're just looking at it as there's a certain amount of people that are registered, and we're just going to take that and add 5 million people to it, or whatever they do. They manipulate the shit like crazy. It is what it is. My gut says if Trump continues to run and he doesn't get forced out of the election for some reason, whatever that is, that he'll win in November. And I think as we get closer to it, because they do want to get a woman as the president, they may try to pull Biden, realizing that he's losing, like just losing horribly in the polls. He doesn't have a chance. They'll take the opportunity to get this female president under their books, so they can say we put the first female president, Black, Jamaican, Indian, aka interracial man, like all these. They'll check all these different boxes, and she'll live out like the last 3-4 months of his presidency, if that. And they can say we broke that ceiling. And then they'll come back with Gavin in 2028 is how I see it. If everything goes the way I think it'll go, unless they just manipulate the black vote so crazy that they have us looking like, we're 22 million strong as voters. And then the other question is that 100 million that doesn't vote or didn't normally vote, how many of them are going to get super motivated to vote this time around? I think, as they say, this is going to be a record-breaking election. I think there's going to be more voters that vote this time around than ever before. And I think that Trump is going to get 100 million votes. I think that's what it's going to take to win. And I think they're going to get 100 million votes. I don't know what Biden will get. It might be in the 60s, 60, 65 million, something like that would be my guess. But I just think it's going to be so overwhelming that it's not even close on the popular vote. There's these 5 battleground states.
You think voting for 2024 is going to be at its all-time high? Because I'm thinking the white participation rate is going to be at its lowest in years. But the white population, I guess their voting participation rate could be pretty high in 2024. But I don't know about the black population.
Hey, just to speak to that real quick, remember the last election of 2022, each side, Trump, Jim Crow Joe, wound up getting 70 plus million votes apiece. And if you like me, since a kid, been staying up every election season, just to count the votes and see what's going on different channels. This past one in the 2020 election, Trump was dogging Biden. I mean, dogging him in the point spread, everything. And then in the middle of the night, like 3, 4 in the morning, when things usually wind down, we already decided the president an hour or two ago, the votes are clear. It wasn't clear 3, 4 in the morning still, even though they were still tallying votes. But Trump was still winning. And like I said, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, the next, following day, Biden just started surging, like surging. So this is why I feel like Trump was kind of right when he like, you letting all these illegals vote and all this other stuff, and where all of a sudden these votes come from. And then when you look into the voter registration and all this other stuff, it's a lot of illegals using dead people's social security numbers. If you're in the sanctuary city at this point, they're giving them voting registration for free, and so social security numbers. Matter of fact, we talked about that the other night on the little late night space I had when we was talking about the cities for action. So you got these mayors and these politicians who are okay with illegals voting in a presidential election. Let's not forget what California just recently did. They hired a non-resident to do political work, you know what I'm saying, or do some type of governmental work, paperwork. And she's Chinese too, by the way, in California. So the Biden administration, they pretty much selling us out to China at this point. So, I still, with the rhetoric Trump won. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of folks don't like that talk, but hey, I think we need to really look into these numbers and let's talk about all the Dominion voter machine issues, how they could be hacked, Russia interference, and whatever bot interference. Black people gonna get the blame at the end of the day because they blamed us the last one and the one before that. So, there it is, man.
The 2020 election, I think it would have been highly I had a word and I lost was it risky for illegals to vote in 2020. But this is during the COVID. This is this is November 2020.
Hey, Black Southern Strategy. Look up cities for action. Cities for action, and look up the names, and maybe check your hometown. I think you said you're from Virginia originally, right? So check your hometown state of VA and see if anyone in Virginia is a member of Cities for Action, which are a bunch of mayors and certain council people across the nation who advocate for not just legal status of, or immigrant rights, rather. I'll just say that. I ain't gonna say anything about legal, but just immigrant rights. So this is the reason, and we just had a space about this the other day. So this is the reason why we can't get a leg up when we say, hey, look, okay, we're going to vote for this black person, and we think they're going to have our best interests at heart because we know them, they're from the block. We grew up, we went to school together. Our grandparents know each other, you know what I'm saying? So it's all good. But now they wind up becoming shell somewhere down the line. And if you look at these democratic cities or whatever, or even the state, the whole democratic state, like New Jersey, for instance, Ras Baraka turned Newark into a sanctuary city. During his administration, it was never a sanctuary city, ever. Then you have Governor Murphy, who came in, who's not born and raised in New Jersey. He's from Boston. And obviously at this point, he's a DNC plant. They moving their people around to get elected in these particular areas. So, he wound up making New Jersey a sanctuary state. Nobody voted for you for that. So it's like, these people are doing whatever it is they want to do. And like black majority saying, we ain't got no power. It's over with before it even got started, man. But go ahead.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm gonna play the Huey clip. So the last thing I just put up here is this is about the psyops, the psyop about voting power. So they already know which states are blue and which states are red, right? They already know that. So I have a screenshot, and I think it's 270towin.com, that it gives you a map, and they update this map periodically, probably weekly, if not daily, where they basically already know all the red states, they basically know all the blue states, and then they have what they call likely blue and leans blue. Likely is almost guaranteed to be a blue. Leans meaning, maybe it's voted red a few times in the past or whatever, is voted for the other side. So that's more like a purple state, I guess. And then they have these toss-ups. Maybe these toss-ups are more of the purple states, because Georgia was one of those states where they were talking about it could be a purple state recently because it had flipped to Biden. Even though the Republican governor still won, it still did go blue in a national election. So there are 6 states in which they will decide who becomes the president of the United States. 6 states: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. And this is what's weird about it. I know Pennsylvania always votes Democrat. Michigan has historically voted Democrat. Georgia had this one time where they kind of voted Democrat. Normally they vote red. So I don't know about Nevada. I don't know about Arizona. I don't know about Wisconsin. I'd have to look it up and see what their whole history is. But this is where the illusion comes in about black power, black voting power, black Americans being the deciding vote, black Americans being the swing vote. Well, we don't have a whole lot of population in Nevada, Arizona, and Wisconsin. We just don't. In Michigan, our population is dwindling. In Pennsylvania, I don't believe we're above 20%. I'd have to look to guarantee to be sure what it is. And then in Georgia is really the only state out of those 6 where we actually have significant voting population, but there are more Republicans in that state than there are Democrats. Much, much more Republicans registered to vote. I think it's like 7 million to 3 or 4 million. So they significantly overwhelm us in terms of registered voters in Georgia. So it's just really a matter of, are the people in Georgia excited enough to come out and vote for whoever the candidate is? My gut is they're going to be very excited this time around to vote for Trump. I just don't see how Biden wins Georgia. He probably will win Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania has been electing a lot of freaking Democrats recently. Michigan, I don't know. That's kind of a toss up. Again, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, I'd have to look into their voting record to see. But Trump only needs, if he gets Georgia and Pennsylvania, based on, they already got him at 235 with their safe, likely, and leans. If he gets Pennsylvania, which is 19, Georgia, which is 15, it looks like maybe 16. Make sure. Yeah, I think it's 16. So that's 2035. That would give him 270. So he's essentially Pennsylvania and Georgia away from winning. Now he probably won't get Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania, like I said, it tends to go blue. But he can make up for that with Michigan and Wisconsin, or Michigan and Arizona. He's got a lot more paths to win, in my opinion, based on this particular map. And we don't play a huge part in that. We don't, as a voting block, outside of Georgia, we don't play a significant part of that. Let's say our whole thing was, we don't fuck with Trump. We're not voting for Trump. Yada yada, bing bang boom bam. We're not voting for Trump in Georgia. Okay, cool. So if that was the way we felt about it, and Georgia went red because we don't fuck with Trump, or let's say it went blue for that matter. If it was the opposite, we don't fuck with Trump, we're gonna make Georgia blue. He still has 5 other states that he could win in. And most of those states are not really heavily black populated states. This is where the psychological operation really starts to make traction, because most of the states where we do live at in the southeastern United States are pretty much red states. And again, Georgia is just this one that's kind of like in the balance because of recent elections, but it was really pretty much always red in the past for the most part. It was pretty much the northeast states where we had populations where the Democrats would get these wins from our votes. But we've been leaving these states. 8 million of us have moved to the South, quote unquote, since 2000. So as we move, our vote moves, our funds move, our taxes move, us paying for utilities, us buying water, us like everything that we've done in these other states, it moves to these southern states as we move in these large numbers. We're just not concentrating the way that we need to. But I do not think, and I'm not going to say I don't think, I know that we don't have black majorities in these districts. They don't exist, voting black majorities. And then also we don't have this deciding vote, this black power in the vote that everybody likes to talk about. It's really a made up thing, and it's a made up psychological operation so that we don't do the ultimate thing, which is what Huey P. Newton is talking about in this video, which is literally going to war with these people. He's talking about going all the way to Vietnam to do it on a foreign land or whatever. But if you keep people voting and you keep people thinking that, all they got to do is vote, and, they'll actually play a part in the decision making of the country, go out and protest. Oh, that's what happens when you protest. You get a lot of energy out. See, psychological release. You go outside, you protest, you march. That releases all that energy or releases all that anger. You feel like you've done something. And if they capitulate just enough, just a little bit, that you can say, see, this is what I did. This is what I got. I was able to get this. I had a conversation with this politician. They set me up with this organization. Now we're moving things forward. Now you're in the matrix of political organization and activism because they got all these funds, the Rockefeller funds, the Heinz funds, the MacArthur funds. They funnel you into a fund as a political activist so that it takes away and dissipates the anger from the real political movement, which is gaining power. The real revolution is gaining power. It's not getting access to funds and foundations in the community. That's not real political action. It just dissipates the anger so that you go back to sleep and you get busy doing the work, but nothing ever changes.
Hey, Black, why do people have a hard time understanding that?
Man, I wish I wish I knew. I wish I knew. I wish I could, man.
You know, we've been saying this for years, man. Influence and you know, and trying to get someone to give you something instead of being in a position of power where you can grant yourself and your family and your friends everything you want. You know, that's a big difference.
It's a huge difference. The difference is so dramatic. You know, it's I guess it's like having a bus pass and having a car. And you live in a country. It's one thing to have a bus pass and you live in an inner city urban environment that has a huge transportation network. But if you live in the country, a bus pass ain't gonna do a whole hell of a lot of anything for you. And you know, it's like having dial-up. You got AOL dial-up and everybody else is working on 5G internet, you know, broadband or whatever. Yeah, it's sad that we are in this political matrix where our minds have been manipulated into thinking that, you know, if we mimic things from the past and to nobody's fault. This is not to denigrate anybody. Do the work, keep doing what you're doing. However, understand and recognize that it's going to be very, very limited. When I wrote my book, I talked about micro movements and macro movements in the book. And this, everything we talk about is a macro movement. It's not a micro movement. 99.999% of things are micro movements, and they're not going to uplift 50 million Black American people. They're not designed to uplift 50 million Black American people. They're designed to have busy bees being busy doing the work, but never actually changing anything. And that's a really hard peel for people to swallow. Maybe that's why people don't take the time to reflect and assess and really realize that we've been doing the work. We've been these busy bees for the last 150 years consistently. There hasn't been a moment in time that you could look back and say that Black Americans weren't engaged in grassroots and building organizations and doing all the shit that people talk about doing today. But the thing is, people think that if they're the one that does it, it'll somehow change. It'll make it different because now I'm here and I'm the one that's doing it. And that's what we've kind of been locked into, I think, for at least the last 60 years, 50 to 60 years, is this disbelief that if we do it, it'll change. It hasn't been that they do. I mean, you know, honor to the elders, ancestors. They've been doing everything right. And we can do all of that, and we can honor them, and we can hold them up high. But if I do it today, that'll change everything. And I'm just telling you, the system is designed to absorb movements, micro movements especially, and annihilate them. Assimilate and then annihilate. First comes the assimilation. We bring you in, we put you up, we set you up, we get you a budget. You have some success. and then we figure out a way to destroy and dismantle that movement. That's how it works, and that's how it's going to continue to work um, for the foreseeable future. To be quite honest, I don't see it changing at all, unless we actually move to change it, and we move for power, and we don't allow ourselves to get you know um, pushed off our focus, off the square, um, because it just takes this, it takes this unmovable, unshakable focus on one thing to get to the actual prize. The eyes on the prize, as they said back then, should be state authority and nothing else. Nothing else should even matter, because nothing else really does matter until you get to that point. Um, because then you can create all the organizations on your own. You could fund all the organizations on your own. Everything that you think you have to do, that where it requires you to go to them to get permission, authorization, or funding, you could literally do all of that on your own. You could develop contracts that, in my opinion, would usurp reparations, that will be more valuable than reparations over the lifetime of a black majority state, that circulating the black dollar within black communities, within a black state, will be more valuable than reparations in an integrated state, in an integrated society where everything you buy is controlled and produced by the opposition. Every single thing, and it is taxed by the opposition. So you buy things, you pay taxes on those. You build things, you pay taxes on that. You sell things, you pay taxes on that. And then ultimately you pay taxes that you don't control any of it. You're just reaping off the ultimate profits, if you get to profitability. Most businesses never get to profitability. Most people don't know that. I've started multiple businesses. Most businesses in America, startups, don't last the first 2 to 4 years. Most of them never get to profitability. And so the thinking that we would get reparations and start all these businesses, and then somehow through the circulation of our money across 50 states, or I guess it's more like 30 states where we actually live, because in the 20 states we're not above 5% or 7% or 8% or whatever the number is. So our population is kind of concentrated, just not concentrated enough to where it would actually matter. But the thinking that we would create all these businesses while we are being taxed at every step of the process, and we're giving all of our money to the people who produce all of the raw materials that we need to establish and create these businesses, is kind of, it's just unfortunate. It's and we got all these super intelligent mathematicians and economists who if they really cared, and let me keep it a buck, because I've DM'd some of these people. If they really cared, they would write a book to show Black America that you cannot, will not, and shout out and love and respect, and shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, because I believe he's one of the few who's actually said it. You cannot economize your way out of the situation that we're in. These I just reposted one on Funded Socially. We are 322 years behind white society. It was 286 years just back in what was it, like 2020, 2018. It's grown significantly in a very short period of time. We're over 300 years behind white society. You cannot economize your way out of that deficit. I've tried to explain it. I've explained about the quadrillions in just tax revenue, that in tax, between tax revenue, GDP, and federal funding, that we would have in our hands over the next 100 years. It's like $6 quadrillion. We will not have that money. We will not control that wealth if we continue to be integrated in society, somebody else will. Either Mexicans, Asians, or Europeans. $6 quadrillion over the next 100 years. How could you possibly advocate for federal protection and more integration where we just stay in the society and we give away $6 quadrillion over the next 3 or 4 generations and expect that on the back end of that, we're actually going to be living like human beings? Because, you know, flying cars, people taking trips to Mars, fucking AI, the technology is going to be like 1,000 years. Okay. Thank you. Oh, man.
Hey, y'all, make sure y'all.
Like, how the fuck do we possibly think we're going to compete with anybody? We're going to be living like motherfuckers in dirt huts 100 years from now, giving away that much wealth to these fucking people. It doesn't make any sense.
Rights and all this other stuff that we are supposed to have as Americans. Let's get on our ball game. Share the room out, y'all. Share the room out.
Hey, Black, you know, like a lot of these white-owned corporations, you know, they've been around since, you know, Black Americans been out of slavery. You know, Amenity Corporation is like 130, 150, 170 years old. You know, so yeah, we have a lot of catching up to do with these entities. So, you back, Black?
Yeah, if these economists really cared about Black America, they would go back 100 years. They would add up all of the wealth that we've given away through taxation. And that wouldn't be difficult for an economist. This is what they do. And then figure out how much wealth we'll give away over the next 100 years. And just say, hey, these are the numbers. These are the facts and the figures. If you keep living in this integrated, assimilated, scattered across the country, existence, and you do not control your tax base, you do not control the production of resources, you do not grow your own food, you do not do all of these things, and you continue to be a consumer class for another 4 or 5 generations, this is the amount of wealth that you give away. I guarantee you that number is multitudes more than reparations will ever be, no matter who does the calculation. Guaranteed, that number is beyond measure. All right, yeah, let's play the first Huey. Let's finish that one off where this man, God bless this man. He was about that life. Here we go.
And the Black Panther Party. That's right.
Now, when are you going to do that?
I'm going to do this as soon as I'm released. That I'm going to make this known at the Paris peace talks, so that it can be accepted or rejected by the Vietnamese people. But in the spirit of internationalism and the spirit of international solidarity, we plan to do this, and we will do this for any people who are fighting against American imperialism.
You want to get together blacks to go to Vietnam and fight against the American troops?
We want to get revolutionary people to go to Vietnam. I hope some weathermen go also. As far as the party, we don't think in terms really of black and white. We only think of that when we try to analyze American society, which is a racist society. But we're internationalists, we're anti-racist, we're not even a national chauvinist. As I say, we're internationalists in every sense of the word. Here, our party is composed of blacks simply because of the reality, the cultural reality in the country. I think that if things don't change drastically, it will be bloodshed.
What are the Panthers going to do? What part of the Panthers going to have in that?
Well, the Black Panther Party is a force for justice in the name of peace. And we realize that we're shedding blood now. We're being killed, that either by the vicious service revolver of the occupying army, which is the police, who's directed by the avaricious businessman, the lying politician, or we're being killed through the lack of medical care, the lack of funds because of unemployment. We're being killed because of lack of nutrition. So violence can take many forms. I call that violence when our kids are born and they're born with organic brain damages because of the malnutrition of the mother, you see, for economic reasons. The country is much too rich for that kind of thing. The country is too rich. The country is supposed to be too civilized. We've analyzed this society, and we've come up with the best solution of any organization or party. And I think that it's clear that in order for the people to be free in this country, the oppressed people in general, and black people in particular, we would have to have a socialist society, a proportional representation, and a socialist framework. What I mean by this, the civil rights movement is dead. That white people in 1776 broke away from England, and they broke away because of taxation without representation, and also it was a war of decolonialization. And what they instituted was democratic capitalism. I think capitalism at that time was progressive. The civil rights movement is no more than a continuation of the American Revolution that took place in 1776. At this time, the blacks were trying to get those same rights that the whites got then. But the only difficulty you have there is that the same conditions no longer exist because the dialectics have changed. You no longer have democratic capitalism, you have monopolistic capitalism. Good analogy would be it's like old wine. You see, the longer it sits, the stronger it gets. And the party is becoming a greater influence. It's transformed itself from a national party to an international party with headquarters in about 6 or 7 branches in about 6 or 7 countries. That we're in practically every state in the union, and we're very influential.
Has your philosophy, your outlook on life changed at all?
No, as I said, I've become stronger. When I used to go to church as a child, the preacher used to say suffering is good for the soul. And I never understood that. But now I think I understand it. Whether I'm there or not, the fight will go on. One man never makes a revolution, nor one weapon never defeats a revolution. The people always win wars, and people write world history, make world history, that is, and they transform the planet Earth. We're being murdered over and over again, and the murders of the party members and of blacks in general supersedes that of the New Left. But the murders of the New Left is escalating because, as I said, a line of demarcation is being drawn. I think that this fight will sharpen as time goes, not only on a national level, but on an international level. I don't believe this country will be able, in spite of its great power, I don't believe it will be able to fight every country in the world and also fight a revolutionary war at home. That's what we're really banking on.
You say the Panthers will mount an offensive in Vietnam.
We will commit an undisclosed number of troops to the National Liberation Front.
Well, specifically, how do you go about that?
Well, when I get out, I'll probably make an executive mandate and or proclamation, have it delivered to the Paris peace talks, introduced there, and also a copy sent to the provisional government of South Vietnam National Liberation Front, and just simply offer the troops in the name in the spirit of solidarity, and then it'll be up to the people of the country, the National Liberation Front, to accept or reject. We realize we have problems here, domestic problems, and we're fighting a revolution in this country. But we must always hook up and have solidarity with people of the world. We realize also that America, the American aggressor, is having all sort of problems home, but still he's messing with other people's business abroad. If he can do it, then we can do it also.
Yeah, so that brother was not a scary ass nigga, if you understand what I mean.
I ain't scary neither, though. You said the right thing when I joined this beat. And you was talking about me. I ain't a scary ass nigga. I just broke my whole elbow, though. Fucking with another nigga, though. I'm being real, though. Another black dude broke my fucking elbow, though. I never told my daddy this, though.
Okay. So HBK.
My daddy don't play. If a nigga break his son's elbow, bitch, where you at? Like, my daddy on a different type of time. I have to lie to him sometimes to keep the commotion down.
I got you. Where you?
I don't want him to go to jail. Dog.
Yeah, where you from? HBK Malik. Where you at?
Alabama, though.
Alabama.
From Alabama. We win college. We win college football. That's all we known for. But other than that, niggas think we fucking our ancestors, and nah, Alabama ain't all about that. Niggas will beat your ass down here. These country niggas, bro.
Yeah. That's what's up.
These big niggas, though. I'm telling you, bro. These big niggas, bro. Like, I'm telling you, like, I feel like Alabama will win as far as fighting any type of state, like far as North New York, we'll beat a nigga ass to death.
Yeah, so Alabama, where you at? What part of Alabama?
When I was like in the 12th grade, he was from Chicago. I beat a nigga ass.
Okay. God. All right, bro. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, this ain't a fight about us fighting each other. This is a space about us fighting against this historical oppression in this country. It's about us linking up together to fight against the true enemy, right? You understand that, right?
It's kind of hard, bro. Being black and being from the hood, I'm gonna be real with you. It's kind of hard. I know how you try to pin it. Every black man from the hood try to pin it on the white man. Like, it's really the white man. Why are y'all beefing with each other? And I don't even know. It's just like that in Alabama. I'm beefing with some little niggas, bro. Some black niggas, bro.
Yeah, man. So I know, most of us that had that experience.
One nigga lost his life. He lost his life.
We know how it's tragic. So what would be the solution for you? Would it be to
it really ain't no solution for me. I tell my little brother sometimes leave me in the hot water. It kind of what I got going on brings my little brother into it. And my little brother ain't got nothing to do with it. It's just because he attached to me, niggas fuck with him. But my little brother got a gun, though. I can't have a gun. My mama don't allow me to have a gun, though. I'm the oldest one in the house. She don't allow me to have a gun because she know I'm a clip. I'm going to shoot that bitch. If a nigga play with me, bro, my mama be saving my life. She said, you are not allowed. It hurt my feelings, though. I get mad at her. My little brother can have guns. And I tell my niggas that they be laughing like a motherfucker. But they understand, because my little brother understand it. He got understanding. He know when to use that bitch and when not to use that bitch. Me, I'm a lead. McDaniel. I'm from Alabama, Decatur, Alabama.
Decatur.
And I'm gonna shoot that bitch. I'm gonna shoot that bitch if you trying to play with me or anything. Bro.
Whew.
And a lot of niggas I grew up with, they got life in prison, bro.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, have you spent any time in those prisons down there?
No, I'm from listen, bro, it's niggas from Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville, Alabama is the biggest state in Alabama. It just became the biggest state last year. It's down the street from Decatur, Alabama. It's the worst murder capital ever, bro. They killing teenagers, and it's sad. It's really sad. Like, my daddy be watching that shit on First 48, and I don't even understand it. But I do understand my dad. He be saying y'all be crashing out. He watch First 48 all the time. he hate to see another nigga mama crying about her son. And he understand why she crying, though. He made me understand.
Yeah, let me ask you.
A lot of niggas kick me out this space because of this, though, bro.
No. I ain't gonna kick you out. Let me ask you.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. They chased them 15. You know what changed my mind, bro? I'm from Decatur, Alabama. I watched the episode that was from Birmingham, Alabama. And my daddy made me watch it. He said, watch this, bro. Watch how they did this little dude. He was 15 years old. He got to beefing with, he's a 15-year-old. He got to beefing with some grown niggas probably about my age. At the time, when I watched the shit, they was probably about 24, 25 years old. But I ain't finna kill no 15-year-old. I'm a real nigga. And they killed that little dude, bro. They killed the 15-year-old because he was talking crazy on the internet, though. This was in Mobile, Alabama, though. And it kind of changed my perception on life. When I watched it, bro, I tell my dad to this day, he saved my life, bro. He really did.
HBK, did you say Huntsville is the murder capital of Alabama? Did you say that?
No, I didn't say that. Birmingham, the murder capital. Huntsville, the biggest city of Alabama. Birmingham, the murder capital, though. You get your head blown off. I ain't gonna lie. Play at Birmingham. Play with a nigga in Birmingham. Bro, I looked at the worst state. It was St. Louis. That's where Sexy Red from, bro. That's why Drake did it. Bro, don't play with Sexy Red, bro. Them niggas dangerous down there in St. Louis, bro. I ain't gonna lie. They killed that 15-year-old boy, bro. That changed my perception. I'm from Decatur, Alabama, bro. Birmingham, the biggest city in Alabama, though. I'm from Alabama. Most folks ain't from Alabama in this space, bro.
I've been to Alabama a few times.
I ain't gonna lie. Alabama love young boy, though. They love young boy. All I know is Alabama love young boy, though. I ain't gonna care. Them bitches love young boy, cuz. I ain't gonna count, bro. Them bitches love that nigga, bro. That nigga gonna go platinum every year.
Damn. Yeah, so I'm looking at this is from 7 days ago. 7 killed in 24 hours of gun violence in Birmingham, Alabama. One victim is mayor's cousin. So yeah, and then if they got it on TV, first 48, all that does is accelerate and make it more hotter for little towns.
My little brother worse than me with guns because he's a 2000 baby. I had to realize 2000 babies will kill you faster than anything. If you a 90s baby and you in this bitch and you in this space and you still survive, man, thank God, bro. I swear to God, bro. I'm beefing with some little 2000 babies right now in my city. I was born in 1998, and these niggas want to beef with me. They was born in 2005, bro.
Hey, you said your dad saved your life. It was from watching that video, or did he do you got family that you could leave that area? You can move away?
I really can't move away, bro. Only way you gonna move away is by you finding you a girl that love you and then move on with her. That's what I was told.
Yeah.
Most niggas use females. Niggas don't even know. I seen on Twitter. I seen some on Twitter that hurt my heart. It said most girls own homes more than men do, and I'm 25 years old. And
That's not true.
That's not true, bro. And I told my mama that's bullshit. I showed my mama that, and on Twitter that same post, and I told her, I looked her in her face, I said that's bullshit. And you know that's bullshit. Because women got more help than men do. And I'm a single baby father. And I hate my baby mama. I swear to God, I hate that bitch. All my life. I hate her to death. My mama be telling me don't say that. But I swear to God I do. I hate the bitch. I want the bitch to die. It hurt my feelings that my little girl gotta go through this bullshit. You make her, and I'm finna take her to court next month, bro. I gotta spend all my money to take my baby mama to court just to get my little girl. Just because she ain't going out like you, bro. My little girl ain't going out like that, bro. I ain't gonna count. My house way bigger than my baby mama. My baby mama broke as fuck. She fucked every nigga in the city. Man, I'm tired of fighting niggas because of her, bro. What am I supposed to do at this point?
Yeah, it sounds like you're doing right, man. I think you got to get out of the environment.
No, bro.
You know.
I need to move away, though.
Yeah.
Need to move away.
Definitely need to move away.
I tell my mama all the time, I need to move away. I don't have enough money. I'm from Alabama. I'm working at Walmart, bro. I see my baby mama all the time. Every time I see her, we about to fight. Because I really be want to put my hands on the bitch. Because I know you ain't no good mother. I know, man, you was I had a baby. I had a little girl. She's so pretty too, bro. Man, I had the prettiest little girl by the fucked up bitch.
Oh yeah, DJ, jump in. Like it sounds like sometimes, and I know you don't want to leave your daughter, you probably don't want to leave your pops, but y'all gotta move.
Imagine having a baby mama that's a hoe, that's fucking everybody in the city.
Yeah, it happens, man. Unfortunately, that happens, man.
I ain't gonna lie, I broke my elbow because of my baby mama. I fought a nigga twice my size because my baby mama. And it's because my daughter. And they still love me to this day. I'm a real nigga to this day. I ain't gonna back down from no nigga. I'm from Alabama, bro. I ain't gonna back down. I don't give a fuck where you from, bro. I swear to God, I'm gonna fight. Cause that's all, I'm from Alabama, bro. That's all we know, bro. If you can't beat the nigga this time, beat him the next time. I'll fight that nigga every day. I done got my face busted up, everything. My daddy, bro, my face a bit busted up in front of my mama and everything. My face, I got a scar right now, bro. Right up under my eye. And a lot of girls tell me I look fine with the scar, but I ain't gonna lie, the scar what made me who I am. Because I fought my sister baby daddy. Knowing I should have never jumped into that shit. My daddy told me don't jump into that shit. But I'm trying to be the big dog, though. That's my sister, bitch. Don't play with my sister. Y'all gotta understand me. If you have a sister, you gotta understand me. Don't put your hands on my sister, please. I kill you. But me and Nick got the argument. Me and Nick got the
HDK. I mean HD, HBK. You know, hey, Black, you know, his problem is so personal and so micro. It'll be very difficult for him to look at things on a macro level. You know, he's gonna be in that micro, that personal level for many years to come, and it would be very difficult for him to have a overall view of the world because he's stuck in this micro.
I ain't gonna lie, Black Southern Strategy. The nigga tore my ass up. He tore my ass straight up. He gave me a scar up under my eye. I was bleeding like a motherfucker. But he showed me that you cannot win every battle, bro. The nigga was bigger than me. It was a mismatch off the get-go. Wasn't no nigga fight him. Wasn't no nigga fight the nigga I'm talking about in a million years. I don't give a fuck if you was from Philly to goddamn Detroit. You want to fight this nigga? This nigga 6'9", bro.
6'9".
I tried to fight the nigga because, bitch, you messing with my sister. Bitch, I ain't going for it, though. I'm a real nigga, though, bitch. You ain't gonna fuck with my sister. I die about it. And I damn sure did die about it. It's funny now, though. My sister, she be laughing like a motherfucker. You damn did die about it. She a dirty motherfucker, though. She don't even know I damn near died about it.
Hey, HB. So, being that you work for a major corporation, right? Have you? And I understand you don't want to leave your hometown, your folks. That's understandable. You know what I mean? You know where you from.
No, I really do want to leave my folks, though.
I got you. Hold on, bro.
I ain't got the money. What am I supposed to do?
That don't matter. Man. Listen to me, brother. Sometimes you got to learn to listen to what people are about to tell you. It ain't about no money. Being that you work for...
You some real shit. You tell some real shit. Because he know I like to talk a lot. He said sometimes you listen.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's us as black folks, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? We don't like to listen because we think we know what we talking about.
But I love black folks. Don't down us like this. Because, bitch, we got...
It's not downing, bro. It's more or less, morally speaking...
Man, black folks really don't play, bro. I hate that you said black folks like this, bro.
Well, it is true, unfortunately.
But you black too, though.
Well, we grew up in two different areas, so if I'm saying that, and I'm all the way in New Jersey and you in Alabama, wouldn't that make it somewhat true?
All black folks grew up in the struggle, bro.
No, not all, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that's like saying everyone is born with a silver spoon.
But most of black folks grew up in the struggle. I grew up in the struggle, bro.
Right. So even with that being said,
I'm from Alabama, bro. I got to fight with a nigga from Chicago. He had just moved down here.
Right. I understand what you're saying, bro. So look, here's the solution. What you should do, considering that you're adamant about really leaving Alabama, being that you work for a major corporation. Get a transfer, bro. That's all you got to do. You know what I mean? Go find a state you want to move to, or maybe even another county. Huh?
Wait, you being real, but then I gotta pay for the plane ticket.
Hey, hold on a second. Now that's one thing black people do got in common. We think that, you know, we need all this money to make stuff happen. That's not true, bro. You know what I mean?
It's not as hard as you say. It's really hard, bro.
But is it hard, or is it that you don't have the proper information?
I ain't got the proper money, nigga. I got the proper.
Well, again, it's not about no money if you need to relocate. But if you really need to relocate, it's not about no money. Especially if you're in a particular situation where someone is trying to harm you, or maybe even like you said about your baby mother on record here, that you can't stand it for whatever the reason. So therefore, meaning that it's in your best interest and everyone else's best interest for you to up and leave. Is it really anything holding you to where you're at, other than maybe, like you said, your child?
Ain't really nothing really holding me. I pay child support, but my baby mama fucked up. She fucked up the child support where they took me off child support because she lost custody of my... Man, I've been through so much, dog. It's very sad. My story is sad. My baby mama lost custody of my little girl, dog. And I hated that bitch, bro. I just seen her at Wingstop. Bro, I was crying. Bro, my mama told me to get in the car. She's like, get in the car, Malik. Like, she know me, bro. My name Malik. Like, I was crying. I was telling that bitch, boy, you gonna burn in hell. Like, I hope you die. Like, I was on some shit like that, because you're not peaceful to your kids.
Right, so with that being said, but hold on, HB, here's the thing you gotta understand. Hold on a second, bro. This is going on. You gotta learn to go back and forth with people.
But it's hard for me to say it, though, bro. It's nothing that you can say.
You're an adult. You're gonna have to learn, bro.
I'm an adult. I'm gonna listen to you, though, but it's nothing that you can say that not make me mad at her.
Well, me personally trying to justify what it is you're upset about, I would never try to tell you how to feel.
I'm a man. I tried to play that leave her alone type of role, but they treated me better saying my baby mama finna lose custody of my little girl. That right there made me step my
Right. So now with that being said, you got two things in your position. See, sometimes we fail to do as black people, we will fail to even listen to ourselves. So therefore, me and you will never find a solution.
But we disrespected women too, though.
Bro, you're getting off topic, bro. Either you want us to help you with your one solution, or you want to be going to another one. You can't do both. You can't do both.
But we disrespect them, though. I think they resort to the sound. Your daughter because my baby mama fucking up her hair, everything, bro. It's just everything about
right. So with that being said, though, HB, have you tried to obtain custody of your child?
No, I have to. Listen, I'm gonna take her to court next week. It took me 2 years. I'm not waiting till my little girl get too big before she don't realize who I am, bro. She gonna know who her daddy is. She already know, though. My baby mama know. She made her say Malika on the phone. I told her don't say that, though. See, my baby mama like to play with me, though. She made her say my real name, but you know, if you a parent, you never say your mama and daddy real fucking name, dog. I said, I'm gonna beat your ass. Don't say that no more, though.
Right. So with that being said,
my baby mama laughing though, cause she told her to say it though.
Bro. I'm sorry, bro. Listen to me, man. You gotta learn how to listen, bro. And if you do not learn how to listen, you gotta take that elsewhere, bro. You understand what I'm saying? Because you're sitting here telling us your personal issues, and you want us to help you, or at least listen to you vent, which that's what you're doing, and we understand it. So you can't say that you're the only person that has ever been through this situation. There are plenty of black men that got baby mama issues, bro. You're not in the class by yourself. You see what I'm saying? So here's the solution I'm about to give you. You work for a major corporation. All you have to do is transfer locations. Start looking for somewhere else to live, whether it be within the state, move to another county within Alabama, or move to a whole nother state. There's a Walmart in every state. It's really that simple. And not even just from the store perspective. You could move into logistics. You could be in a corporate office of Walmart. Different ways you could get into Walmart. Pardon me real quick. Back off. There's different ways you could get into Walmart and obviously transfer. Corporations like Walmart have protocol, keyword protocol, and programs to help you relocate, especially when you're in a dire position. You don't know that until you either talk to someone or ask someone. You see what I'm saying, bro? And the only reason why I'm telling you this, because I got 30 years of retail knowledge. I can run the store too. You see what I'm saying? So get with your manager and say, hey, look, what are the solutions of me leaving? But I wouldn't actually even speak to your manager about it. I will go talk to the Walmart manager where you want to relocate at. So that way your current manager can look at that as an excuse that you're trying to leave, and they can turn around and fire you for no reason. Because all employers, especially Walmart, are at-will employers, meaning they will fire you for any reason. So don't even talk to your boss right away. Just only talk to them when you're giving them a 2 weeks notice. And you ain't even got to do that because you're transferring internally. No, the same company, different store. So you ain't even got to say shit to them, to be honest with you. Unless you really fuck with them like that. But even then, you don't know what that person feeling like that day. They might want to fuck a turncoat on your ass. So another thing you need to do, and just hear me out, it ain't about no money, bro. I understand we're fucking broke and we're fighting for reparations. But the fact of the matter is where you're at. States like Alabama don't got the same programming as far as social services and welfare as New Jersey has. So this is why I tell our folks, if we're advocating for black state and folks to move back into a black state, you are already pretty much in a black state, but you got to move out of that particular area because you've been there your whole life. It ain't nothing to look forward to, more or less 9 times out of 10. You see the same people, know the same people, ain't nothing changing. I feel the same way about North New Jersey. Been here 43 years, see the same people, same thing going on, ain't shit changing, yo. Except for black people losing. That's about it. The immigrants winning. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else getting except for us. Why is that? Because we can't seem to stick together, bro. So yeah, you ain't the only one that got an issue with baby mama. You know what I'm saying? There's a bunch of folks out here that hate their baby mama, hate their baby daddy, for whatever the reason. You see what I'm saying? For whatever reason, that don't even matter. The only thing that matters is you're the one with the sound mind. You got the job and you got everything rolling in your corner. You got parents that backing you up and say, hey, chill out, don't do this, because we know your ass crazy HB, and we ain't got time for your ass going to jail, because ain't no bail money for that shit no more. We ain't got time for getting lawyers and shit, because you lost your emotional cool. Don't lose your cool, and then what happens then, when you lose your cool, who raises your child then? The system, the streets, and you know how that shit is, bro. You don't want your baby girl going out in the street, doing the same thing, and repeating the same process. Baby mother, and then the key word allegedly for the space, because we don't know her. You feel what I'm saying? We don't know her, you know what I mean? Well, with that being said, two things again, reiterate. Go find out whatever state or county you want to go to. Go find that Walmart and go talk to that manager over there and say, hey, look, I'm about to move or relocate here. Do you need an extra person with this position? Or you got an extra position that I could take? I'm willing to take it, even if I got to take a pay cut just to get away and get a sound peace of mind, bro. A sound peace of mind, bro. That's it. Go ahead, though.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You chose the God's honest truth. You just basically broke down my lifestyle. Just using your head, though. Sometimes I do gotta listen. My daddy said that's my biggest. He was like, bro, you listen to everything, but when you talk, bro, you don't let nobody else talk. That's your biggest flaw. You don't listen, though, bro. Because people do go through what you go through. I got a pretty baby mama. She pretty. She thick as hell, bro. Man, she thick as hell, bro. I hate that she my baby mama, though. Sometimes I tell God, goddamn, why I gotta have her? And niggas want her too, though, bro. Niggas want her. And she know that, though, bro. I gotta deal with that for the rest of my life. And my little girl, beautiful. She had 3 other kids before me. But when she got to be my little girl, when she said, man, she told me, that my little girl was the most prettiest of all her kids. Because I ain't no fucked up ass nigga, though. I'm gonna keep my clothes kind of clean, bro. I'm gonna at least keep some clean shoes. I might wear the same outfit, but at least my shoes clean, bro. It's just a little shit that matters, bro. It just fucked me up how she did me, though, bro. She backdoored me. My family got more money than her, though. That's why my profile picture how it is. I'm sitting on the couch. My folks got more money. They got a big ass couch. Her folks, man, she broke as hell, bro. And then she won't even let me save my little girl. You damn right, I'm finna take her to court, bro. I paid $138 to take her to court. I had to pay $138 to take my baby mama to court about my daughter. I don't play about my little girl. And she is not finna be sitting over there raggedy ass house. When she could be sitting over here in luxury. And you hating because you got 3 other baby daddies. You got 2 of them. And them niggas don't do shit. And you see them every day. They don't be clean as me. She see me, I be clean, though. You know what a woman told me at the restaurant? I was getting some food. I got a hamburger. She said, really, you and your baby mama y'all really do love each other. We really do. Me and my baby mama really do love each other. I swear to God, we really do love each other. We's a tag team. When it comes to my little girl, mine. She had 2 boys by 1 nigga. And then she had a little girl by a nigga that got life in prison. That's what fucked me up, though. It kind of made me sad because the little girl, but I claim both of them because both of them my little girl. I buy both outfits. I'm so real, though, bro. Man, can't no nigga fuck with me, bro. I swear to God, bro. Niggas be trying to beef with me, bro, but I do shit for my baby mama. Like, my baby mama, she had a baby by a dude. She be crying. That's why I had a baby by her, bro. Because I sat there and I listened to her story, though, just like I listened to YPI's story. She put me on mute. She told me how she had the baby. She said I only did something one time with this man. And she was swearing up and down to God. And I believed her though. Because it's not impossible to fuck somebody one time and have a baby.
So did you ever have a DNA test with your baby mama to make sure that that baby girl is yours?
Yeah, I did. That's what made her mad though. I ain't even had no DNA. I'm gonna be real with you. I ain't even had no DNA test. She looked just like me, bro.
That don't mean anything, bro.
Bro, I ain't finna lie. I'm finna take her to court next week, and I know that little girl mine. My mama know that little girl mine. My daddy, I show everybody in my family that little girl.
Right, I understand what you're saying, bro, but listen to me, though, bro. That doesn't mean anything for the simple fact.
I'm gonna get a DNA test, though, bro. I'm gonna get one next week.
Just hear me out, bro. Just hear me out, bro. That doesn't mean anything for the simple fact. People have the same kind of what we call it, phenotype. I got you, bro. Just hold on a second, bro. Just hold on a second, bro. Just hold on a second. Hold on a second, bro. Hold on a second. I don't like muting people, man. Just hold on a second. Listen to me. I'm about to tell you something. So, with that being said, my stepdaughter, right, is not my child. But when I tell you, she looks like me, bro. Yeah. Now you're not listening because you feel
I ain't gonna lie, YP. I'm gonna go crazy. Like, I'm finna pay my money to take her to court. They gonna swab my mouth to make sure she my baby girl. I know she my baby girl because my mama and my daddy, she looks just like me.
That don't mean anything, bro. You're not listening, bro. You're not listening. It's not listening, but it's not about the swipe. You're not listening still, though, brother.
I'm gonna kill that bitch. I might kill her.
All right, that's the second time you said that, bro. Hey, listen to me, bro. Don't incriminate yourself on this recording because this thing is being recorded again.
Don't go court about incriminating.
Yeah, I understand that. You won't say that until you in jail, bro. And then there'll be different things. So with that being said, listen, bro. At the end of the day, your parents and everybody and their mama can say, baby girl look like you. There are people out here who I get mistaken for every day that actually look like me. But we are not related under any circumstances. You know, at least not to my knowledge. You feel what I'm saying? Again, my stepdaughter looks like me in some way, shape, size, or form. But that is not my child. You see what I'm saying? Everybody and their mama always asks me, hey, how your baby girl doing? She doing fine, but they don't know that's not my kid, though. Damn, and when I tell somebody that, they be like, damn, for real, she look just like you. I mean, like, damn, that's your twin, nigga. Know what I'm saying? Like, for real, you know what I mean? But my last bit of advice to you, bro, here's what I'm going to tell you, bro. And it's some real Illmatic shit. And just hear me out. Just hear me out what I'm about to say.
Man, you sound just like Gilly, bro. That's why I watch $1 Million.
Shout out to Philly. You know what I'm saying?
I fuck with Philly, though. I know Philly is just like, bro, it's just amazing to hear. That's why Lil Durk said in that new song, Old Days, I love Lil Durk, bro. I didn't never like Lil Durk. I'm the first nigga from down south that love Lil Durk. I put my little brother on Lil Durk. He said that nigga hard. He been hard. Lil Durk said he want to be like me.
Hey, bro, I want you to focus on what we're talking about, though. It ain't about Durk.
He want to be like me. Oh, bro.
Listen, bro. If you work for a major corporation, right, and I'm going to just tell you this based off this conversation, you more or less have some type of health insurance. So if I was you, before you go to court, I would go see.
I ain't gonna lie, I just broke my elbow. A nigga broke my elbow, though.
But right. But listen to me, bro. You gotta learn to listen, bro. You gotta learn to listen.
Nigga, be real with
that's your choice. That's your choice, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't tell people what to do. You got health insurance, right? 9 times out of 10.
Said just leave it alone. Should I just
exactly? So that's 2 people right there. That's 2 people that done told you leave it alone. So now you gonna want to wait for a third person to tell you, or you gonna go?
He know me though. I don't leave nothing alone. Though. I don't play, bro.
Right, but you can't never say no one never told you otherwise. See that? So with that being said, if you work for a company, more or less you got health insurance. My advice to you, being that you're You know, you're trying to seek custody of your child.
A lot of my friends, that's fucked up.
I understand, bro. You know what I'm saying? Well, a lot of my friends are gone too, bro, through violence or other means. So
it's
with that
really
being said,
violence, though.
Bro, listen to me. Just stay in your mic for 1 second, bro, so I can say this to you, yo. If you work for a company and you got health insurance, right? Being that you're telling us what you're saying, you have mental trauma, whether it be depression, post-traumatic stress.
Listen, I got insurance. When I broke.
Okay, stop, right there, stop right there. So what you should do is go to your primary care doctor, right, and tell her you want to go see a psychologist and a family.
Bro, Walmart got this. Walmart got everything you saying.
No, bro. Outside of Walmart, bro. Outside of Walmart. Don't use the enemies. You only use them to get money. That's it. Don't use them to help you heal yourself.
Walmart to pay for that, though. Why not use them?
That's what I'm saying to you. You have insurance, bro, through Walmart. You see what I'm saying? So use that insurance. Go to your primary care doctor, your main medical doctor, and tell them you want to go to family. What do you call it? Family
therapy.
Family therapy. There you go. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're suffering from stress.
Well, my family won't go through that, though.
No, it's not about them. It's not about them. It's about you, bro. It's about you. It ain't about nobody else. It ain't about your baby mom, your mom, pops, the baby.
It's hard, though. I understand what you're saying.
Life hard already. You're making it harder on yourself by not taking the.
People need counseling. They need time.
I am.
I still got a daddy, though. I got
my father died before I was born, bro. My father died before I was born. I raised myself, bro. My mother died.
I ain't got no more grandparents or
I don't got no grandparents either, bro. My grandmother, my father's mother died in 2018. That was my last grandparent. I just lost 3 aunts over the course of 2023. And just lost an OG uncle.
I lost my OG granddad. He was my OG, bro. Soon as I seen him, my daddy know me. He didn't even cry, though. That's his dad. That's my granddad. I instantly bust out. When I seen him in the crash, I ran to the car. He already knew what time it was. I was crying like a bitch. Man, I hate to see him like this. He looked good, though.
Ooh.
And one thing about dying, boy, you look good. You ever looked, bro.
That's because you at peace. That's because you at peace. And look.
Man, I swear to God, bro.
But see, here's the thing, though. Why you not looking good on the street? Because you're not at peace. You got so much trauma in your life.
You ain't gonna look good at it on the streets, though. My daddy had to tell me.
Right. So you got multiple people telling you the same thing. But look, you got multiple folks telling you up here now. And we ain't your father or your grandfather or we already know each other. So we telling you the same thing your actual internal family, your blood kinfolk is telling you. And we strangers at this point, you know what I mean?
Buried my granddaddy, though. My daddy said he ain't never did nothing for him or nothing. I come from a daddy. My daddy raised me, though. But my daddy didn't raise him. So when my granddaddy passed, they was iffy on the money. Okay, you know what this showed me this time? When somebody died, when my mama died, I made sure she got insurance. My mama said she got insurance. I got insurance. Y'all ain't gotta worry about burying me. I'm gonna bury myself, bro. And when it was time to bury my granddaddy, bro, didn't nobody pitch in no money, bro. Really, my daddy. Only the people that care about him, bro. My daddy loved his daddy, even though he ain't never did nothing for him. No, my daddy said that man ain't bought me a pair of shoes for Christmas. He used to tell me that, though.
Hey, Black and DJ, what percentage of black men in America you think is going through this type of situation?
Man, most black men is going through this right now, bro. This ain't no emphasize. That's why Kanye doing what he doing. He ain't got no dad. He got a daddy, but his daddy ain't talking to him. Because his daddy don't really know him. Kanye know his daddy. You can look up Kanye and his daddy. They got a picture together. Kanye know his daddy. His daddy
I'm not really even sure on the percentage of that, to be honest with you, because, you know, I'm not a father, so I don't look at it like that. But nor will I say the majority of us is going through that because, you know, majority of us black men are married.
Yeah, I love Kanye. You know, I bought everything from the website. It was $20. Yeah, I spent my money. I spent my hard-earned work money. Man, I bought damn near everything off Kanye website, the Yeezy website. I bought some Yeezy Pod because I know Kanye. Kanye, man, they can't fuck with Kanye. Kanye, he can say what he wanna say. They ain't gonna kill him, bro, because he say they gonna kill him. That's why they ain't gonna kill him, cause he be every time he say something that's important. Man, Kanye is on point, bro. Man, Kanye is the most. They do that man bad, bro.
Hey, HBK, one thing I want you to do, right? Look, I want you to save your money. I don't want you buying stuff, you know, from these websites and different retailers.
I save my money.
You need to save your money.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a Drake and Kanye fan, though. It's crazy that Drake is beefing with Kanye. When they really brothers, bro. I watched the whole... Man, I damn near went to the concert when it was Drake and Kanye.
Hey, bro, this is not a Kanye topic, bro. We talking about other things, man. So with that being said, you know, our advice to you, HBK, is to go to your job and tell them you want to use your medical insurance or whatever, or call your family care practitioner and tell them you want to go to family counseling, bro. That's what you need to do. And not even just family counseling. You need to go to counseling on your own personal accord to help your own mental. You can't help your baby girl.
What am I supposed to do?
I just told you, bro.
My daddy and my mama to come in.
See, this is a problem right here, y'all. We want to help you, bro. But if you refuse to listen, we cannot help you, bro. It ain't about what someone said to you. It's about what we telling you here, right now. You feel what I'm saying? 2 things you need to do. And hopefully you either mentally jogging this down or you wrote it down. Go look for another Walmart in another state or county so you can transfer and get away from your folk and get a peace of mind. See, that's what it means to have peace. You ain't got to worry about none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why your grandpa looks so peaceful in the casket. He had peace. He ain't got to worry about the bullshit anymore that's being placed on him. So how is it that you're supposed to be mentally capable of holding on your own when you got so much trauma and stress being placed on you for no reason at all? Or from the conversation, being that you done said several times, can't nobody tell you what to do, and you don't like to listen. Everyone always tell you that. How do we know a lot of the stuff you saying here, right now, ain't caused by you? See that? And that's what a psychologist is going to tell you too, bro. And I'm no psychologist. I don't got a medical degree, but I'm quiet. You see what I'm saying? And all I do is listen. Then I'll react to the conversation. So that's some advice, bro. If you want to help yourself, go seek counseling, bro. And if you want to get a hold of custody of your child because your baby mother's so bad, take her to family court. Go take you and your child. Take your baby mama to family counseling too. Maybe that will help her change, bro. You feel what I'm saying? You don't know that. I know you got the sad face, but until you do it, or at least bring it up to her attention, how would you know? See that? Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm going to yell for a minute. I got to go do something, but.
Yeah, that's what's up. So we're going to end this part with just the advice, man. It sounds like your father really knows what he's talking about, and if he's giving you good advice, sound advice.
That nigga YPI was speaking the truth, though. Right there.
Yep. Yeah, we kind of all agree. Your father seems to give good advice. We say follow that advice, get out of that environment the best you can. Understood. No, I understand. We all go through relationship issues, but we're gonna get back to the space, and we're gonna get into this Huey P. Newton conference 1971 and continue the conversation. So It sounds like, you got some good people around you giving you good advice. You probably just got to get out of that environment.
Hey,
And
I was watching. What was that? I think. Listen, my bad, Black. To interrupt you, majority. But what was it? They got closed down. Was it Woodwork 99?
I'm not sure what is it. Woolworth 99. What is that?
You gotta look it up. It's some folk. It's some white folks that got turned in a concert. But they got so turned that they had to close that bitch down, dog. Like, it's called Woodwork 99. DMX to perform Eddie.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we're gonna.
Woodstock 99.
Yeah, that's what it's called. I watched it though, bro. That was in Rome, New York. 3 people died though. I looked up the 3 people that died though. I'm different though. I'm so different. I wanted to know the 3 people that died. It was thousands of people there, but they know the 3 people that died, dog.
That's what's up. I'm gonna drop you down, brother, because I want to move on here so I can get through the rest of the space, and that way we can.
You ain't gotta drop me down. I'll be quiet, but damn.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go. So this is the last one. We had Huey P. Newton, 1970. He was in prison. That's another aspect that we need to kind of get. That was during the Free Huey movement, which that Free Huey movement in 1970, Black Panther Party, is where hip hop has gotten all this free this, free that, free Wayne, free all these different people. It comes from.
I ain't gonna lie. Blacks get together more than. I'm from Alabama.
I got to drop you, bro. I got to drop you because we really want to move this on. So all this free, the rap from the rap crowd, it comes from Free Huey, right? Most people may not know that, but that Free Huey movement was a big movement back then because they essentially arrested this man under false pretenses, and I guess through divine intervention, the court systems ultimately had to, again, they didn't exonerate him. They simply tried him and tried him and tried him until they basically gave up trying him because they kept coming back with juries that did not convict. And so he was able to go on and live. He actually lived his life into at least into the 80s, because there's some late interviews with him in different places. I know I think on the Phil Donahue show and other places, but so he got to see, and it's interesting in that video. He also said the civil rights movement is dead, and that's in 1970, sitting in prison. He said the civil rights movement is dead when it had just started, 1964. We know that's when it kind of started and it was supposed to be implemented. And here he is, somebody who's living in it, who grew up in it, who is saying, nah, this shit is dead. It's over. And so he had a bird's eye view to all of it and a full understanding of it in a way that we couldn't possibly comprehend. And that's why they moved quickly from the civil rights movement to the Black liberation movement as a people, those who were willing, those who were able, because they understood that, it was symbolic. It was a symbolic gesture that really wasn't going to change a whole hell of a lot. Now, I talk to people who are, who have lived a fairly decent long life. They got a good job, good career, and they feel like, things have changed significantly. I think that there's a strong argument to be made that it's changed just enough to allow us to be comfortable. It's changed just enough, like I said earlier, the psychological operation, where it has kept us trapped in this idea of change, this idea of progress, this idea of advancement. But in fact, nothing has really advanced. We don't have the power that they tell us we have, because we can't actually vote anybody into office outside of the local. If you have a local area where you have, and we have 1,260 plus Black majority cities, we have over 100 Black majority counties. So in very localized elections, we could probably likely vote someone into office at the city level, at the county level, in places where we have those majorities. But outside of those jurisdictions, we don't have statewide electability. And unfortunately, Mississippi is kind of proven that with the black state attorney general who ran last time. He's now going to run for Senate. He has a very good chance, but he likely needs another 100 to 200,000 votes. Delaware, you can get a black person elected statewide election, but that's a system. That's a Democratic plantation. That system's been running and running for decades. They select the people who they want to be in office. The woman who was the U.S. rep, she interned for the guy who he's leaving the Senate. He's retiring from the Senate, and she's literally taking his place. So this is a system that they have in place to get a black woman into the Senate, is because she is a verified, selected black face that will do the bidding of the Democrat Party. She's been groomed and trained and indoctrinated to do the bidding of the Democrat Party. And that's likely the only way. Yep.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Okay. Look, it's funny. 72, 73. My brother and I, we entered first grade in 1972. Mm. We were the first in our family to go to an integrated school. Mm. So to most of my family back then, that was major progress.
Wow.
Because my brother and I were the first to go to white school. And that very interesting. I just find that extremely interesting. This comparing what Huey Newton said in 1973, and I'm 6 years old in 1972, entering the first grade as in an integrated school. So yeah, it just mind-boggling. It's just very interesting to me.
Well, yeah, so I'm gonna say that's a part of the psychological operation, the psyop, right? Because there's a person, shout out to the YouTube watchers, who sent me a Mississippi video. I talked about, actually I played a clip from it, where the elder says that her great grandfather was a full-blooded native. Well, in that clip as well, the black man who this white guy's shadowing essentially talks about, he was the first person to go and integrate. Him and his sister, they were the first in their town to integrate into because the school that they were in was literally a garden shed. It was the size of a garden shed that you could go and buy at Lowe's today. That was their school. And when they moved them from there to the quote unquote integrated school, it was a brick building, but it still was relatively small, about the size of a house, maybe a little bit larger than a house in terms of square footage based on the video. And he's retired now. Said he got out of that once he graduated high school. He ended up getting his welder's license and moving to Wisconsin, and he spent his career in Wisconsin as a welder, and then decided to come back home after retirement. So and that may be one of the reasons. I never really thought about that as much, but that may be one of the forces that have been moving black people back to the South. Is there may be some people who have reached that retirement age and stage, and who have always imagined they would go back to the South, and just decided that that was the thing that they were going to do with their family, is move back to where their parents and everything else came from. So there may be a population that actually are doing that, which is actually a good thing. But yeah, so if you were in a school, in a building where it was all grades and it was all black people, and you went from that to a much bigger building where it's you're like the only black person in the school, or there's a handful of black people in the school, that would seem like a dramatic thing for people who experience that. There's no question about that. I kind of had that experience, to be honest, being a quote unquote gifted student, and being able to be bused to a better school, a magnet school or whatever they called it back then, and being one of the few black kids in those schools. You know, but you know, for what it's worth,
You're in the Matrix a lot.
I'm in the Matrix. God damn it. Okay. Okay, all right. In the Matrix. That's where they want you to be, in the Matrix. Is the space still going? 'Cause I can't even find the space now. What the fuck is happening? We got two co-hosts. What happened, bro? I was tripping. I can't find the space. Twitter won't let me get on space. Is the shit going? Oh, man, because I couldn't even. Okay, there it goes. God damn it, bro. Whew. That's crazy.
So, yeah. Are you back, Black?
Yeah, I couldn't, man. You know, this thing is glitchy, so I couldn't find the space. It wouldn't open up the spaces to me. I went to my profile and didn't show the purple circle. On my other phone, on the Funded Socially Twitter account, I'm searching for my the Great King Black State, and it will not pop up. Like it won't. I can find my account, but I can't find any of my tweets on that account. So it's just, you know how this fucking thing is, man. So I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but it is what it is. Yeah, I was essentially saying, you know, if you were a kid who integrated a school, it would be very dramatic. It would be a very dramatic experience, and it may look like progress. It may look like dramatic progress at that time, but it's not. It wasn't. It really wasn't progress. And again, everybody says they were looking for resources and equal access to new books and educational materials. They were not looking to be integrated in schools. So that was a big psyop. That was huge. You know, almost like they pulled the wool over people's eyes. They got over a banana in the tailpipe, as they say. A lot of people point to that as the progress. You know, we're able to go to restaurants, and we're able to, you know, even though the schools are more segregated today than they ever have been, and most people will, if you do the data and do the research, most people say that that is a fact, but people will still point to that as a sign of progress. And it's just a psychological numbing of the mind, an illusion and a delusion that we are under, like the voting, like thinking that we have voting power and thinking that our vote is really, really determining elections. It's not. We just got to understand it for what it is, and then move accordingly. I'm going to stand on this. If we understood that our vote does not have the power that they've been trying to indoctrinate us with, the ideology that it does, then we would actually do something radically different. And because we think that our vote has this power, we're just numb. We're just walking around like zombies. And I think that's the reason why they do it. A brother, someone on the YouTube says, great point. When I think of it outside local, we really can vote who we actually want statewide in many cases. Wow. Yeah, that's it. That's what's happening. That's what's going on. It is a reality, and they sell us on that national presidential every 4 years thing to just keep us like sheep. I mean, it really does keep us like sheep, docile. Again, Huey Newton in 1970 was not only talking about going to war with the United States, he was saying civil rights is dead in 1970. And I mean, you know, man, my God, dear God. Okay, so I saw DJ's post, and I did post a bunch of them. Rest in peace to Eric Mays, the Flint, Michigan brother, councilman. Everybody knows him because he is very outspoken, to say the least. did not take any shit. He would not be somebody who was a scary ass nigga, to be quite honest. He was very, very forthcoming with his thoughts and opinions and facts, and just didn't take shit from nobody. And that is the generation of Black Americans that seem to have disappeared. Black men, especially in politics, seem to have just simply disappeared. But we got to get back to it. Here's Huey P. Newton. I did make sure that this is the one. There's a lot of breaks in it. I mean, spaces that may go on for a minute. I'm going to try to fast forward it and find where it picks back up. But this is it's a 1971 press conference. It's raw video. It's not organized and edited properly, but you will get the idea of what he was talking about. I gotta turn the volume.
Look to the south for the thrust of Black liberation. I think
I gotta start it over because it was a good gap there. Let's see. You know what? Because there's two of them. I want to make sure we get the one.
The fact that 65% are Black and the thinking and actions of.
Yeah, I'm gonna say your phone in the matrix already too. And shit.
Is it really?
When you playing it.
Damn.
Yeah, well, I bet you fine, but when you start to play the audio, it's like it's going into the matrix or whatever.
The audio is super choppy. Yeah, okay. Let me do that. Let me find it.
I got the studio. I wound up coming in here. I'm making a PlayStation night, but it's all I'm in the studio.
Okay. Okay. While we wait for that to get over there and all of that, let me see what else I got up in Jumbotron. So yeah, we got the Eric Mays, man. That's they said suddenly too, which, and you hate to hear suddenly passed away. Trump did win. Okay, so let me see if I got those numbers. So Trump did win in South Carolina. Nikki Haley should gracefully bow out, but she's saying she's going to stay in to give Republicans a real alternative. She doesn't believe that Trump can beat Biden. She is a Democrat. Every time I listen to that chick talk, she just sounds like a Democrat to me. So I really don't understand it. It's kind of bizarre to me. Her talking points are extremely Democratic, but she got slaughtered here. It looks like Trump got 60% of the vote. She got 40%, roughly 94% is in. The difference between the Biden and maybe there's two things probably going on, because Biden didn't have a real competitor in that primary. He had very low turnout. I don't think Nikki Haley was a true challenger, but it was her home state, so she probably got more votes just based on that. But Biden got, and this was with 99% in, he had 96% of the vote. He got 126,500 people, just to round it up, to come in and vote for him. Nikki Haley in her loss got 277,300 votes. Donald Trump ended up with 425,300 votes to round it up. That's nearly 3 times, almost 4 times, 3.5 times more votes than Biden got in that state. If we go back to that map, which kind of tells you, what the battleground states are. South Carolina was not one of those battleground states. South Carolina is firmly a Republican state when it comes to these presidential elections. So Biden moving the primaries around and all of that bullshit that they did to try to whatever he was doing with the Kingmaker, Slyburn. It's very weird things that were happening with that. I think he moved Georgia up too, and so it'd probably be nice to look at the schedule of Democratic primaries. But at any rate, he did all of that, and it's not even a stronghold for the Democrats in the presidential election. So this is just a strange thing that the Democrat Party has been doing. And it's just more of this psychological operation symbolism. Oh, let's move the primary up to South Carolina because that's, how I won it the last time. Let's get the Black people. Let's show up at the church. Oh my God, let's recite the same shit that Hillary Clinton recited. It was disrespectful then. Let's do it again. Oh my God, I gotta find that one because that is so utterly disgusting. Um, I think they used the word patronizing, and see if it'll pop up quick. That video was just, man, I swear to God, it makes you want to smack um the black pastor, because when Biden does it, they get real. He's like up and clapping, and it's just a weird thing that we allow these people to do. Come into our places of worship. That's the church where nine of our family, or people were murdered in that church, from what I understand. And then they let Biden come in there and just desecrate a holy place, a holy site. Um, just disgusting. See if this thing will pop up for me, because man, yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't know what it is about my funded socially Twitter account, but the searches seem to be a little different over here. Like, I'm not getting access to stuff that I get on the other side, and I don't know if it's because they're if they got this account, maybe Twitter's having its issue or whatever. But I'm not it's not coming up quick, so I'll just play it after that. If
DJ did say that Twitter or X updated their
yeah, I do that every week.
their app or the platform or something like that.
Yeah, so I do it throughout the week, but then I definitely do it on Saturday. I power the phone off and on every Saturday before we start up, and I check for updates. And so I don't think it's that, because I do that every week just to be 100% sure. And if I'm in spaces and it's glitchy, I'll do it then. Okay, I think this is it. Yeah, here it is. I found it. Man, this is just disgusting.
From where I started from.
This is disgusting, man. This is disgusting, man. If I was the Trump campaign, I swear to God, I would say I would have the racist clip. Joe Biden's a racist. I would have all that stuff clipped up, and then I would play this over and over and over again. This is disgusting to me.
We've come too far. I come too far. From where we started. From where I started from. Nobody told me the road would be easy. Nobody told me that the road would be easy. I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. My fellow Americans, I don't think the good Lord brought us this far to leave us behind. We've come too far.
Now, at the end of that, this black pastor stands up, is clapping. You hear people in the audience clapping, and it's just like, man, what the fuck is wrong with these people, man? Like, there's times where I'm just at work, I'm driving, whatever, surfing, Twitter, whatever, funded socially. And I'm just like, what type of spell do these fucking people get us? These people get us under a permanent spell of some type that we just can't seem to break through. Like, that is like the little black cat in the Matrix that glitches, and and Morpheus is like, did you see the black cat or not? And he's like, I think I did. And then that's them rewriting the program. You know what I'm saying? Like, holy shit. Oh God. I just thank God that I'm not in those circles, and I'm not around those people fake smiling in each other's faces, taking pictures with each other, hugging each other and shit, because that would be too much for me to bear. I just can't. I just couldn't be that person. If it's not authentic, if it's not real, I just couldn't be around it. But yeah, if you got that other one, like I said, there's gaps in it. So if it goes blank at some point, you might have to, search around to find where it picks back up. If you're ready for it. Oh man, bro.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Yep. Okay, let me see what else I got up here. Let's see, News Toter had something. Oh yeah, that was a good one. So I didn't actually get to hear that one. And so News Toter did post about there was an interview after the Black Conservative Federation conversation where Trump did go up and speak and call Biden a racist. I don't think that's ever. I don't know. Maybe it's happened in presidential elections in the past. I'm not sure. I haven't heard it in my lifetime. So I think this is something new and different. I think it's a refreshing, a breath of refreshing air that someone is being very honest in this situation. Now, whether Trump is a racist or not, they're all racist. However, I think that Biden is much more damaging and has been much more damaging in his political career versus Trump in his private career. And I don't see any necessary harm that he did on his first 4 years that directly affected Black America in any way. And in fact, with him trying to shut down the border, it seemed like he was actually helping Black Americans in some way, shape, or form. He wrote 400 executive orders about immigration. And you know, it slowed it down, but coronavirus probably played the biggest part in that during the last few years of his presidency, last year rather. But you know, he certainly did something to slow it down. I'll just put it that way. You got it, DJ.
Yeah, I just want to do a quick audio test on this. Just let me know if the volume is good because I got to dip out for like a quick second. I'll be back.
Oh, damn,
this is just a quick pre-test real quick.
65% of Black and the progressive thinking. And
yeah, that's good. That's good. We'll just have to. So I'll try to talk through the breaks.
Well, this one is 11 minutes. Is that if I just leave it on and go do what I gotta do? I'll be right back.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, there's breaks in it because there's raw video footage is not edited. But yeah, I'll just talk. I'll talk when it drops off.
Okay, for sure. Okay. All right, y'all. Here we go. Unedited Huey P. New an interview in 1971. Let's listen in on Ancestor Huey. Let's go. Share the room, y'all. Share the room.
Impressed with the people here. I'm so impressed with the people here and the fact that 65% of Black and the progressive thinking and actions of so many people, such as Dr. Stanford of Free for All Missionary Baptist Church. Now I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, in order to lay the foundation for the move to Atlanta, Georgia. This might take place within the next 6 months period. I'm in somewhat of a rush this visit. I might be here a few more weeks. My trial starts in Oakland, California next month, the first week of next month. I say that I'm very happy to be here. I'm always happy to be among my people, and I tell my people
Okay, that's a break. So I don't know if you heard that, but he essentially said words to the effect of 65%. He talked about moving to Atlanta within the next 6 months, I believe is what he said. The plan was, from what I gathered, was to move the headquarters from Oakland, California, which is where he essentially was from, to Atlanta, Georgia. And that was kind of the plans that they were making, to move to the South where there is this abundance.
I would like to announce that the Black Panther Party is contemplating moving its headquarters, its central headquarters, to Atlanta, Georgia. So nation for the move to Atlanta, Georgia.
Why should the base of the Black Panther Party operation from the West Coast to the Southeast?
So this is the situation. The book is still not there. The book is missing. So far, the court would not stop my trial on the basis that the evidence was in the state's hand and they lost or stolen. Thank you very much.
Okay, so then again, he reiterates, yeah, we're planning on moving the headquarters to Atlanta, Georgia. They did ask why. I'll be honest, that part of him responding, it sounded like he talked about a building being taken or something of that nature. I really didn't get that part as clearly because I'm not looking at it. So that's what's interesting. A lot of these Black Panther videos are like newsreels, and they're just choppy. It's like raw footage. They put them in front of a mic. They got a bunch of people standing around. They ask questions. And if you listen to the questions that they ask, it's almost like they're preemptively trying to suggest to them what they want to hear them say. I've noticed that in a lot of their interviews. It's very prompting. They're prompting them to say a certain thing. They ask questions over and over again in a very prompting way. And, you know,
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Black people, in particular, poor people in general, and who's been doing great work. We invite the community to participate and send their children to our breakfast program that we give at this office every morning. We're also looking forward to working side by side, all of the groups and all of the people who are attempting to make the world a freer place, and Atlanta, Georgia in particular, a freer place. We realize that we haven't accomplish everything because we don't know what that means. So in order for us to progress, we have to keep striving towards freedom. This is somewhat an open-ended press conference. I would like to mention a few people who should be on everyone's mind. Number one is our Chief of Staff, David Hilliard, who's a political prisoner in California. Of course, we have Rochelle McGee, Fleeta Drumgo, and Cloutier, who are the Soledad brothers. They're the two who are left. Of course, George Jackson, who was a Black Panther Party member, was killed not too long ago. Angela Davis was keep the sister our mind, and we must work hard to free Thomas Odo, who received 6 years here in Atlanta, Georgia, this very progressive place for snatching a purse. I wasn't a party member, but we're concerned with justice in general. 6 years of snatching a purse. He was a Vietnam veteran, and we think that that's ridiculous. We question the justice of the court. It seems to be tainted with the kind of racism that's in general here in America. You know that the party has gone through many transitions. We've had many contradictions in our party, and but this is true.
Mr. Newton, you mentioned that you're thinking about bringing the central organization to Atlanta. Any idea of when this would take place, or have you pinpointed a date for this change?
Well, we're considering it.
You seem to be confident that you'll be able to return to the money. Does that mean that you're confident that you'll return?
I'm sure I will. I should definitely have been tried in the first place. I was tried not too long ago where there was a hung jury. I was reversed by the appellate courts, and that was a trial in itself where they released me from prison. So really, I'm going into my fourth trial. And this is very unfair. I feel it's cruel and unusual punishment, but it's typical of the treatment of the victims and people who are political minded, progressive in their actions. It's true that we are subject to that kind of treatment. Correct the crime that has a core someplace else. So I think it's only natural and logical for the liberation movement, the focal point, to be in the South.
What is the program from the party overall?
We have a 10-point program. Generally the oppressor. Blacks have the
of being a victim and not getting their rights. The Black Panther Party is not important in itself. Matter of fact, no organization or party ever changes anything. The most we can do is act as a beacon light or spark that will mobilize the masses of the people who always make the change and make world history. That the Black Panther Party is not important as an organization, just as the Democratic Republican Party or the Ku Klux Klan. They're very unimportant as a group. They are important in respect of being an influence upon people, and they will judge whether they're positive or negative on the basis of how free they make people in general. We're involved in and concerned with man generally. We're objective in our analysis concerning what person, what group is a victim, and generally what person is not, knowing that there's an internal contradiction even in that statement. Nothing is absolute.
The Congressional Committee on
that people will be alienated from us, but people join. So now they'll say that we're not dangerous at all, and they hope that our ranks will fall. This is a hot tip. It says we got it from the wire servers that met us at the airport. I think it's a police report, and it's a kind of thing to set one up for assassination. I'll show it to you after I read it. It says hot tip, exclusive, etc., etc. Huey Newton, accompanied by his brother and a bodyguard, who reportedly travels complete with submachine guns, are expected to fly from San Francisco to New Orleans to hold a rally in Jackson Square. The group will arrive in Dallas on Delta Flight 896 at 6:02. Dave Walker, WWL TV in New Orleans, gave us this info, verified by EB, and then it's crossed out. We are to shoot him. We shoot him for them in return for them shooting for us in New Orleans. WWLB, then there's some code number. They pass us around, and I said that the first place, they know very well that we're always circling to get on the airplane, and how in the world would you take a submachine gun with the metal detectors and all the other security devices? So, judging just from the objective fact, I would say that they're insincere in their statements about us, whether they say we're most dangerous or we're not dangerous at all. I would like to agree with them that we're not dangerous to those who love freedom and justice for all. We're dangerous to those who are against freedom, those who stand for injustice. I think we're dangerous because the truth is dangerous. The truth is certainly dangerous. I was on opium against the Oriental people. They aided in this, and because the Asians did not want to grow the opium. And of course, this country was always motivated by the profit motive. And I'm not convinced that the Nixon administration, Hoover himself, I'm not convinced that they don't condone the big pushers, the big peddlers, the ones who import the narcotics from other countries. We don't have any ships, and we don't have any airplanes in order to get that bulk narcotic into the country. The only person that has is very, very rich, and of course the Nixon clan and those rulers, they're in that circle. So I think the peers of the dope racket would be the ruling circle, and not the people who are victims of the dope. I think the dope is another way to destroy people. And they're not only doing it here. The white racists in South Africa had a policy at one time that no black could drink important. They could put me in the jail now because I wouldn't stand witness to hypocrisy. And the court put me in jail and decided that it wanted to give itself another chance and release me within 2 hours. As far as I was concerned, that we didn't need to have a trial at all because they were not going by the rules of justice. They had stolen evidence, which was a law book that I was carrying when the police attempted to murder me. Suddenly, this law book disappeared. It was dressed in blood and had my name inside. They stole it the first time. They said it was police law book until they opened the court and my name was inside. It was in the streets where the police shot me and where
Hey, Black, I gotta check out around about 2:30. Well, I forget what time is it over there.
Okay, it's like 1:23 here. That's cool.
Oh yeah, okay, 1:30. Yeah, 1:30.
Hey, that was the end of the video too, right there.
Okay, cool. So, just to try to recap, he said a lot in the end. He talked about the drug war, drug transportation, how that all happens. They did ask him, why would you move it there? And then he talked about, freeing Atlanta, freeing the people. I think again, this was a strategic movement that would have developed into a pull to pull more people into the Atlanta, Georgia area, into the southeastern United States. We know the Republic of New Africa was inspired by Malcolm and by the Black Panther Party. So there is some crossover between the two, or the three, in fact, that exists. And so it's very likely that either, and I guess we're going to have to find a direct connection, if we can, between the way the
new. Actually, I do have the connection.
Mm-hmm.
Henry Haywood, the Negro Liberation. If you read that book, I know where the Nation of Islam, Malcolm X, they all got their information from that Negro Liberation book. I mean, it's right there. Henry Haywood. Matter of fact, I wanted to send you that information 6 months ago, but I just forgot to send it to you.
Okay, that sounds really.
If you read that book, it has everything. It's amazing, and it talks about The only thing he doesn't talk about is he also goes into the Black Belt becoming a independent country. He doesn't say anything about taking control of states, but yeah. So to me, everything seemed to go through his book, and it was written in 1936, and it's called the Negro Liberation. Yeah, I land there.
Okay, that's what's up. So he's like one of the. They said he lived from 1898 to 1985. Wow, that was a long life, man. 90 years.
And look, what I like about it, he traveled all over the world. I think he married a Russian lady, and they had a few kids, and it was. So his life, was pretty interesting.
So I wonder if he actually had conversations with Malcolm and others.
He was way before Malcolm. And he spent a lot of time in Russia because he was actually part of the Russian we call it the Communist Party. And the Communist Party was actually giving him information about matter of fact, I think it's the KGB, whatever they were called back in the 30s, right? They were actually came up with this information about Black Americans, the South becoming a independent Black nation. It was really interesting. It's almost like the KGB in Russia actually came up with the idea. And somehow, and then Henry Haywood took on that idea, and he wrote his book, and
yeah, I'm finding. So there's someone called Benjamin Jefferson Davis, who 1903 to 1964, he died fairly young. But he also was a part of the Communist Party of the United States of America, founded in 1919. In 1947, he has this pamphlet that is called The Path of Negro Liberation by Benjamin J. Davis. So this may, I don't know, this may be a shortened down version of what the other brother Haywood may have written, but they actually have this like in a, you know, in a physical version where you could actually read it and look at it. So there's some names in here. And it's crazy because Joseph Stalin's name is in here.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. And I know that, you know, because even Huey talks about Marxism. They were Marxist. They were socialists. He talks about socialism as well. There were these connections, and again, I think that again, you know, when you're dealing with the United States, dealing with the president and their powers that they have.
It hurt the movement.
What's that?
I think when communism and socialist issues were added into the, you know, Black liberation, I think that hurt.
Oh yeah.
Because you know, United States, that's their biggest thing. They are against communism and socialism.
That's what they say. And they use, so it doesn't matter if they're against it or not. They use it as a reason to attack. They you know, because they support the Nazis in Ukraine, even though they're supposed to be anti-Nazi. It's all political and how they want to use it, you know. Oh, this is a Reddit. This is a Reddit about Harry Haywood's plan for an African nation in the United States, the Black Belt Nation circa 1928. They got a map.
Mm-hmm.
They got a map here. Now,
I got my Black American homeland map. You know.
Yeah, so the brother Art, who he posted it, and then I tried to find it because I recognized this post. Like, where the hell is this post at? And I swear this fucking Twitter shit, man. It's hard to find post on here. But I did finally find it again, and I put it in my gallery. So let me pull that up, and then because that map is really, 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 really interesting. See if I got another maps and flags, which would make more sense. Yeah. Okay. So here it is. So this is it's 4 maps. Yeah, I'll stick in the Jumbotron. It's called The Question of Black Autonomy. It's 4 maps. Colored population 1900. And that is just sitting there. Then there's the Randolph proposal, which is Philip Randolph. There's the Briggs-McKay proposal. And there's the Ford proposal, which is James W. Ford. The Briggs-McKay is Cyril Briggs and Claude McKay. And they call theirs the Socialist Republic of New Africa. Now that is very interesting because that sounds like the Republic of New Africa minus the word socialist. You got to think that they got something of that from there. And theirs was essentially from South Carolina over to Louisiana, but it's not based on the state lines as they're drawn. They kind of carved out maybe counties, because they even take a big chunk out of this. Looks like This looks like Alabama or lower Florida. And actually, matter of fact, they go into Florida, and with this map, and then the one above that, the Randolph proposal. He's got his map is crazy. He's got something called Tidewater, Lincoln, Douglas, Louisiana, North Mississippi, New Canaan, and New Orleans. But he wanted to really, and this is, oh wow, this is crazy. I never noticed this. So his goes as far north as Maryland, and I'm gonna say this is a piece of Delaware up here on his Tidewater map that he's got here, and then it jumps over. That's Virginia, I would guess. Kind of lands in South Carolina, Georgia, and then kind of is really weird as it goes further west. He's got a huge chunk of Texas over here. That's New Canaan, And this Tidewater might be more. This might be more Virginia. This Tidewater. Now that I'm looking at it, the Black Belt Autonomous Republic also has that section of. Man, I think that's. Man, let me look at a map because I'm thinking that's Virginia more than it's Maryland.
It probably goes up to the eastern shore, around the eastern shore to Maryland. Maybe it might touch Delaware because Delaware is actually part of the eastern shore.
Yeah, because that's the Chesapeake Bay. I think that's. Let me make sure I can get that right. Yeah, the Chesapeake Bay. So he stays in the one map. It doesn't cross over the Chesapeake Bay, which is where you would get into Delaware. So that does not include Delaware. So that's mainly Virginia. The Tidewater one does have like the southern tip of, which is really more like barrier islands of still Virginia. So that's not far north enough to get to Delaware. So yeah, let me make a quick post. I'll put it up in the jumbo. Matter of fact, I'll put it in purple pill so it'll be there. And then and there's like descriptions.
Yeah, I actually saw every map you mentioned. I saw all those maps, and and they did all the same. They never. I mean, I never understood why they never considered the whole state. Basically, they kind of gerrymander their. Well, of course, what they were doing is taking the supermajority black county out of all of these different states, and we're trying to do a contiguous. I don't know how to say it, but they try to make it contiguous so that all of these black supermajority black counties are border to each other, but it just looks really weird to me. I thought that's why when I looked at those maps, I said, "No, what the best thing to do is just take the whole state."
Yeah, well, that's the only way to do it. That's the only way to do it. Otherwise, you're gonna have to fight a war or something to try to get little bits and pieces and shit. That don't make a whole lot of sense. So I'm gonna read the 4 boxes. So the first box says, following the liberation of the former United States, an issue arose over the status of the Black Belt. So I guess they're talking about the Civil War. Many saw this as an opportunity to achieve self-determination for the Black Belt. These 3 proposals were the most popular among the delegates of the Second Constitutional Convention. The proposals were based on this map using U.S. Census information. Okay, so when was the Second Constitutional Convention? And when was the liberation of the former United States?
That was in the 1780s.
Really? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too. So, what are they? Yeah, because this says color population 1900. So it can't be that. It's got to be something else happened. Did something else happen? A second was this coming out of Reconstruction?
The Reconstruction ended in 1876, 77. Yeah, when they did that agreement with the president, I think the Reconstruction ended in 1876.
1876. So it says these 3 proposals were the most popular amongst the delegates to the Second Constitutional Convention. The proposals were based on this map, U.S. Census information, 1900 U.S. Census map is what they based it on. So that's actually making more sense because they're looking at where the black population is centered, and if you look at that map and then look at what they've outlined, you kind of it makes a lot of sense when you do it in that way. So we got to figure out.
This is before, I was going to add, this is before the Great Migration actually got into full swing. Because that started like 1910.
Right. So what, that was 1910 to 1970. It was 2 30-year periods.
Correct.
Is what I
Yeah.
remember about it. And so at the turn of the century, they were thinking that there's this opportunity to, in fact, develop these black majority areas, states, whatever you want to call it. So I found Second Constitutional Convention on Wikipedia, of course. Let's see what it's talking about
Right.
here.
Now, the one you mentioned that was 1900. That's way before Harry Haywood. So.
Oh yeah. So these people are before Harry Haywood, is what you're saying. In other words.
Right. Because Harry Haywood, he's 1928 to the Negro Liberation came out in 1936, or even 1933. I forget what year.
Okay, so let me see if I can get a date. The initial Constitution article, that was in 1787, 1788. I think that's what you were talking about. This says 3 times in the 20th century, concerted efforts were undertaken by proponents of particular issues to secure the number of applications necessary to summon an Article 5 convention, which is what is currently happening in this century, the 21st century. That's the Constitutional Convention that they're working on. These included conventions to consider amendments to provide for popular elections of U.S. senators, permit states to include factors other than equality of population in drawing state legislative, blah, 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 blah. The campaign for a popularly elected Senate is frequently credited with prodding the Senate to join the House of Representatives in proposing what became the 17th Amendment to the states in 1912. So maybe that's the one that they're keying on. 1912 is where they must be, because this is the one that fits in that timeline. The 17th Amendment in 1912. The United States Constitution established the direct election of United States senators in each state. The amendment supersedes Article 1, Section 3, Clauses 1 and 2 of the United States, under which senators were elected by state legislators. Woo, so that's a huge change, where you go from senators being selected and appointed, like these judges. This is, if we're going to do an article, if we're going to do a convention, we need to make all judges elected on every level. But this was a change from them being selected by the state legislators to them being elected by the citizens. This was in 1912. So there must have been a lot going on around that issue, that made Black Americans believe that coming out of Reconstruction, they had this opportunity, this window opened up where they could, because during a convention, right, everything's open, right? You can change different things, different shit, I guess. Yeah, 1912 Constitutional Convention is right here. Blah 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 blah. Yada. Yeah, I guess I'll take some time to try to create some posts about this, because I never really, I always thought that I just thought that was another map. I don't think I ever really even read the boxes. I'm just looking at the maps and looking at the people, but it looks like this was a sincere effort by the people who did it. So the box on the left row at the bottom says proposed by James W. Ford. And when I looked him up, he's a part of that autonomous black belt thing, where that was by some communists. He was a part of some communist thing. It says proposed by James W. Ford. It called for the creation of a single autonomous republic within the United Communes, constituting a black majority. It was supported by Foster's Syndicate Caucus and Frena's Internationalists, and it was called the Black Belt Autonomous Republic with a C. Proposed by Philip Randolph, which Philip Randolph is like a huge figure in black politics. It called for the creation of several black majority states in the former lands of the southern states. It was supported mainly by the moderates caucus. So he had support for that, which is interesting. Again, his states were New Canaan, North Mississippi, Louisiana, New Orleans, Douglas, Lincoln, and Tidewater. And they were kind of together but separate in just a weird map. But this one is the Briggs-McKay proposal, proposed by Cyril Briggs and Claude McKay. It called for the creation of a fully independent Black majority nation in the South. It was supported by many within the African Blood Brotherhood. I've posted about them before. Socialist Republic of New Africa. So there you go. A bunch of our folks in the early 1900s. Am I in the space? Yeah. Okay. It was trying to get me to reconnect to it. In the early 1900s, who were very, very serious about trying to establish Black majority states. Did I? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that's probably why it was telling me.
Shut a room out, family. Shut a room out. What's good, everybody? On a Saturday, you know what I mean? Like, stay ready. Yo, make sure y'all got your accounts on. Go.
Get your accounts up, folks. Get your accounts up. Get your accounts up. If you want to get your accounts up, get your accounts up.
Homeland books, they are in the Jumbotron. They are in the Jumbotron.
Okay, so I know Black American Homeland said he got to take off and check the YouTuber, and we're all good over there. See what's down here. If anybody posts anything, I can respond to. Nothing here. All good. So I was in a space earlier today. It was I didn't get to listen to all of it. You know, it was a good space. A lot of good people speaking. A lot of information being disseminated back and forth. But I'm going to say this. We're not really moving the needle. If we just be honest with ourselves and take a huge assessment, it's a presidential election year. Most of the energy in the room is going to be sucked out. Most of the oxygen is going to be sucked out of the room with the Trump, Biden, as it heats up, as they start doing debates. And I don't think Biden's going to do more than 2 debates. If he actually does 2, I don't think it'll be more than that. So we're going to just go through this cycle of wars, foreign wars that are going on, illegal immigrants, all the murders that they're committing, all the robberies, all the violence that they're committing in the country. Back and forth, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, Trump, Biden. California is very disappointing at where it stands currently. I know the people there are working. The work's not done. They're going to try their best to pick it up and try to backdoor some cash payments or some other things or whatever. And I wish them nothing but the best with that. Nothing but success. But that did take a lot of oxygen out of the room as well. If we're just being honest with each other about how that situation unfolded. The woman who is the person that they put in the newspapers, I think she's the head of their state assembly. She's a Black woman, but she lives in a district that is like 30% Black or less or something like that. It's a district where she doesn't need the Black vote to win. And so she's likely not going to be that concerned about Black voters, to be quite honest, because she just don't need Black voters to vote to win. And that's always a problem. That's always an issue. And that, be honest, if we're being politically mature, we should really want to be in Black majority districts where there actual are truly Black majority voters that are voting these people in, because then they will have to respond to you as a voting block. They will be brought to the carpet. They will be brought to bear on all local levels in most states, local, county, and maybe even statewide elections, you can recall those people. Thank you, yeah, because even California tried to recall their governor. So most states, every state's going to be different. There may be some states where it's a little more difficult than others, but typically at the state, county, local level, you can recall those people. Federal government, you cannot recall. You can't recall senators. You can't recall U.S. reps. They have to essentially be impeached or recused or whatever it is they do up there. Um, but however, the U.S. reps are only in office for 2 years, so they essentially again must do what the public, the voting bloc, wants them to do because they got a really short window. If they go up there 2 years, 1 year in, they start doing a bunch of weird things, voting for weird stuff, you can simply make it very clear to them that you have somebody that's going to take their place. They no longer speak for you. Make it very, very clear to all concerned parties that this is a rogue individual that does not represent our state, and we do not support them moving forward. And then with multiple states, that actually will become a lot easier to manage, and it'll be more effective. With one state, it's like Delaware, you only got one U.S. rep currently, so you're just going to have to ride it out, but you'll be able to replace them really quickly if they start going rogue. The Senate is different because it's 6 years. You know, that's one of the longest appointments outside of or elected positions outside of judges that get lifetime appointments. So with the senators, you got to you got to be very vigilant. You almost want to have a system in place where you've groomed them up and indoctrinated them up to be in that role, to where you know that they're not going to go rogue, and they live in the community. They are accountable to the community that they live in and work in, and you know that their family goes to school in, and all of those things. It's very important, extremely important. But the Senate is one of the positions that, if we're just going to be honest, they could go rogue, and they could be there for a while. You know, so you that's the one where you do want to be extremely vigilant about who you put in that position, who we vote in that position as a voting bloc. All the rest, you know, I feel very confident that we would be able to hold them accountable, and we would be able to keep them in line as much as we possibly needed to. And even if they ran as a Democrat, or even if they ran as a Republican, it really wouldn't matter, because they're in a different environment. Their election depends on the people, the majority black vote. They're not in a situation where it's a fictional black majority district where they know black people don't have enough votes to actually elect them. So they get all the money from the white folks, they get all the money from the Latino folks, the Hispanics, and they bring contracts and businesses and funding to their communities, because ultimately that's how they're getting elected. So that's, you know, that's kind of where this when I'm in these spaces, people talk about that, but they're talking about it as if we're going to be able to do this scattered across 50 states. And that's just where the reality gets separated from the talking points. That's where reality is no longer real, and you're really delusionally convincing yourself of something that does not exist in reality. This is the psychological operation. And this is where people have got to just say, look, this is the district I live in. Let me look into the numbers. Let me see what percentage of the population they're saying is the black population in this district, whoever the candidate may be, whoever's in office now. And then start looking at, okay, well, that's an interesting raw population number. They say we're 55%. Well, let me think about how many people actually are eligible to vote out of the 55%. That's where you come up with the people who are under 18, and you shave off, I think he said it was 27%. Every district is going to be different, but let's just say 25%. You shave off 25% from 55%, and you're probably down. That's probably taking off about 15, I'll say, So now you're down to 40% of actual voters. You went from 55% of a fictional black majority district. Now you're down to 40% of actual voters. And of that 40%, only 60% are actually going to show up to vote in most nationwide elections. During the midterms, the number goes down to probably half of that. So of the 40%, if 60% show up, you're probably somewhere around 25% that actually show up to vote. And so this is the education and the understanding that we got to have, so that we're not being told something. It sounds good, it feels good, it makes us feel better, it makes us feel like we have control or power, but the reality is that it's not actually happening the way that they're selling it to us, the way that they're telling us that we have this power, that we have this magical swing vote, or we determine elections. Again, there's 100 million people who didn't vote in 2020. There'll likely be at least 80 million. I really believe Trump's going to get 100. He's going to get very close to 100 million, maybe like 99, 98. But I think it's going to be so much higher than it's ever been, because I truly believe that the people in this country are kind of sick and tired of the Democrats' bullshit. And, time will tell, of course. Time will tell if people sit at home. If 100 million people sit at home, that means that the shit is over. Like, the shit is over. It's fucking black majority state or nothing at that point. If 100 million people sit at home, that means they do not give a fuck about anything that happens here anymore. And that's scary. That's a scary thought, because, again, if you work, you got a job, if you have a business, if you make decent money, you can take care of your bills, you can help family out, you're probably going to be okay. You're probably going to have a decent life. But that's probably a 10 to 15, maybe 20%, maybe 25% of the population. 75% of us are not likely to be in that not be able to handle an emergency, like your car breaks down, your roof, there's a tornado or something that damages the roof of your house, and you got to spend $5,000 to $10,000 to get it fixed. Some major calamity that happens in your property or your home, or unfortunately, God forbid, there's some medical event where you can't work for months, which I never thought would happen, but I certainly couldn't work for years. Thank God it happened on the job. I was able to get workman's comp. Had it happened in my personal vehicle, I would have been asked out. I would have been destitute, to be quite honest, lost all my property. I would have lost everything over a 2-year period. And would have had to strategically move everything or lose everything just so I could get the benefits of the system of a person who can no longer, work. So, it's there's a lot of potential negatives that can come out of a situation where 100 million people don't show up to vote and Biden wins re-election. Trump is out on the campaign trail, expressing that he wants to do something for Black Americans. And I think he does understand. I think he would be somebody you could have a lineage conversation with, and he would get it. Because I don't think he really cares for people who are of the immigrant population, to be quite honest, in many different ways. Whereas you can never have the same conversation with Biden and the people around him. That's just my observation of it. So I think Biden would want to help Black Americans, specifically of the lineage, if the proper proposal was delivered to him. We have these Black Republicans in our spaces. They get very weird when they're in white spaces. I'm gonna keep it a bug with you. they get very fucking weird when there's a bunch of white people around. But you know, if you get them to the side, you could have a realistic conversation, seemingly. Um, but you know, that's that whole code switching, and you don't know if these motherfuckers are really on the team or not. It's hard to tell sometimes with some of these folks. I don't really trust anybody who, um, you know, puts on the full clown suit. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know, puts on all the paraphernalia, got all the signs in the yard and flags, and that to me is where you're doing too much. There was a brother, I mean, he was an immigrant, King something. This was back during the first run, and he got really really popular off of that, and then he died, and I don't know why he died. You know, rest in peace, whatever. I know his name was King something, but that dude was just so far over the top. It was cartoonish. And I think as a Black American human being, you got to stay balanced. You got to stay where, you know, you don't get so far over into the ideology that you just start looking like a cartoon character. I think that's a bad place to be, because you can't put your whole trust and faith in these fucking people. I don't care who they are. I don't care what their past is, what their future is. You know, you just can't. You just can't. You just can't. I would really hope people would not do that. I think it's just crazy to me, personally. I found an inner lining of the Harry Haywood guy that's and to Black American Homeland's credit, he turned me on to this guy when we first started connecting on here. He kind of sent me some information about him. So let me read this inner bio, I guess, and then we're only going to get a piece of it. But it says he later fought in the Spanish Civil War in the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. I think this guy was, I don't know. I thought for some reason I thought it said he was born in 1898. It says and played an active role in the campaigns to free the Scottsboro Boys and build the Alabama Sharecroppers Union. On Chicago's South Side, he helped found the National Negro Congress. The author had close personal contact with W.E.B. Du Bois, Paul Robeson, Angelo Herndon, many others. He established himself as a pioneer in the development of a revolutionary view of Black self-determination when he wrote Negro Liberation in 1948. However, a right-wing clique within the party opposed Haywood's views and set out to destroy the communist movement. With knowledge and detail only an insider could provide, the author shows the sharp struggle that ensued and how this clique was finally able to divert the party from its revolutionary path. For refusing to conciliate, Harry Haywood was expelled from the party in 1959. Yet, Black Bolshevik is not a story of bitterness or disillusionment. Haywood ends his autobiography with a thought-provoking analysis of the Black revolt of the 60s and optimistic comments about the future of the Black liberation movement. So it sounds like he was active in the 1960s as well. So that's likely where there is a direct connection to, you know, some of this separation talk and the Republic of New Africa. And finally, the author makes it clear that even at 83 or even at 80 years of age, he is both willing and able to take his stand alongside the new generation of revolutionary fighters. So yeah, so shout out to him, man. He was still active in the latter stages of his life, and really probably likely sounds like he fought all the way to the end. Our slogan, this is Harry Haywood, Black Bolsheviks. So this is another book we probably should read. You know, you got to dissect, because there's going to be a lot of communists, whatever. You got to dissect the information. But he says, our slogan for the U.S. Black Rebellion must be the right of self-determination in the South with full equality throughout the country. to be won through revolutionary alliance with politically conscious, oh God, white workers against the common enemy, U.S. imperialism. See, that's another thing where, again, you put on the clown suit, you put on the whole, it's like, what's the movie? God, I know this is a blackface movie. Robert Downey Jr. in, was it Tropical Thunder, where he tells them, you know, don't ever go full retard or whatever. That's how I kind of look at folks who put on the whole costume. You know, if you got on the hat, cool, great, I get it, no problem. But if you got on the hat, the shirt, pants, the sneakers now, and you got flags, now you got on the whole costume. Now you kind of look like you just went way far over. You kind of look like a clown to me. I got to be honest. I just think it's too much. And I think that this brother, based on that last line, because this is, you hear a lot of this actually reiterated in the Black Panther Party. They were always talking about these white people. Like he even mentioned the Weather Underground. That was a white organization, violent terrorist white organization, domestically violent terrorist organization. They blew up the State Department. They bombed the fucking Pentagon. They did a lot of fucking violence in this country in the 70s. And they were often, the press used them, this violent white, and they were anti-Antifa, anti-fascist. So they were the Antifa of the 1970s, and Antifa, and they were violent. They were violent, extremely violent, and the press was always trying to connect the Black Panther Party to their violence, even though it was a white organization. That was very, it was very methodical, and then they were manipulating the minds of the public, so that even though this violent white group was doing all this insane violence in this country, they would go and interview Black Panther Party members to connect them to that violence. And so when they would attack the Black Panther Party, you know, white society would simply have no concern for it. They would simply accept it as, you know, the government's just taking care of the troublemakers, even though the fucking Black Panther Party had nothing to do with all the violence that these fucking people were doing. And then because they were killing so many of their members, it got to the point where they were literally forced into committing, you know, some of the things that they ultimately ended up doing, but it was more from a position of self-defense than anything else. But you know, those people, they don't care about that shit. They don't care about the hows and whys. The United States is all about creating conditions to push people into a position where they have to go to war. Otherwise, they feel like they may end up being, you know, decimated. They may be wiped out. They push people right to the brink of war. And then, you know, you kind of got to defend yourself. You got to preemptively strike. You got to do what you got to do in order to, you know, save your existence. And that's a tactic. They use that. They put the pressure on, and oftentimes it does break down. It breaks down organizations. People start doing weird shit, and you know, they get caught up. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of these Harry Haywood pictures and images and propaganda. So we're at 2 a.m. I don't have much more. I can go through the Jumbotron really quickly. I would really, if you're not on Funded Socially, please do. We got the $2 per month Black Migration fund. We definitely need people to get involved with that. If we had 10,000 people doing $2 a month, that'd be $20,000 a month. There is a church that is on a land bank list in Delaware that they're selling for $25,000. I do not believe it's going to be there long. I was alerted to the land bank. Well, we've known about it for a while now, but someone said, hey, they put up some new properties about a month ago. When I looked, then this church was not there. Then just a couple of days ago, somebody was like, hey, yo, check this out. And I'm like, oh yeah, we know about that. I go on the page and here sits this church. Now, this church is a church that I stood next to. I looked at when I was in Delaware back in November, and I said, man, this is a beautiful building. It just needs renovated. This is an amazing community asset. And here it is. Boom. Most of the houses in that area that we walked and marched, a lot of those properties end up on this land bank, which is not too surprising because a lot of them were in need of repair. You know, you can just look at them and tell this house needs fixed up, this house needs renovated, that type of thing. And there was some renovation going on in the neighborhood, but renovation leading to gentrification is how you would assume the pattern is, right? But this church is like, wow, man, you know, a beautiful building. It would make a great asset. It would make a keystone, if you will. It would be the perfect starting point to get into the community and work with the folks. 25,000 to purchase, likely. And then, you know, who knows how much in renovations. But, you know, that's just one opportunity. There's other opportunities. There always are opportunities. It's just a matter of having the financial wherewithal as a people group to actually take advantage of the opportunities that present themselves when they present themselves. So, you know, it's just one of those things. If we stay in communion and community, then we would have funds at available for something like this. Now, I know as a community, from listening and being in these spaces and seeing what goes on, we see ourselves as firefighters. There are often fires that erupt out of nowhere. There's a fire here, there's a fire there, there's a fire there, there's a fire there. And as a community, we say, oh, there's a fire here, let's throw some money at it. And sometimes that helps. Sometimes it doesn't. Unfortunately, it's kind of a mixed bag. Most of the time, I believe it does help. I believe it is helpful, but we're just helping, you know, typically individuals in a really bad situation where they've already been through the fire. To be quite honest, they're teetering on the edge of near death, likely, and then people kind of throw a bunch of money in their direction and assistance, and people are willing to fly out and do a bunch of things to try to help those folks, and that's a beautiful thing. However, it would be very beneficial to also do something that's very strategic, that doesn't necessarily present itself as a fire initially, but more or less presents itself as an opportunity to put out future fires. In other words, instead of, because I really feel like we're firefighters without a hose and without water. However, in order to be a firefighter, you got to have a firehouse. You know, that's kind of one of the requirements of being a firefighter is you have some place to store your equipment. And having a community asset such as this church in this community, which is right next to the downtown area, would be an amazing firehouse to put out future fires, if you will, and to establish some type of political presence there and everything else like that. So, excuse me, adding $2 a month to the migration fund would be a wonderful thing. If we had 1,000 people doing it, that's 2,000. We had 10,000, that's 20,000. If from some blessing from the God in the universe, we had 100,000 people putting it, it'd be 200,000 a month. Imagine how many fires you could put out with $200,000 a month in a fund that is really gears towards the migration, but could also help put out fires. Um, it would be a beautiful thing. And $2 a month, for what it's worth, I don't care how poor you are, how you know, bad off financially a person may be, you're not going to miss $2 a month. I mean, that's just, you know, it's kind of ridiculous. Nobody's going to miss basically a quarter a day. Um, and so, you know, it's just one of those things where we are making decisions even when we're not making decisions. We're making choices even when we're not making choices. We are setting ourselves up for success or failure even when we don't think we're setting ourselves up for either or. Um, you know, we actually are. And you know, I've listened to a lot of complaining. I've listened to a lot of strategies. I've listened to a lot of call to actions. I've listened to a lot of really incredible information. And then I've listened to a lot of arguing and back and forthing and bickering and attacks. You know, the brother who's the librarian, as soon as I saw him post a picture of him and his mother and his father, I said, damn, these motherfuckers are going to come after this kid, man. Holy shit. And not even understanding, because he's like he probably has a Peter Pan type of reality, and not the evil Peter Pan that people know about, but the Peter Pan who's like a good wholesome person who just wants to help people. Um, I just said, man, this kid is not aware. He doesn't understand the dangers of the internet and how evil people can be. And this is likely going to be disruptive in his life. And sure enough, within a couple of days, you know, he's like, I'm leaving the library. People are saying that they were doxing his library location and calling up the library and just doing a bunch of just evil shit to the guy. Um, I just, you know, like, dear God, man. You're not going to change that in people.
What story is that?
You know the library guy with the huge afro, who's really always smiling, really nice guy. If you've seen those posts, he had recently got connected with PBS Kids, I believe, and is supposed to do like a web series with them and maybe some other.
From the Jumbotron?
Let me find one of those posts. I'll stick it up there. Yeah, you know, so he's a really just a nice guy, you know, and so people have been like good natured, good hearted people have been posting, reposting all this, you know, whatever. And then you've had people saying, oh, he gives off good energy, but I've sensed darkness within him, and all this crazy shit. Like people projecting their own evil on this guy because he's like, it's like he stepped out of Sesame Street or Zoobly Zoo, if you remember that shit, or the fucking Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Like, but this is who he is. It's like, it's not an act. He's just this is just who this guy is. Just a really nice guy, and people have been I don't know, I guess people, you know, kind of attacked him in a situation. That's just sad. But yeah, let me find it. I'll put it up there real quick. Oh man, library guy.
Yeah, don't ever let nobody attack your dreams. Defend that shit at all costs, man. For real. Yeah, just real quick while you're looking for that. So, we got about 10 people or so in this room. So, with a show of hands, right, and keep your hand up, right? Show of hands. Who willing to help try to go get that church in Delaware? Because $25,000 ain't shit, bro. Niggas spend that shit in a day. Oh man,
it ain't shit.
So
bro.
show of hands. We're willing to try to go help.
Ain't shit, bro.
I know some of y'all on the road at work or whatever, and just, you know, put an emoji up or what, a heart or something, say I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? I know you can't answer the phone and shit, you know what I mean? Right now, right here, right now, it's about 10 people in this room, give or take. Oh, the two anonymous just dropped out, so it's like anonymous now. I got my hand up, and no black majority with it, so that's two people. Oh, the guy said, hey, boo, how you doing? You sitting in the building, knacking. You know what I'm saying? Word up, okay, John. That's four of us. You know what I'm saying? Four people right there. What about the rest of y'all? DL, I know you support. You know what I mean? I'll include you in DL. Give me a thumbs up, brother. Chicago knacker. Oh block. You know what I mean? Mr. John. Mr. Jones, excuse me. Yeah. What about you, second? You know what I mean? Make one thing. What about you? I am the what? You know what I mean? Would you be willing to help try to get that piece of property? Let's see who would it. You know what I mean? 30 seconds. You know what I mean? Yeah, all right, so we got four people. All right. So if just the four of us or the five of us, you know, I know DL will support this. That brother always support. Shout out to Chicago, you know what I mean? House Knackers, you know what I mean? So five of us, you know what I mean? If five of us could go tell five people to say, hey, I need $1 from you. And you ain't even got to really so much explain the reason. Hey, just fam, I just need $1. Bang. There you go. But if you told and put it together, obviously, the mission statement, you know what I'm saying? Because that's why Allah always banging me in the head with, what's the mission statement? You know what I mean? We get a mission statement together and say, hey, look, we want to purchase this property because, you know, this is what we're doing or whatever. And obviously, you know, things would come to churches or religious institutions. Majority of them are 501(c)(3)s. How you do that? You got to have some type of religious exemption. So what's our religion if we're not Christian or Muslim or whatever it is? You know what I mean? Hey, we got to be reparations. We got to be black state affiliated. You know what I'm saying? That's the religion, yo, moving forward. Reparations and black state. So when they challenge you, hey, well, you out here handing out leaflet flyers or whatever, you can't do that without a peddling license. Well, you're violating my First Amendment Constitution, and you also violated my right to practice my religion. You know what I mean? So with that being said, church and state are separate, so you can't even talk to the officer. You know what I'm saying? They be so mad when you want to knock and know the law. Shit is real. Mm-hmm. So while we got folks up here that do legal information, real estate, it's a full cause. So, you know, again, we only got 5 knackers, you know what I'm saying? This is why the title of the room is the title of the room. Can't be scared of being self-funded, you know what I'm saying? Can't be scared if you think, you know, they're going to try to do us like they did our elders and ancestors doing Tulsa and all this other stuff, you know what I mean? You got to be ready to lay down your life for that shit, you know what I mean? Your property, your
that's true, man. Oh, that's true, bro.
Shit. And a lot of us just not. I get it, you know what I'm saying? Shit, who the fuck want to lose their life over a piece of property? But this is what these white folks have been doing. They will massacre you for that shit. It's like we don't understand our own history, yep. You know what I mean? Smallpox the natives out of existence. Killed off the rest of them. You know what I mean? Imported us here. Or enslaved the knackers that was here to kill the tribe. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And forced us to go against each other while they sitting here smoking a fat cigar, taking up all the resources. They did the same thing to the Mexicans. So it's like, if we ain't understanding what has happened to us over the course of 500 years, we just ain't gonna get it. You know what I mean? So with that being said, I guess we got 5 people in on this, and so you know that's a coalition right there. You know what I'm saying? That's a group. It's more than one. You know what I'm saying? So let's go get that property. I'll go get the other 2 people. Hopefully they can come up here and we can discuss that. But go ahead, though.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I guess I can make a post over there about it. Because it's something that, you know, again, I don't think is going to last that long. But again, this is one opportunity, and there'll be another one in the future. But it's just nice to already be in a position so when something happens, you can say, oh, okay, boom, that works.
Well, not even to interrupt you, but you know how it is when you say something, you got to reflect on it. When you say in the future, there will be other opportunities, no, it won't. Because they're not making no new landmass. You feel what I'm saying? Pay attention to the weather. That's why we got the weather world up there on social. California is about to be under. I saw you laughing at that house on the hill and shit. That shit about to do the electric slide, nigga, into the bay and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just one more storm like that come through is over. And I understand that. And I live on the East Coast. I got the studio here in the basement of the house. You know what I'm saying?
Not only that, they got mudslides out there like every year. You hear about freaking mudslides.
You're gonna have a relaxation, you know what I'm saying, electric slide, you know the mud mask and shit.
Oh
you know the ladies know that shit, you know what I mean? Everything gonna be all brand new again. Word up, yo. Brand new. And look, I forgot who was it that we was talking about that actually, like, yo, I'm pretty sure, you know, the natives that were here, which is us, you know what I'm saying? We the Indians knacking, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, told the colonizer, hey, look, don't build on that side of the property. The reason for, you know, it floods over there every year, you know what I mean? You know, don't go way up in the north, you know what I'm saying, over here. You know, you might fucking freeze to death and not even know it, you know what I'm saying? Not even feel it coming and shit, you know what I mean? And there'll be no way for you to get out. But, and then obviously other places like, you know, Louisiana and Texas and Mississippi where they have hurricanes and tornadoes and shit come through there. Tornado Alley, all that, you know, Kansas and shit. Hey, don't go over there, you know what I'm saying? Even though you the new owner at this point, you know what I'm saying? You done took it from us. Don't go over there. Because I'm not going over there, you know what I mean? So when they was delegating, you know, these native tribes, hey, look, you got to resettle and repatriate here on this side of the you know, the landmass. Hey, we can't go here because this happens over here. So there were negotiations of that type. You know what I'm saying? That had to be. You know what I mean? So why do these folks still continue to build where they know they can't build? And then someone else brought up, you know, when you look at historical architecture, at best is what you might have like a 10-story building, right? You know, some of them ancient houses over in China, some of them just like 10 stories or whatever. But that was it, you know what I'm saying? You might have some that might be like some type of temple where, you know, it might reach into the clouds. That's biblical talk, you know what I mean? That don't stand no more. Tower of Babylon, you know what I mean? That's gone, you know what I mean? So maybe some of these skyscrapers around the world are just too fucking heavy, yo. And this is why you having earthquakes and all this other shit, flooding, you know, add it up, man. We'll be here forever talking about this, but go ahead.
Yeah, because the ecosystem, and again, I can't remember who said that, but it was beautiful. The ecosystem that the Europeans and some Asians seem to operate in is they want to control nature. They think they can control nature. That's why you got the Army Corps of Civil Engineers and other, you know, all the scientists and everything else that they study is because they think they can live anywhere. They think they can live on the moon. They think they're going to live on Mars. You know what I mean? Like they want to conquer nature. They don't want to live in an ecosystem, which is where you live within nature. They want to control nature. So, you know, it is what it is, man. If these people were no longer on the planet would actually balance itself because all the other people are going to live within the ecosystem of the planet and not produce millions of waste and toxic poisons and everything else like that because it's just not healthy. Like, you know, figure it out. Holy shit. You know, there were those ancient cultures that existed and they weren't producing the poisonous waste that these people produce. So, and I think I came across a post where they said Wyoming has some of the largest lithium rare earth metal deposits on the planet Earth. So, you know, that's actually pretty interesting considering Wyoming is one of the leastly populated states in America, and it's huge. I mean, and most of it's controlled by the federal government already. So, yeah, it's probably going to be a boom of wealth out there. It's majority white. I think it's like 1 or 2% black, if that. So, you know, they keep keep amassing wealth, unfortunately, and we just simply can't seem to do or get in position to do anything like that. It's kind of weighs on you after a while if you keep thinking about this shit. That's why, I've been taking breaks away from it a little bit just to get my mind um, elevated and everything, because I just don't. Even though I know that there's a path, I don't think the path we're on leads to a light at the end of the tunnel. I just kind of think it just keeps going on and on and on and on and never stops perpetually. But that's just the way I see it. Hopefully I'm wrong, and things do. Hopefully Trump gets in office. He deports 20 million people. He takes the Ukrainian money and gives it to Black Americans, either through the Platinum Plan or through some other plan that they come up with, call it something different. It gets pushed through Congress. He signs it. And we have this beautiful Black Renaissance that we've all deserved and been kind of anticipating and working towards. I do want to say this: when I say Harry Haywood knows W.E. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass was alive during that time. So many of these people, Booker T. Washington, like these are the giants of Black American lineage, intelligence. There's so many more that we don't even know their names, that were doing big things, that became millionaires, in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And yet and still people will convince themselves that if they read a few books, they research a few websites, and it could be thousands, it could be tens of thousands of books and tens of thousands of websites. They can amass all this information in their minds and heads. They start an organization that now they know better than all of these people who came before us. That to me is a little frightening. I think that's something that people should pay a little bit more attention to, because when you go back and actually read what our people said and what they actually thought and what they were dealing with, it really hasn't changed much. Like the talking points are essentially the same. Yeah, shit hasn't really changed that much. It's just, I don't know why we think that if we do something different, it'll change things, or if we do the same thing, that it will change things. Because I think we're doing the same things. I think we just either don't realize it or recognize it or understand it. I'm actually surprised how many times I'll go and watch an old video, like him talking about the drugs being brought in to the community, planes, boats, trains. We don't know. That's stuff I put in my book. Now, had I heard it before that? Possibly. But I often hear things that I put into that book or that I've posted somewhere that I hear when I go back and listen or read something that's like 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 years old. It's the same exact information that they knew and understood then. They were hopeful then, as we are hopeful today. They thought that they could work to change it within the system. The others said, "Hey, yo, we need these states. We need these states," and nobody really participated in it in large numbers. Nobody wanted to make that happen. Is there something in our population that we refuse to govern ourselves? We refuse to put ourselves in a position where we have to take full responsibility for every single thing in our existence. Is it like almost like a child who won't leave the house no matter how old they are? They could graduated high school, went to college, went to a trade school, got a trade school degree, went back to school, went to college, got their bachelor degree, then went back to school to get their master's, but they're still living at home. Is that the kind of situation that we are in?
Yes.
Yeah. Probably. Unfortunately. Oh God. Yeah.
Hey, bro. I don't even have the highest of doctorate degrees on my wall. You know what I'm saying? I got some shit up there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in debt because of it. I graduated school, my first music school, and this is why I never went back to actually go get my PhDs and all this other shit in music. You know what I'm saying? Which that was the plan over the course of my lifetime. You know what I mean? And sometimes I wish I would have just said, gave myself the advice trying to give HBK earlier. Yo, don't worry about all that. Just go do the shit. You might curse some debt, but I guess I'm glad I didn't listen to myself, because I probably would have been 100,000 in the hole easy. Student loan debt, bro. You know what I'm saying? I graduated 1 year before the recession hit, 08, and Obama came into office. You know what I mean? And even though I was working and all that other stuff, not no slouch, not lazy, according to these illegal immigrants in Chicago, you lazy black majority. You know what I'm saying? You lazy, probably no more money for you, pig ice. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I just watched a video last night about how the economics is in America and how you make money, or the cost of living and shit versus your income coming in. So even though you work 40, 50 hours, 100 hours a week, whatever it is you're doing to make money, that shit ain't gonna never be enough in America, yo. They have systematically worked this shit out for you to not really make it unless you get in somewhere, or you get educated somewhere, or you got a specific skill set. That's the only way you're gonna get it. Otherwise, you at McDonald's and all these other places, yo. Music business don't make no money, yo. The hardest nigga in your hood got bars and shit, but he's broke. Make this shit make sense, man. But I spent the last decade of my life no job, but I was selling music though. See what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, that shit ain't gonna never change, bro. It's gonna always remain the same until the 100% of us get the understanding. Hey, look, nigga, it don't matter if you make $500 a month or $500,000 a month. One fuck up, it's over, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Look what they did to Bill Cosby. Look what they do to you at the job. How many race-based EEOC cases have you heard of that just never went forward, moving on to the next step of filing a lawsuit? Paperwork get thrown in the trash. Oh, it only happened to you. It ain't really racist. Damn, for real. Hey, what's your thoughts on Elon not paying the pie lady, yo? What is it, like $15K in lost wages?
Wow.
Supposed to be for Tesla celebrating Black History Month. You know what I'm saying? But they made $15,000 in pot orders and shit. The lady put all the money up funding for herself, and that's where that she fucked up at. You're supposed to got at least half of that up front. You want this and you want it in a rush too? No, I need 10K deposit. It's Tesla. I got the money. So even if you cancel, it didn't look so bad. Now you in the hole, complaining about it. See what I'm saying? You gotta get your paper up front sometimes, man. So with that being said, what's your thoughts on Elon not paying the pot though? You know what I mean?
Yeah, she got a suit because they put the order in, and she did the work, and then their cancellation. Now some places have like a cancellation fee and all that, but I think that's a significant amount that she's got to go to either small claims court or get an attorney if it's not high enough. I saw that. I think what News Toter posted that? It was a little grainy, but
yeah,
I'm just like, damn, that would seem odd. Like, did a Tesla office do it, or did Elon Musk himself do it? That's where I was like,
No, yeah, that's somebody in the back office. He don't make them type of decisions. That's right. HR and human resources and shit. You know what I mean?
Now here's the other question: do you think it was a like a dox or a troll or a prank type situation? You know what I'm saying? Somebody spoofed their number, called in this big ass order, and then left her like kind of because that is a tactic of degenerates to try to destroy black businesses, call in big orders, do all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, again, this is why you need to be in the streets, my brother.
Yeah.
Get your money up front, because you smoke all the weed up and you ain't got my money. Well, hey, look, the real nigga ain't trying to hear that. Biggie done told you, nigga, 10 crack commandments. If you ain't got no clientele, say hell no, because they gonna want their money when ain't say hell no. Follow these rules, you'll have mad bread to break up. If not, 24 years on the wake up. You see what I'm saying? This shit has already been written for us to understand this shit, yo. That's why I be quiet, man. I'm reading my mic right now.
Yeah, Too Short say, I'm gonna give you this pack. You owe me a G. I'm gonna give you a week. And he's like, I knew right then I couldn't sell that dope. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Damn, you ain't gonna give me a week and shit. I'm trying to get my customers up and shit. I know it's things out here, but damn, that don't mean they know me like that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know them. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Yeah, because in the O ain't no Schultz. Like, oh, I love Too Short, man. Too Short, for what it's worth, to me is like he's definitely in the top 10, maybe in the top 5, just depending on what I'm in the mood for. But in that lane, he's the top in that lane. But you know, yeah, that's crazy, man. You can't, you know, because I had the restaurant and we had different apps. So when people would order through the app basically would guarantee the money once a certain amount of time expired, because they know you're making this, they would charge it through no matter what. You know, it kind of is what it is. But I would never, there was something called Eat Street, and that was like a catering app. So you would get the money, you know, because they, again, if someone canceled, that's not on the fault of the restaurant that's making the food. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Hey, again, get your money up front, man. For real. And I know that's hard to do sometimes and shit, you know what I mean? But something like that, you got to be a little bit more attentive, I guess, you know what I'm saying? And then the other thing is, too, like you said, where everything being app-based, why didn't they, you know, you would think of something like Tesla, they were like, you know, if the way, you know, e-commerce is set up, bro, you know what I'm saying? It's laid out for you to pick and choose what you need, Amazon, order what you need, and get it shipped to you. So Tesla could have just kept it simple. You feel what I'm saying? Instead of making a call. But obviously, you know, I guess everything surrounding Black History Month, they're trying to, you know, work with the company and shit. That could be too. And I agree with you on the doxing, but I doubt it. You know what I'm saying? I doubt it, because Tesla ain't came out yet and said, in defense, we didn't even order the shit.
Yeah, we don't know what the fuck.
See what I'm saying?
We don't know what you're talking about.
That wasn't us. You know what I mean? So now you go get a lawyer and take these jokers to court. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, take them to court. So, but if you know, you get the lawyer, you get the attorney fees. Maybe you get some type of what they call it? You can get pain and suffering.
Yeah, pain and suffering. Yep, let's go.
Yeah.
And look, to a business, you know, a restaurant, you know, you lose money. You know, food is meant to be sold. At this point in human life, you know what I'm saying? It's free if you grow your own shit, though, but you cook it yourself, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, food has been sold for having a day now, you know what I mean? So, yeah, you know, you can't have no losses on that shit. Ever.
Yeah, I've been posting over Funded Socially, all those farmer joints, you know. Man, that's a beautiful thing, you know, and it's that shit is complicated. Like you turn yourself into an expert, but you almost gotta be an expert, you know, once you get so big with that farming thing. But some of them videos, people are, you know, they just got a little space. They don't got acres, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, the hydroponic videos. So yeah, I saw those. But hey, look, check it out. Speaking of degrees, that's one of the many ones I got on the wall. I'm a landscape agriculturist, horticulturalist by trade. I could go and do the same shit, bro. But the only difference is where old boy was saying they got the I don't know if you saw my reply or whatever. He got the tilapia in the tank, and tilapia is not a good fish. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. But any fish could still do the same filtration, fertilization. You know what I mean? wouldn't matter. You know what I mean? You get a bunch of goldfish in there, they'll do the same shit. You know what I mean? So as long as they use in the bathroom, you're gonna get your food nutrients for the plants. You know what I mean? And obviously, when he said like, you know, yeah, we can agree on like, you know, utilize your space, you know, whatever. But the way things are now with hydroponic techniques, we ain't even got space. Is not even a thought. You feel what I'm saying? We go gorilla growers, bro. Gorilla growers, bro. Double G's, bro. You know what I'm saying? We growing this shit in mass bulk, bro. You know what I'm saying? And it's all a fresh product, yeah. Hydroponics, bro. There's different techniques. You know what I mean? You know, you got your aquaculture, water culture, bubble ponics, ebb and flow. You feel what I'm saying? Net nutrient. There's so many techniques surrounding hydroponics. The original hydroponics, y'all already know what it is. It's grandma with her vase on a kitchen table, and it's just nothing but water in there. And that plant been there for 30 years, just chilling. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? In the water. Grandma fill it up. You know what I mean? Every so often, shit. Top it back off. This shit is simple, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like I be saying, bro. It ain't nothing new under the sun. We just gotta find a way to put color to a new wheel. That's all it is, bro. And we get paid. I done made money every time. There you go.
Yeah, I think he chose that fish because they actually eat the fish, and I think it's something to do with their you know, maybe their cycle or whatever.
I was saying that tilapia ain't good because you ever did your research on tilapia, you know, if you eat seafood or not.
Yeah, so I did. So after I watched that video, I came across videos that are like the myths about tilapia. So most of what it was saying was that it is a natural, because I've always heard it wasn't a real fish, but no, they said, yeah, it is actually a real fish. It's been domesticated, so it's changed in from what it looks like in the wild. But they were essentially giving it pretty decent reviews, like nothing negative. Because I like salmon, I like trout because it's like a buttery sweetness to it. You know, I like whiting. Whiting's really, really good. Cod is good. Yeah. So catfish, yeah. You know, I try to avoid fish that got like a lot of spiny bones, really tiny bones in it. But yeah, I mean tilapia, it is what it is.
You don't eat porkies, bro? Come on, son, you ain't black.
No, what's porkies? Porky? What's porkies? What? What's porkies? You said porkies?
Yeah, you don't eat porkies, bro?
No, what's that? I never heard of that.
That's fish, bro. You've had it before. It's a spiny, bony fish, and you can only eat it by like, you know, separating like pulled pork, pulling it off.
Oh,
look it up, porkies. Porgies, I believe it's spelled.
Yeah, I can tell you I never ate that. I can tell you that. No, yeah, porgies. I never ate that shit.
When they fry, yo, oh my God, those shits is fire, yo. I got another one for you. That bass of fish, you know what I'm saying? Now, back to the tilapia thing, you know what I'm saying? It is a real fish, but, you know, like you said, it's been domesticated, so it's been, you know, the genetics of these fish, they've been farm raised on what they call, what's the new technique they got it? Ocean farming or whatever, where it's still the same thing. You got them go, they in the ocean, and they're growing naturally, but they're still caged off from the rest of the ocean. You know, they might have a casted metal cage or net that's like, you know, 5 football fields and shit. You know what I'm saying? In the ocean. This is where a lot of your fish comes from, how they were able to catch a lot of and germinate fish now. So, you know, one person was right about doing this and tried and attempted to do it in Detroit, but didn't work out for whatever the reason. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Claude Anderson, he had that fishery. You know what I'm saying? And it didn't work out. Who knows? Was maybe he put it in the wrong spot. Detroit wasn't the right spot. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what it was. People don't really like fish up there. I don't know. You know what I mean? But if you would have brought that same fishery to fucking Baltimore, the harbor, that should have been here to this day. You know what I'm saying? The wharf in D.C., you know what I'm saying? One of these Jersey Shore areas and shit, you know what I'm saying? somewhere where the water and people actually like Maine, Boston. That was Florida. He'd be the shit. I think he just put it in the wrong spot, but I could be wrong. The Detroit folks really love fish like that. Seafood, you see what I'm saying? I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise, why didn't it work? See what I'm saying? Especially with all the knowledge of understanding Dr. Claude got. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go out on a limb because I know with the aquaponics situation, it had to be a freshwater fish, right? And I got to assume up there in the lakes it's freshwater versus saltwater fish out in the Atlantic Ocean or whatever. I don't know if the Chesapeake Bay, I don't know if it gets fresh water up in there like that, Delaware Bay. I got to assume it's salty, and then maybe something happens where it becomes fresh water, because both of those bays do. I think they are the source for freshwater rivers that come up out of both of those, right? I guess you would have to know if the water's moving into the Atlantic Ocean or if it's coming out of the Atlantic Ocean. But at any rate, I think if you're going to do the aquaponics thing, you're going to need freshwater fish, because the water has to eventually feed the plants, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, not necessarily. You know what I'm saying? Because you could create salt water, you know what I'm saying, with salt tags. The same pool tablets they put in the pools, that's concentrated salt. You know what I'm saying? From the ocean. So I don't think there's a difference, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen people who got oh boy, he got his in the backyard. I've seen people who have the same setup, but actually in the fucking house. You know what I'm saying? And they growing everything. They even got shellfish in there, crabs, lobster. You feel what I'm saying? And obviously lobsters are salt water and fresh water, I guess. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but here's the problem, because you got it again. The water in that filtration system is just taking out the poop and the piss, I guess. But then it's feeding the
filtration pump. Yeah, that's a basic filtration pump. When you're dealing with hydroponics, you got 9 times out of 10 you gotta have a pump. But there are methods that if you design it on specific angles and let the water, which is pretty much ebb and flow. Look up ebb and flow, EBB and flow. You know what I'm saying? The acronym thing or whatever, symbol or whatever, and flow or whatever it's called, ampersand or whatever it's called. You know what I mean? Ebb and flow. So that's a hydroponic technique. You see what I'm saying? And it doesn't use any type of pumps really like that. And matter of fact, some people may call it table ponics or table culture or whatever. You know what I mean? Because it's in a table bed 9 times out of 10. But I've seen different ebb and flow where they use rock wool bags and other basic hydroponic buckets, but set it up in an ebb and flow design. You see what I'm saying? So the water will naturally run its course and run back up, because you could push gravity up without electricity. You know what I'm saying? Just got to tilt whatever the reservoir is back the other way. So the basic plunger, like in the toilet, the float valve, when his water get low, the float valve go down, water will drain into the reservoir, and then obviously will drain into the table and shit. You see what I'm saying? But
yeah, but so here's the thing, because from watching that video, it was that the water feeds the plants, and so I mean, unless you got plants that grow in salt water, you'd probably have to have a whole different setup as far as the plant. You know what I mean? Because again, he essentially created an ecosystem that was where he didn't have to keep putting water in it.
Be salty because of 2 things, and I'm gonna tell you this for one reason. You could have you probably don't remember when he said this, or maybe that was another video I wound up watching after that. But yeah, it was another video. I think it's the one you still posted up there with the chick got she's selling the llama doodle. or the alpaca doodle or whatever I think it was. So you take that for instance, right? NPK, that's what she spoke about. NPK, that's elemental code for nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. You feel what I'm saying? All those elements are they're like salt. You feel what I'm saying? So too much of either one of them can harm you naturally too, and this is a natural thing. You know what I mean? So all you will have to do, and this is what you're going to have to do anyway, you're going to have to test your soil for NPK levels. So if you got too much N, nitrogen, that will cause your plants to rot, get root burn. You ever see white like film on a plant, like on a leaf? That's the nitrogen, too much nitrogen. And when it turns brown, it's not enough nitrogen maybe. You see what I'm saying? When it starts to wither, not enough phosphorus or potassium. Your internal gut health works the exact same way, off the exact same structure. Chlorophyll, you know what I'm saying? The plants do their own thing naturally. They get energy from the sun, and obviously everything going in the ground. But what you got to understand about hydroponics, there is usually no soil. No soil. Might have a medium rocks. Like rock wool and what the hell they call them shits? Rock wool and rock pellets. I forgot the name of it though. That's a medium, but it's not dirt still. So you wouldn't even have to worry about that. The only thing you still will have to worry about is the NPK levels and all the chemical levels that go across, your fertilizer periodical table. You feel what I'm saying? Scientifically, your horticulture periodical table. It has its own, not to say its own, but it's just based off science. So with that being said, you're dealing with strictly just liquid for the most part. So this is where the runoff comes from. So by the time that runs off, you got to understand, he has a water pump there. So the pump also has a filter prior to, just like any your basic faucet or whatever. It's that little ring up under there, that metal cage, that's a filter. You know what I'm saying? All pumps that has to deal with anything liquid more or less has a filter to keep any sediment, you know what I'm saying, or heavy solids going through the pump, and it won't damage the pump. You see what I'm saying? So all those plants are getting in reality is what we call now a tea bath. A tea bath. So it's whatever the doodle has been done, soaked in the water, or the fish. You know what I'm saying? Because every so often you got to clean that fish tank out. You just can't let them keep growing in there. You know what I'm saying? It has to be cleaned, redone, reset. Every so often and shit. You know what I mean? So once you got to get in there and clean that out, just like a dog cage or something and shit. So all the plants are really getting, it's like a strained version, you know what I'm saying, of the sediments, and it's been soaking in water, just like a tea bag, it soaks up, and then just go straight through the pump like that, and come out as liquid and shit. But it got the nutrients in there, you know what I mean, of the tea or whatever, you know what I mean, which is, in this case, doodle, you know what I'm saying? You feel me, you know what I mean? So it ain't really nothing to worry about. This is why hydroponics is so fire, bro. And it's like really the best method to grow food, especially for us city dwellers. But me, I want some gorilla growing shit. You know what I'm saying? I want to mass produce. So if you look up like industrial scale hydroponics, there's a spot right here in Newark, New Jersey. I can't think of the name of the company, but they converted one of these old manufacturing plants into a hydroponic facility. So most of our vegetables that we have here in New Jersey, or even throughout the tri-state, because I know for a fact that that same company make their own deliveries and they go to New York and all that other shit, PA, because I tried to get a job with them back in the day. And they still here. Look up like hydroponic company and shit that grows food. They down on I think Ferry Street in Newark or whatever. So it could be done, you know what I'm saying? On any type of scale, you know what I mean? Any scale, big, small, 1 foot by 1 foot, all the way up to 100,000 feet by whatever, or acres, acres, whatever how you want to count the map of the land. You know what I mean? It could be done, bro. So also, like I said, the method, like what I said, like tilapia, because like you said, they genetically been domesticated in this way. It's like, I don't know. I don't think that's a good fish in my opinion. You know what I mean? but they do, any fish will give you the same results T-wise, because all you're doing is looking for the poop. You know what I'm saying? But I think I would rather get poop from a more decent fish we normally not domesticate, but it's more wild caught, I guess, like a salmon. You feel what I'm saying? You know, and try to do it like that. You know, catch some salmon from the wild, get them sent in live, and put them in your tank. You know what I'm saying? Let them do what they got to do for a year or whatever the case be, and, you know, go and eat them after that. You know what I'm saying? Real rap, go ahead.
Okay, we got G-Beck coming up. Let's see, G-Beck. Yeah, there's some folks there. Okay, cool. Let's get G-Beck up here to speak. I was looking on my page and I found this map. I wanted Black American.
G-Beck, I don't know what's up with your phone, fam. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I wanted Black American. I'm gonna look at this map.
Man, what's good? What's good with you, brother? What's good, man? Absolutely. Everything you said, man, I vouch for that shit, brother. Word up. Especially, man, shout out to Jerbs for that shit. You know what I mean? And but I just the title, who some scary ass niggas, man? Who the scary ass niggas, man?
Well, you made it up here, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. You know, we gotta set an example for them scary ass niggas, man. Cause we coming at this time, we gonna need them. We gonna need them, man. So we gotta set a better example for the scary ass niggas, man. You know, we gotta start taking shit accountable for who you see. You know what I mean? Hopefully people able to look in the mirror and see who they is and shit. You know what I mean? Then we could tell the scary ass niggas some good shit, man. Cause we gonna need all of us, bro.
Facts.
Yeah, so man, I just see spaces. I see people talking in spaces a little bit. I don't go in a lot of spaces anymore, but I see comments that are either anti-Black majority state migration, which is the most comprehensive, powerful thing we can do as a people, or just some other thing that people say where they say, oh, the Democrats are not going to let you do that, or the Republicans won't let you do that, or white people are not going to let you do that. Or it's always how something out there is going to stop Black people from doing what Black people need to do in any area of life. I'm kind of had my feel of people using that as an excuse. I'm kind of tired of it, you know. So,
and that's understandable, brother. Everybody tired of that, man. Everybody tired of that. But they go down on what you gonna do, or you gonna be militant and stay on your square. And you know that shit could change people too. You know what I mean? It ain't all about changing people though, but it's just showing a good example. That's what it be, you know what I mean?
Hey, bro, I was talking to a cat I know about reparations one day. This motherfucker called me militant, yep. I said, damn, I'm talking about reparations. You acting like I'm trying to go harm somebody or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, when you say we need those people too, yeah, but it's like they don't care to learn or want to understand. So what's the solution for that?
I mean, then, you know, you just play your part, yo. They gonna find out that, you know what I mean? Come on, man. Y'all know that the real people is gonna make it and the people that's not gonna make it. If they don't want to hear it, then, man, that's, you know, that's on them, yo. That's not on you. What's on you is to make sure, you know what I'm saying? At least you try to tell some shit, cause, yeah, man, y'all don't believe we all gonna need each other and shit, man. Man.
That's why we up here pre-planning, but go ahead.
Yeah, I know, brother. I know. I be listening. That's why, you know what I mean? Man, salute to all y'all brothers, sisters, and you know what I mean? I know.
Yeah, salute. And I agree. I mean, lead by example. That is very, very, very necessarily vitally important. And it's kind of like you can't put the cart before the horse, but you also need the cart and the horse. So you need the driver, so it's kind of like you kind of got to do everything at the same time, in order to bring as many people along with you as you can. But unfortunately, here's the reality of it. 10% of the people do the work, 90% of the people never actually do the work. So you can't allow yourself to get in the mindset of thinking that a lot of people are going to actually do the work. You kind of got to accept the fact that 1 out of 10 will do the work. And that's just the law of averages in life. But that's kind of where we're at. So, there's going to be a lot of no's, or a lot of people who simply don't understand or get all the information. And was the thing that I wanted to say, is that God, for those who believe in God and the universe, God doesn't always give people the opportunity to know what others know. Whether that's keeping people in darkness and giving some people light, or however you think about that. Not everybody's meant to know everything. Not everybody's meant to understand everything. People develop different understanding over time. And so I believe there's this spell, and I mean that in the way that a spell is, casting a spell. It just feels like there's been a spell cast over our population that kind of keeps us where we are. And some people, and this may be a matrix analogy, where some people are able to wake up out of the matrix, out of the dream world, and actually see things for as they are, not as we hope them to be. And that's usually the people that we're interacting with on the app, in spaces and comments. And I see more and more people popping their head up and kind of acknowledging what's actually happening. And so that's a good thing. It's very positive. But, there's tens of thousands of people coming into this country every single day. So I don't know if we're waking up fast enough for us to actually be able to do something to change things. The good thing is those people are not coming to where we want to go yet. And so hopefully it stays that way. But people want to stay and fight, which could be a problem. People wanting to stay and fight in Wisconsin and Minnesota and even Michigan, to be quite honest, is not going to actually be productive for the future. People wanting to stay in places where we always had these populations. Well, guess what? Before the Great Migration out of the southeastern United States, we didn't have huge populations in Michigan and Illinois and Wisconsin and Minnesota and California, for that matter. So, we're kind of living in a reality that was created for us by our ancestors, and they fought the whole entire time. They were being, killed and slaughtered and discriminated against. It's been a fight the whole entire time. And all I'm saying is why stay and fight another 50 to 100 years? Why not do the rational thing, which is build up our numbers so that we actually get some power, and then we can actually change what's going on around us for our people, for our children, for our grandchildren. Staying and fighting sounds good, but how much fighting are most of the people doing? It's usually a handful of people that are really, really fighting. Everybody else is just oblivious. They have no awareness as to what's going on. And so I don't believe we're actually staying and fighting. I think we're just staying. And that can't really work out. over time, that's not going to be beneficial.
That shit start with you, brother. It start with you. You the host of the space. That shit start with you, man. You know what I mean? And then everything it's gonna go how it's supposed to be. You know, man, a lot of people gonna die for this. You know? A lot of people gonna die to get what we need to get to, man. But it start with you. You gotta have that understanding in you, yo. And once your light shine bright as a motherfucker, everybody gonna see that shit, yo. Don't be worried about what everybody else doing. You know what I'm saying? What everybody else doing, yeah, they gonna have to figure out to find that light too. But just make sure what you do, yo, that you got your light shining, yo, and that shit'll bring some people home. And it's tough to do it. You gotta do it every day, yo, every day. Every day. This shit matters. Cause like you said, brother, that's, man, our children, yo, the young ones we love and shit, yo, they gonna have to figure this out. And hopefully we gave them some good knowledge to help them figure this out, man. Cause them crackers ain't playing fair. You worried about who coming in the country, immigrants and all that, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. The problem always been the cracker. We got to get together, man. We gotta figure that shit out. You know, humble yourself, and you know what I'm saying, and you know, live the shit you talk. Yo, you got all that knowledge, yo. Live that shit. Live that shit, yo. The way you live it is more important than how you talk it. My bad talking that, but I agree with you, brother. Black, I agree with you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I agree with that sentiment too. Just being the example, taking time. It's likely something that's going to take some years. I mean, I've been at it for a few years already, but it's going to take more time. That's all, you know. And I've dedicated to at least get to a decade. That'll be 2028. And just see what I can do with a decade of my life, you know, in this battle. You know, as long as things continue to move forward and people continue to kind of get the information, like I said, I've seen a lot more people talking about it. People are telling me all the time that people are talking about it. So that's certainly a blessing. And you know, just keep pushing. Eventually we'll get there. I know moving, whether Mississippi or Delaware, doesn't matter. I think people will show up for that. And you get a dozen people together. That's a small army, in my opinion. And I think you can do a lot of damage politically to change things with a nice core group of people. So, yeah, that's what we got to do. That's what we're going to do. And I just really, with this title, definitely need to get some steam off about the folks who just simply don't, who just make excuses. You know, that's just one of the things that I think is.
But Black, we all scared, Black. That's why you're scary ass niggas, yo. Come on, man. Don't be trying to expose, you know what I'm saying, our people and shit. Yo, we all scary, man. We all scary. If we weren't scary, yo, man, we wouldn't be worried about a cop pulling us over. We wouldn't be worried about, you know what I mean, all this other bullshit. You know what I mean? We all scary ass niggas, man. So you can't point out a group of, you know what I mean? You gotta live that shit, yo. You gotta live that shit to show why that it's nothing to be. Fear is a mind state. We can't be scared no more. You know what I mean? We all that shit, Black. We all that shit, Black. We that shit. You know what I mean? We control the world.
So to call out some, you know what I mean? We might need them scary ass niggas because we all scared. Scared bring out some good shit too. Being scared bring out some good shit too.
You remind me of something Kobe said. I'm gonna find a clip. Let's let MF Kush go. I'm gonna play the Kobe clip about fear. It's actually a really, I mean, I love every clip that I can find from Kobe at this point, but he's got some good ones on that topic. You got it, Miss MF Kush.
Hey y'all, peace, power, reparations. Afternoon rising, everybody. So look, I am gonna say this. What's up, G-Bag? Listen, I just need people who are scared.
Oh, you cheating on me, so took me wrong nigga.
Oh, my bad, DJ. You
said like that shit right, Kush. You said it right. You said what?
You always got good credit. Y'all always smell like good credit, good deodorant here. You know, look, I have an issue with people who are scared to like make moves, and I don't think people kind of understand that it's really up to you as a Black American to start making moves and start making things shake. Right? Nobody else is going to make things shake for us except for us, right? Nobody knows the needs of our community better than us, and that's just really what it is, right? I can't trust no governor or no mayor to create a job for me or no president create a job for me in my community. It's up for me to do that, right? It's up for us to become that resource that a lot of our fellow Black Americans need to have. Like for instance, I don't know, like, okay, so y'all know I've been doing this Black business thing, right? And my thing of, if you know that you support a Black business in general, you know that you are not only feeding a family, but you're creating job opportunities for other Black Americans as well. And that's my point. It's us taking charge. I know that in some cases, like we're not able to take charge in some ways. We don't control the media, so we don't control how we're being perceived in the media. That's just what it is. But we still have an opportunity and still can make a way to change how we're perceived and advocate for ourselves how we want to be advocated as a community.
That's fine.
It's just, look, if you're scared, then just step out the way and have reality. If you're not willing to go ahead and get your hands dirty, then just step out the way and let the people that are willing to do so do that. Because the people that are doing it are the same ones that are out there fighting for you in some way, shape, or form. But also understand this, that all hands are always going to be needed on deck. That's just it, and that's all. So if you're serious about the repair of our community, if you're serious about making resources for our future generations, if you're serious even about establishing generational wealth right within your own family, you have to get out there and move. I cannot do it for you. I can only do what I can do and contribute the way that I can. And that's just kind of what it is. But it's not just a one-person situation. It's everybody that's needed, because everybody's families at the end of it is going to be affected by it. So, don't be scared. Be who you are. Be honest and understand that you hold some kind of power. You hold power to the point that people want to emulate who you are. They want to be who you are. They try to act like who you are. They even damn near got it to a point where they feel like they can dress who you are, because that's how awesome you are. So, yeah, don't ever forget how great you are as a Black American, and don't forget where your ass come from. Get your ass out there and go fight. Don't be scared.
Whoop. I love that. Yeah, definitely don't be scared, man. Death is promised, you know. At the end of the day, I was thinking about back in my younger years when there was no fear of the police or getting pulled over or any of that. Like, when I was 16, 15, I would have fucking been in Delaware, to be quite honest. Being 16 or 15, there might not have been much that I could have done, but I certainly would have already been there. And fear is not what's holding me back. It's just responsibility and some personal business situations that I got going on. But I do plan to make the move and then see who is able to add to what I'm trying to do there. And I will be there at least until 2028, which means the next presidential election. That's going to be my goal, to see how much damage, and when I say damage, I mean it in a positive, productive way, we can do to the local political environment there, just to try to see if people are willing to advance because sometimes people they don't want to get up, they don't want to advance, they're good where they're at, and you got to be able to accept that too. That's kind of a part of it. But I got a couple of Kobe clips here. I'm gonna play through them because they're real quick and they're real short. I'll just try to play, 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom. There's one where I know he talks about MJ and Michael Jordan and not being afraid of him, and wanting to compete against him. So I'm gonna try to find that one. I'll have to find it. It'll be after I play these. But yeah, let me just run through them. Kobe is somebody who, he had that Mamba mentality. The logo was the snake, and the Mamba is a deadly snake if you know anything about that snake. But he kind of embodied someone who on the outside was fearless, but he does talk about how he just embraced fear and didn't run from it.
And get ready for the next game. What Babe Ruth said, he swings big and he misses big. Same thing with me. I have no fear whatsoever. If I take the last second shot and I miss, so what? Take it, you make it, good. Let's all go home and get ready for the next game. What Babe Ruth said, to accept the dream that you have. The greatest fear you face is yourself, because we all have dreams, and it's very scary sometimes to accept the dream that you have. And it's scarier still to say, okay, I want that. It's scary because you're afraid that if you put your heart and soul into it and you fail, then how are you going to feel about yourself, right? So being fearless means putting yourself out there and going for it. No matter what, go for it. Not for anybody else, but for yourself.
Yeah. Let me get to this other one.
Hey, was that not what I was saying, Black?
Yeah. That's why I said when you said that, it reminded me of these. I think I posted a lot of these like a week or two ago, and I was like, man, you're reminding me of Kobe. There's no question about it.
Man, them crackers killed them, right? Because he was going to pass this knowledge on to the kids, yo, man.
Yeah.
And with his daughter, yo, his daughter was dead, man.
Man.
Like, come on, yo. I don't know how much more tragic shit gotta happen before we wake up, yo. Before we wake up, man. Like, working, you know what I mean? I ain't no Laker fan, you know what I mean? Or nothing, but Kobe, man, that was a black leader.
Yeah, no doubt, no question, man.
He did his shit though, he got caught up fucking the white girl and all that shit, but you know what I mean? It's everybody fuck up in life. But you know what I'm saying? Kobe was man, did you hear how he explained fear? If you could only explain that to the scary ass niggas that you got in the title, if you could only explain that to them, then you know what I'm saying? Come on, brother. Come on. We need each other, yo. Like, yo, he explained fear. If you could tell fear to another strong ass motherfucker, yo, then shit.
Yeah, that's what's up. I got another short one. This one's a minute long. Let's go with this one.
Even myself, when I was younger, being consumed by a particular fear, and to the point where you're saying, okay, nah, it's not good to feel fear. I shouldn't be nervous in a situation like that. And it does nothing but grow. Versus stepping back and saying, yeah, I am nervous about the situation. Yeah, I am fearful about the situation. Well, what am I afraid of? And then you kind of unpack it. And then it gives you the ability to look at it for really what it is, which is nothing more than your imagination. You think about game-winning shots or game-winning free throws. And people go to the free throw line and they're nervous about it. Well, what are you really nervous about? If you unpack that, okay, you're nervous that you're going to miss the shot. All right, so you missed the shot, then what happens? People are going to be embarrassed. You're going to be embarrassed because thousands of people, millions of people see you miss the shot. All right, and then what? People are going to talk bad about you. Okay, right? And so you're looking at it and go, are those things even important? You know what I mean? If that is my fear, like what is, you worried about letting your teammates down?
Okay, have you let them down before? Oh, I'm sure, in practice and things of that nature, right? They're still there.
Yeah.
You know? And so when you're able to unpack it, you kind of look at it for what it is, which is really nothing. Don't hide from it. You know, you got to be able to look at it and, you know, and deal with it head on.
Deal with it head on. Deal with it head on, man. That's just a man, you know. And he was a young boy, even though he was taller than most and certainly more talented than most, but he was elevated at a very young age and was able to elevate himself in the game where most people don't. I mean, if you're honest about basketball, especially because it's such an individual sport, most of the players never rise to that level. But he was able to do it. All of his peers respected him beyond belief, and you know, he just was a good dude. He was that dude in terms of his particular skill set. He rose to the top of his sport, and you know, his plan was to go into business and to conquer that. Those were the last few interviews that he talked about, taking that Mamba mentality into the business world and really trying to dominate in that field. Um, and yeah, and you know, rest in peace. And I think that we should not be flying in helicopters. That's for damn sure. I mean, whatever we got to do, we should not be flying around in helicopters. Let me put it that way. I don't want to get into what happened to him because it likely was caused by certain groups of people, and that's unfortunate. That is the danger that we take as Black men, especially when we stand up against the system in any way, shape, or form. But I do not see myself ever flying in a helicopter personally. You know, too many of our people have died in small planes and helicopters, as far as I can tell. So,
man, we can't be worried about death, brother. We can't be worried about death, man. They poison our water. We can't be worried about death no more. Get your shit out before they take you out. That's it. That's it. Ain't no scary niggas in this shit, man. Every brother surviving is valuable. We have to change we gotta change what's valuable, Black. Like, you valuable for saying your good shit. You valuable. That's the value, man. We gotta change the value, brother. They controlling the value. That's why they able to kill us, yo. Because we rocking off their value.
yeah, that's powerful, man. And that is a very good point, that we got to change what's valuable in our community. We had a brother in here earlier who, you know, he's working, he's got a kid. You would think, hardworking man, he got a kid, but he's still kind of in the mix of the street life in somehow, some way. I'm just like, man, how did this guy get involved in all this? But man, you know, he kind of poured his heart out a little bit, and you try to give people advice and say, hey, you know, it sounds like the people around you got really good advice. You should listen to them. Sometimes it's hard to listen to the people around you that you see every day. I understand that. I used to have that issue as well, to be quite honest. But man, folks are dealing with a lot. Folks are dealing with a lot. But at the end of the day, you know, nobody cares, man. That's that's the one thing that we got to really understand is nobody cares. Nobody's coming.
Oh, don't believe that shit, yo. You got somebody, like, you got G Beck on your stage. G Beck cares, yo. So there's no way in the world you can say people don't care. Cause yo, I'm talking to you on Twitter, telling you I care. I care.
Yeah, that's not what I'm
So you
talking
can't,
about, bro.
man. You mean nobody don't care? You ain't gonna shit on my name and say nobody care. Nah, it's people that care.
Yeah, that's so I appreciate that, and I'm not talking about us. I'm not talking about the lineage. I'm not talking about Black Americans. I'm not talking about your family. I'm talking about the rest of the planet. Everybody else outside of us, they do not care. They're not coming to help. They're not coming to save us.
Yeah, all that Black American shit and all, man. I got peoples that's from all over the country and shit, yo. Like, you know what I mean? That shit don't matter, yo. No Black American shit, yo. Like, even somebody all the way that in another country still care, right? Because you important, because you have a whole different of a mind state that they have. And as bad as you think you got it, somebody else got it worse. So I you know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah, well, let me say this: that if they do care,
you ain't follow me yet though, cushion. I ain't, you know what I mean?
If
I ain't do, you know what I'm saying? I ain't, come on, Kush. I fuck with you, Kush. You follow me for a reason.
Yeah, so let me say, if there's people out there that do care, that and it's authentic, and they're allies, and they're willing to sacrifice, because that's what real allyship means. They're willing to sacrifice as much as everybody else is. I would accept a true ally outside of that, and those are going to be, man, who knows, 0.0001% of the population, or smaller. But outside of that allyship, true, authentic, sacrificial allyship, those people who would profess that they care, they're going to be really highly upset as Black America starts to advance and grow and build and take over a lot of the resources on the planet.
They gonna grow with you, yo. They gonna grow with you.
Yeah, I hear that, but we can't operate in that anymore. We just can't operate in that anymore. Mutually beneficial trade is great. Getting ourselves in order and then helping others who are appreciative, number one, sacrificial, number two, and then also are not gonna stab us in the back ultimately. I'm all for the allyship. That's a whole different conversation. Most people are not going to be that. Most people have proven themselves not to be that. And
true. How often you seen that in your regular life, man?
Say that again.
How often did you see that, yo? You just going about your regular day. You know what I'm saying? So the day fucking up your day.
That's an interesting question. So I exist in a very independent reality, so I don't depend on other people to where they would have the opportunity to disrupt my day in any way, shape, or form. I deal with people in business, in my workplace, but outside of that, it's not a whole lot of that. You know what I'm saying? But I see what happens to our people, specifically Black American people, and in this country especially, but even in other parts of the planet, and I see how people treat them. I see their interactions, and I don't feel as though I'm separate from that. I think that is a big thing that has held us back, is because we don't look at each other as one, and we don't feel each other's pain, and we don't take in the negative experiences that our people are experiencing as if we are also experiencing them. I was telling someone else just either earlier today or yesterday that I have a grandchild on the planet, and so anything and everything I do, to be quite honest, is ultimately going to affect her reality, her existence in some way, shape, or form. And so you got to be able to leave a legacy that she can step into, where she's protected and she understands the dangers, the real world dangers that other people present. It's not something that we imagine, it's not something that we like, but it does exist. It's a very real part of our reality, and we can't allow our children to blindly fall into dangerous situations with people who have shown and proven over time that they do not have our best interest at heart. MF Kush, you can go.
Thank you. I just look. The reality of it is, I think a lot of us are tired of people saying that they really care and they're really going to get out and do stuff, and then they don't do it. We ain't in no point in time are we ever going to sit up here and accept the fact that people start walking the walk. I mean, talking the talk, but then when it comes to time to get down and dirty, they don't want to do it no more, or this and that is going on. We're not at that point. We don't have that privilege to just put off what's going on. The reality of it is, the Black American community has always been the subject of everybody else's disposal. When I say that, I mean, like, for instance, throughout our history, we have been made a joke. People don't take us seriously. People, even so much as even still gotten to the point where they still feel like calling us the N-word is just acceptable and it's okay. And that's just not that. We have been standing up. We have been talking. We have been out there showing out. And that's just what it's going to be. Nobody's going to throw me off my square. Nobody's going to throw me off my square. Nobody's going to sit up here and take my energy away from making sure that the community, the lineage that I'm a part of, is going to make the stand. People don't have to accept what we're saying, but it is what it is at the end of the day. People have to stop being comfortable living in being comfortable in the system of white supremacy and living comfortable in it as if it's normal when it's not. It's not normal. None of it has ever been normal. We should be able to have we should be able to have access to the resources. We should be able to sit up here and get the credit for the inventions that our ancestors have invented. Not only just the sacrifices, but basically putting society in general in a really great position. Because had our ancestors not did what they did, people would still be shitting in holes. That's just facts, okay? Half the time people don't want to sit up here and just literally give the respect that is owed to us. That's just what it is. And we're not taking anymore. Nobody's gonna lie down and passively take disrespect anymore. We're gonna start making moves. People are not gonna like the moves that we make. Some people may not even support the moves that we make, and that's fine. But just understand this: the minute that you let somebody throw you off your square, if you let somebody tell you that fighting for your lineage is just not a right thing to do, and it's not cool or it's not productive, then that right there, you've let them win. And that's not where I'm at anymore. I'm not scared of doing anything that's going to help my community. If there's anything that I could have done beneficial to do it, and I had the opportunity to do it, I'm going to go out there and do it, because our ancestors didn't lay down and just take it. That's just not where we come from. That's not where any of us come from. Our ancestors fought every single civil war tied to this land, and we're the most patriotic people that's right here sitting in this land. So I'd be damned if somebody's going to sit up here and tell me that taking the disrespect, lying down, and refute, and just basically succumbing to the system of white supremacy is just what it is, and that's just what it's going to be. I'm not trying to hear that. I ain't trying to hear that. So you either gonna get out and you gonna make a move, or I'll take that back. What my grandma said, you either go shit or you gonna get off the pot. And I land.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. We're 300 years behind America's society financially. We don't have time to be concerned about other people. I just, I think we've been there and we've done that long enough, and it's just time for us to take a few seasons you know, a few hundred seasons where we just kind of focus in on what we got to do to put ourselves in a position that we should already be in, to be quite honest, if not for all of these people who hate us, who literally hate us and despise us for no good reason. So yeah, Lucifer, you got it. All right, YouTube, I'm about to shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down.
She just said she's bang on the money. The entire black race is a collective joke, and everyone's laughing behind our backs while telling us we can work together to build something somewhere.
Yo, what are you talking about? We ain't no joke, man. When you hear what the sister said, she said some strong shit. Talking about we a joke.
Listen, G-Back, I'm gonna tell you why I said that, because that's exactly what I mean. Like, don't take this seriously, because they're used to us not setting up for ourselves. They are used to us acting as if we're in a childlike state. And that is not the day and age that we're living in anymore. This is a whole kind of different generation with a whole kind of different energy. Like, we got people out there ready to go toe-to-toe, that's what it means. We have people that are able to make some shit check if that's gonna go, if it really comes down to it. Because if it really boils down to it, man, who gonna come out there and protect you better than your own people? Nobody. I don't trust no white person to come out there and have my back. Not at all whatsoever. Don't trust them at all. You know what I'm saying? I trust my Black American neighbor. That's what I do. I trust my Black American neighbor who's out there in their too, and help everybody in the community be able to teach them how to protect themselves. Not nobody else. That's the only people I'm going to sit up here and trust to be able to make some moves. Because the white people don't care about this. The people that act like the white people don't care about this. Anybody else that's been on the outside of the that managed to contribute to the destruction, the disparity, the disrespect of that community, not just then, but not today, are still able to do so. And they laugh at us as if we're just a fucking joke. And I'm not no joke. I am not a joke. I am a real person. I have feelings. I have thoughts. And I also have a family to help protect. And remember, if it comes down to it, if it comes toe to toe, that's just what it is. People gotta stop living so comfortable and acting like it's a bad thing to say that we came from trying to save you. It's a bad thing to say that you were rich. And it's a bad thing to act like you guys came to save. It's not a bad thing because it's a part of who you are.
We can't even publicly say that white people are collectively evil. I spent the last 12 months repeating that as a scientific fact because it's provable.
Man, what the fuck?
We can't say it. We are not allowed to say it.
I got beef with you automatically off your name, dog. Just know that, man.
Cool. But we can't say a fact anymore, so we're a joke.
In addition to that, you can't even sit up here and say that, you know what, the Jews played a role in slave trade when they were managing those plantations without being called anti-Semitic, right? And we all know what that word means. That word anti-Semitic, when they sit there and call a black man anti-Semitic or Black American anti-Semitic in general, that is a word of black value. But if I sit up here and say that, I'll get censored. And I'm not going to do that. If people can't be honest and live in the uncomfortable truth, people want people to lie to them all the way. They're like, fuck on it. I'm saying I know.
And the black audience is sitting there watching us get scapegoated for shit everybody else has done, and our communities have not done any of this, and we're getting nailed and crucified to the wall. And all the black communities around the world get real fucking silent, real fucking fast when the white man lays down the shadow ban or the censorship or the public lynching. We're watching the same news all around the planet. Black man gets success. Now he's got a scandal coming for his money. Like, what is that? Where's the outrage from the black race as a group? No, they're busy talking about divesting and other random bullshit. There's no rally for the black man. There's no rally for the black woman who got lynched. There's no rally for nobody in the black race. It's everybody. We're worried about Gaza.
About delineating.
We're worried about Gaza. Every single different group on this planet that is melanated is worried about fucking Gaza. Ain't nobody said, hey, we should have already burned some shit down over reparations. Europe owes us reparations. America owes black people reparations. Africa owes reparations. We haven't had those conversations yet. Everybody gets all
muty and heavy on the mute button when those conversations come up.
Nah, you talk about Africa, old reparations, man. It's black people over there.
They don't claim black. Let's be real. I'm from the Caribbean. Arabs are blacker than some of those Africans. They don't claim.
You know that, right?
I'm from the Caribbean. I'm born and raised in the Caribbean as a child. I'm from 2 islands in the Caribbean. Yeah, top of my class on two countries. They don't claim black. They're blacker than African Americans. They do not claim black.
Well, they black. Whatever.
That's a revelation. That's a revelation. I didn't know you was knowing Black American individual.
They're melanated. They don't identify as black.
They get treated the same way.
And yes, and they turn around to another serving of the white man's talking.
Melanated or not, yo. They get treated the same way as black, right?
And they turn around and take another ghetto gagging sample of the white man's dick and balls every time. You can't tell them.
Hey, you in America? Are you in America?
No. You in America? You can't tell a black Carib Indian.
Are you in America?
That they're native to the Caribbean. You can't tell them nothing about their history. That's a forensic fact. They're digging up Negro skulls on the south of Barbados for decades. You can't tell them shit about native status or indigenous status. The white man controls all that in the Caribbean. You can't do this. Same thing in Latin America.
We're going to make you
Do you understand that, G-Back? We can't have a talk about facts. We can't have a talk about facts in the black community because people like you are interrupting all the time when we're talking forensics. We can't talk facts. The Jews are involved in the slave trade. We have their receipts. They publish the receipts. We repost it and we get banned. And you guys sit there and watch.
Not on social. You don't get banned on social. You on social? Hold on. You on social? We ain't getting banned on social. You heard of social?
I mean, I'm shadow banned on this platform as I'm speaking to you right now.
But we ain't banned on social, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you, fam. No, you on social? Make sure you get on social. Get in the Jumbotron, yo. SOXCIL.com. You on social? Because when Elon Musk kick your black ass off, you going to be homeless all night. That's fucked up, yo. Ain't that fucked up? 20, come on, sister.
I mean, Black Twitter is the whole momentum behind Twitter itself, remember? Everyone keeps forgetting that little detail. When the social trends move, when black people move them, they move it out. Black Twitter is the reason Elon Musk is destroying Twitter right now. Because you have a power base.
You never gonna win, right? Just because
you already have a power base. And this guy saying you can't win when you already won. That's the
thing that you chose, yo. You ain't gonna win.
Black Twitter is Twitter.
Conversation.
That's a fact. I said a fact. He's still saying we can't take over no social media.
You see how strong he is?
It's a good conversation, though. We here.
I mean, you're the one doing the defeatism. Every single point I make, you counter with a defeatist statement.
Nah, I'm rocking with you regardless, brother. You know what I'm saying? I know you Lucifer and all that shit, man. I'm still rocking with you, brother.
You're still hung up on the name? That's a play on laissez-faire capitalism from 1601. Dutch East India Company. Look into it. That's when they said, to do as we please shall be the whole of our law. And they're talking about chattel enslavement of all black people across the globe, 1601, 1602.
Yes.
That's chattel enslavement of our people.
Who wrote it? Who wrote that shit?
It was a convention of Anglo-Saxon nations in northwestern Europe.
Who wrote it?
The DOC convention, the Dutch East India Company. Who wrote what? The Dutch East India Company.
Okay. You do the history on them?
Yeah, they were the world's largest and wealthiest corporation that has ever existed according to white man's records. $23 trillion in assets, 1.2 million employees.
Niggas like you can't have no word. Your word ain't solid nowhere out of this motherfucking Twitter space right here, man.
Yeah, but you're hung up on the name. You practice laissez-faire capitalism.
I ain't even worried about. But that's a funny thing.
You're worried about Lucifer, and you got Lucifer in your wallet, and you don't know it. Cattle enslavement of your ancestors.
Said, hey, nobody else.
Cattle enslavement of your black ancestors.
We live in this life, dog. We live in this life and shit, right?
You're worried about the name. Not worried about the power that Do you understand that? You're concerned about the spelling, the pun I chose to show that the devil is amongst you at all times, every day, in your face, and you're giggling and laughing about it. So yeah, you practice capitalism, right? Modern capitalism is anti-black racism from day one. They designed it that way. You didn't read their records, so you don't know. And you're having a good old joke. Oh, he talking about Lucifer. Oh, that's Satanism.
Hey, if you would have told me that shit at the corner store, I would have punched you in your motherfucking face. Just know that.
And you.
All right. Ain't no need to go back and forth on that. So make sure y'all do got your account on social, though. You know what I mean? Social, SOXCIL.com. SOXCIL.com. Make sure y'all follow Black Majority up there on social. You feel what I'm saying? Hey, yo, I'll be up there in that comedy Kama Sutra room. You feel what I'm saying? That comedy Kama Sutra. I'm trying to get a slot on Law Next Comedy Tour. So if y'all want to battle back and forth, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can either come on the comedy tour or y'all could go in the liquor store Tuesdays and Fridays with my cousin Governor, you know what I'm saying? And y'all can battle it out over the music, you know what I'm saying? See who better and shit, you know what I'm saying? Word up with the bars and shit. Lord of mercy, you know what I mean? So with that being said, shut a room out, fam. You already know. We ain't got to worry about talking shit to each other like that. It is what it is. Keep it with the jokes, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, keep it on wax, you know what I mean? Keep it on wax, fam. You know what I mean? Because ain't nobody got better bars than me any fucking way. Word up. Oh, don't be putting your head down, twin. You get it too, my big city sister. I'm a weak quag nigga. Weak waist shit nigga in the building. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it. You know what I'm saying? Real snap. You know what I mean? But hey, there, look, you know, all I'm saying is that y'all, we need to find some motherfucking type of solutions, though. So with that being said, who else got the mic?
Yeah, let me ask Lucifer something.
I'll put that nigga in the face, though, man.
Yeah, let's not. We're not doing that. We don't.
Just a heads up, just a spoiler. I have the solution to white supremacy. I found it.
Pull your face for that shit. But you still my brother, though. I love you, man.
Yeah, let me ask Lucifer a question. So I spent this tonight's space really, you know, trying to break down the fact that we've been in this psychological operation of voting in this country really since the 1960s. And that, in fact, and indeed, that had we not been programmed to think that the black vote decides elections and that the black vote is the most important voting bloc and yada yada, all these propaganda slogans that they've been sloganeering in our population, that if we realize that the black vote has no power, in fact, because 100 million people don't vote in national elections and they could quickly ramp those numbers up if they chose to, that if we realize we have no voting power, because all we really think about and all we've been trained to think about is the president of the United States, that we would do something if we realize that our vote did not actually do what they tell us it does. In other words, before civil rights and voting rights acts and all of that garbage, we knew that our vote didn't matter, and so we were forced to do something about it. And what we chose to do and what we got are probably two different things, and what we wanted, in fact, are two different things. Damn it, motherfuckers. Son of a bitch. Of course, I get kicked out of the fucking space. Yeah, so I got kicked out. But hopefully you got most of that. If you could just talk about the psychological operation of the black vote over the last 60 years. You got it.
I mean, I'm looking at written accounts from the Roman time period that says voting does not work. Like in a race war situation, in a genocide situation, voting will not save us. Period. Everyone's conceding this thousands of years ago. Multiple different areas, multiple different civilizations.
and they are specifically addressing white supremacy as an antagonistic force. You can't vote your way out of a race war. It's never happened. Do you understand that part? Like that's my perspective looking at this whole situation right now. We're trying to reinvent the wheel, and the wheel is a square wheel. It will not roll. You can build it all you want. You can keep making new elaborate mechanisms to construct it. It will not roll. You will remain in place, and then you will be massacred.
So what should we do then, Lucifer? What should we do then?
It should be on the Jumbotron right now. It's the 60
pages. All that now. Is you ready to move?
Yeah. I've summarized.
You ready to move?
I've been ready to move for since before I got
to talk your way out of this shit, man. This shit.
You're not talking
ready to get your life up. It ain't no fear. You better be ready to get your life up. You ready to get your life up?
Gee, we're already dead. That's the real beauty of this whole situation. The entire black population of this earth, the white people, have systematically plotted to sterilize, castrate, and annihilate us genetically since 1820s, starting in the American South. There's another Afrocentric researcher who made a 2-hour documentary called How Eugenics Erased Black History. You know how everyone keeps finding all these Blackamoor statues in European museums in the basement? Yeah, turns out the Americans, calling themselves the American Eugenicist Society, they're the ones who spent the last 200 years burning down all the museums, replacing them with new buildings paid for by American industrialists, American psychologists, American politicians, American businessmen. They're filled with forgeries. The real black Negroid artifacts of all the different cultures of Europe are in the basements because that's where they put them. They're keeping the real deal so they can make better forgeries, but they haven't destroyed all of them.
So what should be done? I can tell you ain't got no kids, right? So what should be done? What
should be done is what they did 3,000 years ago to end white supremacy in the first time they tried it. Racial codification. That's step 2. Step 1, invest all your remaining resources into your black children. And specifically, only black children. There's no all lives matter 3,000 years ago when they're dealing with white supremacists called the Hellenic Greeks, called the Athenians, called the Mycenaeans. There's no such thing as all lives matter. General Soas, that Atlantean commander, he defeats these people using the Greek deceptions of General Soas. It's a collection of military stratagems that you will recognize today as Sun Tzu's Art of War, or Hannibal Barca's deceptions against the Romans. This is a man with a last name from Morocco who traveled through Mega Lake Chad, picked up all these black Spartan Bantu warriors, and is heading through Cyprus and Crete to end up in southern Greece to liberate the black Pelasgian Greeks, 850 BC. And he fixes white supremacy day 1. Put these white people into chains forever.
Hey, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because you're talking about migrations. Do you, because we know that the original Europeans were black, dark skin with blue eyes, and then they had that genetic mutation. But do you think that they were able to procreate and whiten the population over there during that time, that during the time that you're talking about, because there's this whole, like, the Arabs are kind of like mixed race looking people and things of that nature. The same thing that essentially happened in Brazil. Do you think that was going on over there as well?
I have the luxury of no longer having to think or speculate that it happened. The white people posted the genome markers of all the demographic shifts from Northern Europe, Central Europe, the Middle East, everywhere that they've sampled looking for a white ancestry. All they found was black people being annihilated by white migrants. So we have specific chronologies now. There's a new dating mechanism called mtDNA chronology. So they use the mother's side of the genome to date within 300 years all the mutations found collectively through your mitochondria. So they can weave it all the way back and find out exactly where all your populations moved from your mother's DNA. They're looking at numbers like 2000 BC, the very first white population coming down from Russia, a biracial Russia, indigenous blacks, Muscovites, according to the written records, not the genome mapping, Muscovites, Negroids of Russia, Siberia. They're now being pushed out of Russia, and a white group called the Rus, R-U-S-S. That's where modern Russia gets its name. Those are the red-headed, white-skinned people with blue eyes. They go across the Arctic Circle and come down 2000 BC into Poland and France region and start a Holocaust. They absolutely start killing every single black man and boy for the next 100 years. The H haplo on the Real History WW, he posted this years and years ago before we had this new data. He said the H haplogroup gene marker disappears on the Y DNA side, the male side, around 2000 BC. Now it's backed up by further investigations of Northern Europe. White people, the Rus, killed the black Neanderthals because these people are the leftovers of Neanderthals. They've been in Central Europe since 45,000 BC to 33,000 BC already. These are the Europeans. These are our ancestors. These are Blackamoor ancestors. These are Gaul ancestors. These are Italian ancestors, Greek ancestors. They're all getting slaughtered by white people, 2000 BC. Takes 100 years. The whites depopulate half the black population of Northern Europe right there. The other half, they're saving for 1200 BC when they rebrand themselves as the Sea Peoples. They're coming from Scandinavia, which is now biracial and whitewashed. The Vikings are now biracial. Lots of rape, lots and lots of rape. Poland and France have no black population at all. Now they're aiming at Italy, Greece, Turkey, the Levant, and Egypt.
Crazy.
They're coming down from the north, and then lo and behold, they're coming over for 300 years from the east. Kazakhstan. They're coming from Kazakhstan. They're hitting Iraq and Iran, and they're pushing over to Jerusalem. They call themselves the Philistines by land, sea peoples coming down from Europe, and the Egyptians call them the Tamahau, the men of the north, Norsemen. That's what these people, they all have these coded names for themselves, and their genome markers are showing OCA defects, skin, hair, eye paleness defects, and they're bringing all this new genetic material, and all the populations are collapsing. The blacks of Canaan, they're now biracial. They're now the Philistines. The blacks of Israel, I mean, they won't be there much longer if the Egyptians don't make a move to save them. That's what happens. That's why all three Ramses, as pharaohs, had to spend their whole lives fighting endless surges of these millions of white cannibals and rapists and thieves. 300 years of drought in that region, and 300 years of white people trying to break into Africa. And it's an international coalition of white migrants trying to destroy the entire Bronze Age.
Crazy.
Troy is gone. King Memnon has to leave Ethiopia and respond 1000 BC. 2000 BC, when their ancestors, the Rus, did this, the only reason we have any Mediterranean black people at all is because somebody called Prince Heracles, you know him as Hercules, he's a black supremacist from West Africa. He ends up somewhere in Turkey with African machetes, advanced technology, killing these Rus people, 2000 BC, driving them back into Northern Europe, 2000 BC.
Wow.
It's a race war.
Wow.
The West African prince, the last line of Atlantis, is in Southern Europe, chopping the heads off of white people, 2000 BC. And the white archaeologists are baffled. So why are these weapons here? This technology is not indigenous to Europe. It's African. It's West African. It's in Turkey. It's in northern Turkey. They're stunned. We're downplaying how much racial warfare we have to engage in just to survive every day. Because they 2000 BC, they hit them hard. They took out half of Europe. Half of Black Europe is gone. The Gravettian culture from 33,000 BC exists until 2000 BC. Africans of Central Europe. They hunted woolly mammoths. They were an advanced ivory carving culture. I found out about them last year when that white Polish French lady came into my clubhouse and told me I was right about a genocide in Central Europe. I didn't know what she was talking about. I only knew the account of Hercules battling with Megara, his white wife, that they said he turned crazy and killed her and the whole family. No, I understood that as a racial lynching to send a message to the other blacks of Europe. There's no interracial dating here. We're done with that shit. It's 2000 BC, and we're done with white people. That's Prince Hercules, father to 72 bloodlines in Italy and Greece after he pushes all the white people back into the cold of Europe. No tolerance. Segregation now, segregation forever. An Atlantean prince says so. Are you picking this all up? That's only 2000 BC. That's a lot of fucking drama and massacres. 1200 BC, it happens all over again. The white people get their numbers up across the board. Well, okay, we didn't kill all the Negroes in Europe the first time. Let's breed for a couple hundred years, get those numbers up. Get them numbers up. Okay, population's up. We got millions of whites. Throw them at the blacks. We're going to push them out of the Mediterranean into Africa. Sea peoples. Then after that, after the sea peoples are defeated, and the J1 and J2 haplogroup on the maternal side becomes what we call modern Anglo-Arab and modern white North African, after the sea people's women are taken as sex slaves and war trophies by the victorious black Bantus of Kemet, defending Egypt and all of Africa from white genocidal maniacs. That's where you get your Coptic population. Where's your Ptolemaic population? Because the Ptolemies, who show up later under Alexander the Great, they've got sub-Saharan DNA leaving Macedonia.
Crazy.
It's incredible.
Hey, let me ask you this, because I know you got this whole thing laid out, but now America, right? In our current situation, we're this scattered population. They are planning to bring at least 100 million of these others into this country, based on the past and everything you said. And I know, and that's why I really appreciate this information. Where do you see the future going if we remain the way that we are today? Where does this lead us to?
Solid question, critical question. The answer is, in my military assessment, based on all these ancient texts I've read about military affairs and how we're not conducting them, we have about 5 years if we're being realistic. Best case scenario, we get 29 years, because that's one of the deadlines the white people have set for themselves. They want us all gone by the year 2030 or 2053. Those are that's their options. That's their assessment. That's their calculation. 2030. They say the reason they chose 2030 was in their little private group chats that I like to aerate into as well. I spy on everybody, blacks and whites. We're talking we will lose peak white male combatant numbers by 2030.
Wow.
So the young white faction that you see on the news media being called accelerationists, they're shooting up all the transformers and power stations to cause a blackout that might lead to a race riot because they want to start the race war, the Rahowa, before 2030.
Wow.
After 2030, they have been very clearly explained they will lack the manpower needed to kick in every black household door on the planet and conduct all their little rape Krieg events that they have planned. Look at that term, by the way, rape Krieg, rape war. That's one of their fantasies, their power fantasies. They will no longer have that option because they will lack manpower. So they'll have to cancel all the 2030 plans if they can't get them done by then. If no race war by 2030, they gotta hold out for the drones. The elder white supremacist faction, the leftover Nazis from World War II and Korea and Vietnam, they're telling the new generation of white supremacy, cool your heels.
don't start nothing, we don't have an actual guarantee of winning the race war by 2030. So we're going to gamble on 2050 instead. We're going to wait another 20 years.
Man,
Autonomous.
AI up the name for the title. You the name of the title. Scary ass nigga.
No,
Scary ass nigga.
Come on, bro.
You the name of the title. You came and spoke at the right.
No. Come on, bro. Look here. This is a very important build because they already got autonomous drone technology. They're already, they got autonomous F-16s. And all of this shit we're getting into like real true drone wars in a very, very quick period of time. They're actually already using drones in Ukraine, to be quite honest, to blow tanks up and to kill
all
soldiers.
In Greenland years before schedule.
Yeah. So
AI is not a mature technology. That's what no one has pointed out publicly. AI is incredibly dangerous right now. They're only pushing AI because they're desperate for a 2030 deadline. Do you understand that? AI has as much chance of blowing up in their face as the SARS-2 coronavirus bioweapon that was supposed to be targeted against the black race. But they rushed that one too since 2012, and it blew up in their face. And the ACE2 gene receptor took them the fuck down. So,
you know what's so crazy? You saying that? You saying that because all they kept saying was, why aren't the Africans getting it? Why aren't the Africans getting it? That was like in almost every news report for months. And us being who we are and us recognizing patterns in their speech, it just was off. It was off for them to be so concerned about what was happening in Africa, because we know they don't care about what happens in Africa. And then they rushed in with the cure, quote unquote, as soon as they could develop something. So yeah, man, please continue. I appreciate it.
I just explained it an hour ago in another room. I have to keep doing this because we got to catch up. ACE2 is a recessive mutation found on the surface of human red blood cells. It is coincidentally the only binding receptor point compatible with the SARS coronavirus strain found in the southern Chinese territories. That strain has been there for 10,000 years. Chinese workers, Thailand workers, Filipinos, all the migrant workers working those forests have been exposed to it for 10,000 years. COVID cannot naturally bind to human blood cells. The spike protein has no place to anchor to, except that rare mutation, recessive, found within Anglo-Europeans and Anglo-Asian half-breeds. It's a European defect. It's a white European defect. They say it's a resistance to bubonic plague. That's a lie. It's just a weakness in their immune system that they then co-opted and introduced into the SARS-CoV bioweapon program to make sure the strain can actually attack human targets. When I went to college, ethics of engineering, they spelled it out pretty simply. Innovate, strengthen, target. When you're making any bioweapon, those are the three principles you have to do in order. You innovate. That means find a unique or novel or new way around the human immune system with your chosen virus strain. COVID is a coronavirus. It has multiple ways to get around our immune system. We've never interacted with that virus at all. It can't bind to our cells. It gets into our bodies, flushes right out. Cool. It's innovative. Our immune system won't know what the fuck hit us. Second, strengthen. Make sure when you inject this into someone and it has the ability to bind, make sure it has a mortality upwards of 80, 90%. Make it the new Ebola. Make this shit lethal. You saw the videos of the people injecting the bats while the World Health Organizer, the WHO director, was up above them saying there are no bats being tested on in this facility. Did you ever see that video, that whistleblower video? The day of the WHO director making that public statement,
someone leaked whistleblower footage of the Chinese still injecting the bats, still strengthening their strains. And by the way, the public-facing website for the Wuhan lab, look into this one. This is pretty funny as fuck. The public-facing website for the Wuhan facility listed 15,000 plus weaponized strains of SARS-CoV, independent individual weaponized mutations, before, like days before, the news hit the public that something broke out in Wuhan City. After the news went public, they purged the public scientific website, and all the comments that are on that website are from the scientists who are helping them work on COVID remotely outside of the lab. So they were weaponizing it as a public project. I haven't heard Dr. Fauci talk about that. I haven't heard the president talk about that. I didn't see nobody bringing that up. And all the scientists were online like, hey, we're trying to solve COVID, so give us back those 16,000 strains. It'll help speed up the process. Give us back that data, that access, that stream. Give us back. No comment from the Chinese government. And why would they? The lab is paid for by the University of North Carolina and the United States Army. That's who runs the project. The USA government is paying the Chinese to do the human augment, the gain of function of this novel coronavirus in their backyard. America pays for the fourth floor. America sends the French construction crew over. America sends $3.6 million of black United States FBA taxpayer money because white people do not pay taxes. You have no proof of that. Oh, let's go. So they send our money to kill us, to the Chinese, their mortal communist enemies. The Sky News Australia asked whistleblowers to send them material to find out what really happened in the Wuhan lab. The woman had to do a 2-part expose. Sky News Australia got shadow banned from the rest of the planet during the pandemic shutdown. You have to get a VPN to tunnel into Australian computer network just to view Australian YouTube for their channel. Everybody else was streaming just fine. Theirs was the only one shadow banned. After they did that little, let's show you what we got. It's like, wow, we got video from inside the lab. We got the emails from the French construction company complaining to the Americans that the Chinese evicted them before they completed the airlock seals, and that they noticed the Chinese scientists were wearing jeans and T-shirts instead of the level 4 sealed suits. And they were already injecting the respiratory virus that the 15,000 strains the United States Army and the University of North Carolina sent to them. Confirming what the 2004 memo from the top bioweapons expert in China from 2003, his conclusion of the chicken coronavirus outbreak that destroyed billions of dollars of Chinese industry, his conclusion was, it's the fucking Americans who did this to us.
Wow.
And next time it happens, it'll be the Americans doing it to us again. We need our own bioterrorism department. We wrote that out in 2004. Sky News Australia is reading it, translated from Chinese. It's like, damn, they're putting it up on the screen. So like, if you don't believe us, here it is. This was written in 2004. The Americans have novel coronavirus as a bioweapon, and the Chinese are now considering them hostile. 2011, the Chinese say they send a memo to the United Nations saying, we will now pursue research on racial and ethnic targeting bioweapons. The UN receives the memo, says nothing.
Wow.
They don't tell the Chinese, don't do that. They don't say, oh, we'll get some oversight. Let's get a committee together and make sure you're doing it right, or make sure you're doing it ethically. They don't say none of that. They pretend they don't get it. They got in fucking triplicate. It's like, damn. 2011, 2012 is when the U.S. Army sends over all the resources. Oh, you're gonna make a weapon that can kill niggas? Shit. King Chong Charlie? I got your money, I got your scientists, and I got 15,000 already weaponized strains of COVID. When can you pick up? That's the U.S. government's part in the whole business. They're running the show. They're making a bioweapon to kill black people in America, and they end up inadvertently keying the virus in and the spike proteins in on white people's, their race,
all their mulatto admixtures, they're keying in on them because that's their only option to make it a viable racial bioweapon. It's got to transmit to humans. It doesn't have that ability in the wild.
So let me add in here because I just looked up. It was the last James Bond movie, which was No Time to Die, where the plot of the movie is a designer disease, which is a bioweapon, genetically altered virus that would target individual people. Now, this was in a movie that came out 2 years ago, maybe. Recently, because you hit on China issued a report that said they're able to target individuals with viruses based on their DNA profile. And most people
Since 2011.
Yeah, now see, you're saying since 2011. Now I don't know if this is where they're saying they could actually just, because that's more widespread, and if it's now got it to the point where, because the way this movie was, you could be in a room full of people, they could have this disease engineered for just one person in the room, and so when they would spray, movie, they got to spray a fog. They would spray the fog. It would only kill the people that they wanted to kill. It wouldn't harm anybody else. That was the movie, but again, I'm pretty sure when China issued that recent, or it's some science report, I believe that's what they were talking about, targeting individuals, not just a room full of people.
They wanted ethnic groups and racial groups, the UN memo.
Yeah.
So yeah, race war. It's a racial bioterrorism weapon. The United Nations acknowledged, said nothing. So once again, the League of Nations is getting ready to depopulate Ethiopia. Do you guys remember when they used mustard gas on Ethiopia? This is the new mustard gas.
Oh, shit. So let me read this thing. This is from Newsweek, a credible source, from May 2023. Pentagon making race-specific bioweapons to target citizens, China says, to back up what you just said. China was out saying that, yeah, they're making race-specific weapons to target our people. Goodness fucking gracious, man.
Oh, dude, hold on. Does anyone else remember when the Chinese hazmat crews were busting in people's apartments on the Chinese video? Like, people were, like, recording their families in the apartments, especially the African students. The African students were shacked up with Chinese girls and had biracial children. Do you remember seeing any of those videos? Remember how the hazmat crew came in, pushed the whole family apart, and then they only took blood samples from the black African, put in a suitcase, an armored suitcase, and then ran and left the whole building. All the scientists and the hazmats left, the military guards with all the guns left, and they didn't take any blood sample from the biracial child, nor the white Chinese woman. Everyone keeps forgetting. I watched like half a dozen of those video clips. Different apartments, same exact procedure. When they were trying to solve COVID, they grabbed the African DNA and left the building. They didn't want biracial DNA. They didn't want white Anglo-Asian DNA. They got the cure, and then they got the fuck out of the building.
So this is a Washington Post headline. COVID helped China secure the DNA of millions, spurring arms race fears. I mean, we're really in the shit, people. Like, we're really in the shit right now. This is real. This is not, that's why I really am glad the brother came up to speak, because this shit is real. This is real, real, real time. We are living in it. And my God, man.
Hold on. It's worse than you think.
Whew.
Everyone keeps saying I'm a scary nigga. No, I don't get the privilege of living with all this information of how you could have died twice before breakfast, and you not enjoy some of this horror. This is some fucking fuck shit horror. I want you to think about this real carefully now. Imagine, had they not failed the third phase of creating this racially targeted bioweapon from 2011 till now,
We're talking 2019, 2020. The Wuhan outbreak begins because some jackass interns in China, some white boys, went and sold the dead bats instead of incinerating them to make a little side cash at the wet market up the street. Had they not done that, and they were given another 6 months, a year, to fully key this thing into black people's mRNA data. Not the way they can remove the ACE2 gene defect out of that equation. After you give them enough time, they can make it stick to human blood cells. Okay, got that now. Only white people are vulnerable. Only pale races are vulnerable. We got to fix that. Give us 6 more months. 6 months later, they come up with a solution, coded in through CRISPR technology, and now they're like, okay, third phase, targeting. Who do we want fucking dead as a group tomorrow? It's like, oh, first the darkies, and then whoever else we want to pick off political assassinations. Yeah. 6 more months after that, they got us all genetically profiled. They're stealing our blood samples from the hospitals that are still performing Tuskegee experiments on us and our children and our wives. They got all our whole genetic profiles. They found new places to engineer into their weaponized strain, and it's going to be a 100% binding between blacks and SARS-2 bioweapon. So we're looking at 2021, 2022. Every black person on Earth suddenly starts to die. Do you understand that? That's the reality we dodged. That's the bullet we dodged.
So what's your thoughts on when Obama first got elected and the swine flu first came out? Do you think that was the first trial basis of what they really tried to do it back then?
You said swine flu. I mean, that's one of the SARS groups. So yeah, they have MERS, they have swine flu, they have the chicken COVID strain. America has been weaponizing COVID against different species of animals the whole time. They've not been sitting in the Middle East just blowing up the Taliban. They've been trying to kill all the livestock in the Middle East as a sport. They're practicing for the real hunt. Us. Obama. Wait, was Obama president when that African mysteriously left Central Africa with Ebola and ended up in Texas? Yeah, and they stopped everyone at the train tracks. Remember they stopped everyone at the train tracks. Asked them if they could contact with an African man.
Just real quick, bro. Hold on, man. I know you running down your rundown, bro. And this is why I'm saying I'm about to question you because you're leaving out some details, a lot of stuff you're saying. So, swine flu, 08, 09, you feel what I'm saying? The Ebola, that's funny you brought that up because Obama was the president then. I think that was his second term. He also had the CDC team in place inside of the White House that everyone's saying crazy, that Trump allegedly fired when he became president within the White House. You see what I'm saying? Henceforth, we were ill prepared in 2020. This is all alleged. You know what I'm saying? He said, she said, back and forth, GOP, DNC, you know how shit go. So, other thing is, too, what I was going to say, this is why I'll be playing these China spaces. Hopefully, y'all understand it now. You know, he breaking it down scientifically. I'm just saying, listen to the video of what they doing over there in China. So, if y'all saw, they cloned Tyrone. Spoiler alert coming. China, the #1 world organ harvester. You see what I'm saying? And who go missing more than anyone in the world? Black women and children, yo. Niggas need organs. These white cracker-knockers, you know, they drink their livers up and smoke their shit up, or they got money, excuse me, duck bread, so they can easily get you mopped. This is why we say don't put your that you're a donor on your driver's license, because all they got to do is look you up. Oh, this joker got type A blood or whatever and shit. You know what I mean? You know, even though HIPAA laws protect your medical records, not against a motherfucker who got money.
Not against white supremacists. They're organized. They stay on code. They don't care about laws. It's the code. The code is the leader.
Right. So, you know, you hitting on all cylinders. Go ahead, though, bro. I ain't trying to interrupt. You know, I'm just going back and forth with y'all.
I mean, we got Ebola. That whole Ebola situation That was completely out of fucking hand. Nobody even talks about that anymore. That Ebola developed new traits that Ebola cannot have. Did you hear about any of those? Like sexually transmitted Ebola. All right. Yeah, it passed the blood-brain barrier and ended up in people's genitals, and they gave it through sexual intercourse to their spouses and lovers. Ebola can't do that. Most viruses known to mankind can't do that. It suddenly gained the ability to do that. This is super nigga Ebola. That's what that was. The airborne, the nurses.
Part two.
Yeah, they kept saying the nurses don't need fully sealed protection from Ebola because it is only transported in droplets. The nurses, half of them got sick. They were never in the droplet zone, but the thing was airborne. So they're standing outside the door of the room where the patient is being taken care of, and the airflow is blowing back, and just they're inhaling it. It's going up the back of their protective face shield, and they're inhaling it underneath the face shield because it's airborne. Those nurses, I found out when the nurse went to her wedding. She left the state after treating an Ebola patient in Texas, went up to like Chicago somewhere, and they had to like fucking rush her back when they found out she's sick with Ebola. And that's when they did the analysis. Oh, she was never in a room with a person with Ebola. She was like outside the doorway. It's like, ah, shit. It's airborne. How to get that airborne trait? You can't get it in the wild. It has to pick it up from another virus. It has to pick it up from another strain of Ebola. There are no other strains of Ebola. There are no other airborne respiratory ailments going around in that part of Texas. It came from day one from the lab with that ability. Pre-installed. Gain of function. I'm looking back at my college ethics of engineering course. I'm like, oh my. Bro, they have strengthened this thing. It's got an innovative new method to infect new patients. It's airborne. This is a bioweapon project. These abilities, it can do sexual transmission. That's innovation. This thing is lab constructed. This is not Ebola. This is Ebola 2.0. And they put the blame all on Africa. The rest of Africa is like, whoa. How do you get a novel strain of Ebola that has more genetic material and mutations and ability than the native strains of Ebola? No one's asking that fucking question to this day. Viruses don't just suddenly develop new abilities. They pick them up from other viruses and other bacteria that they destroy and interact with. There's nothing for Ebola to interact with because it only has rare outbreaks. It's not possible. But here he is. He got through security. He was sick when he left the country. He was sick when he left Africa. Got to Texas. No one detected it. TSA, all that patting and frisking down, they didn't detect it. Man is melting. They can't figure it out. He goes to a big social event. Everybody starts getting sick. He's got hyper Ebola. It's real contagious. We want full mortality. We want full contagion. Yeah. Airborne traits. Yeah. White. If he had detonated like the little biological package he was within Africa, would we even be having this conversation right now? Africa would be in the middle of a World War III situation. He went off in Texas. The U.S. Army quarantines the people at a train station. I watched the evening news. I'm like, oh, they figured out where he is? Oh, cool. The news reporters were interviewing all the people who just got interviewed by the hazmat crews, and the people in the cars were like, hey, I don't feel safe. I was like, why is that? Well, they just asked me if I've interacted with an African man with this name. And they're like, well, no, I don't know the name of every African man I've interacted with. I'm Texan. I don't give a shit. I didn't ask his name. I know. They asked him, have you interacted with any black people from Africa recently? And some of them said yes. This is his name. Have you interacted with this guy? Like, I don't know. And the people in the car said they were expecting them to show them a picture. The U.S. government did not show them a picture of the man that they had already identified on the evening news. They had his picture up on the TV screen on the news report to pin it on black people in Africa, but they didn't tell the people who were exposed and contaminated with Ebola what he looked like. And then they were like, letting them go through the quarantine.
Damn it, bro. This shit is
crazy. You got this guy? You sure? Like, not really? Okay, well, move on.
This shit is fucking crazy, bro.
Do you understand that's not how you run a quarantine situation at all? Does anyone realize that?
Yo, this shit is fucking crazy.
They didn't inform the potential vectors of the disease, who they have to backtrace through their memory. They have to go through their memory and say, okay, I bumped into this guy here. Who else did I touch after that? They got to backtrace the patient 0. They didn't tell the motherfuckers who patient 0 was. They know it's on the news. Anti-black hatred is on the news, but they're not telling. Okay, but they're not telling the white population that they are now terrifying in Texas who this black person is. They're not showing his face. It's a fucking setup. Hold on, did I disconnect? Like the room got real quiet.
You go ahead.
I mean that's just Ebola. Like it's airborne, it's sexually transmitted. It cannot do either. That's a rule of nature. By the way, the more lethal a virus is in nature, the less contagious it is, for obvious reasons. If the virus in the rule of nature is, if a virus kills all of its hosts, it will not survive. So when they break out into the wild, they immediately start turning down their potency. Every mutation, every strain, every generation, it reduces in potency until it becomes a background noise like the flu, the yearly flu, or measles. Measles, that's another one. Measles does not kill people. Americans have died of measles. Measles cannot, in the wild, kill children. To die from measles, you have to be starved to death. Did you know that? I learned it at college. And they have a modern example of this. The 13,000 children, British children, white British children, who contracted measles, I think it was 13,000, could have been 60,000. In the early 60s, there was a massive outbreak of measles in the UK. The doctors told all these tens of thousands of white children, go home, eat some chicken noodle soup, and stay in bed for 3 days. They had 3 fatalities out of tens of thousands of children. 3. And there was no vaccine. There were no antibiotics administered. Nothing. They gave them food and sent them home to sleep. They're like, sleep it off, don't itch. Try not to itch. You'll scar up your skin. Don't itch. Calamine lotion. That was the 1960s. Now, 100 white kids go to Disneyland, contract measles, and they die in their sleep from asphyxiation. Something swells their lungs closed while they're asleep. Their parents come into the room and they're blue. That's not measles. They're labeling it rubella. They're labeling it measles. They're like, we don't know what the fuck this is. Those are bioweapons. Those are new strains of experimental projects. That's all they are. Okay? Then you get, so we got the new hyper measles. We got Ebola 2.0, airborne Ebola, STD Ebola. We got Zika. Zika is another one. Latin America.
West Nile
virus. A sudden outbreak of a mosquito-transmitted virus that targets the brains of fetuses.
It's been so weird.
Developing brains of fetuses.
Very, very weird that all these things popped up.
That's a Tuskegee experiment.
Crazy.
They've wanted to find a way to lobotomize the entire black race indirectly. And here we have Bill Gates bragging about his mosquito factories today.
That's facts.
Last year, everyone found out, oh, he's the guy who manufactures mosquitoes for Latin American populations.
That's facts.
That's what Bill Gates does with his free money.
He's doing it all over the world now, though, bro. That's all over
mosquitoes by the hundreds of millions, by the billions. He's releasing them into the wild in all these swarthy Latin American countries that just simply need a good depopulating. Zika, brand new virus. Targets children. Very specific targeting. Nature doesn't do that. Nature starts with a wide palette first, and then hones in on one sub-host. It's like, oh yeah, I target sheep, cows, and goats, and then once I figure out what's going on, I'll only target goats. Zika comes out swinging. I only target babies in the womb, baby. Woo, let's get this done. That's a bioweapon. Highly targeted. That's a bioweapon. So, measles, Zika, Ebola 2.0, airborne Ebola, sexually transmitted airborne Ebola. God, oh wait, I forgot the greatest superpower of Ebola. Ebola 2.0. You no longer have lifetime immunity from this new racial bioweapon Ebola. You don't. Nature granted you a blessing, like you get Ebola one time and you survive it. You will never get any other strain of Ebola going past your immune system. It will not happen. Your whole body is keyed in, every tissue. You're immune. The German scientist in Africa who was fucking with the original bioweapon strain of Ebola, she contracted Ebola twice in that same year. They had to fly her out of Africa in a special containment chamber to the German hospital for treatment. That's when I found out the Germans, the white Germans in Europe, have a set of communities in Africa right now that have been dedicated to the production of something called Marburg virus. Have you guys ever heard of Marburg virus? You might want to Google it right now. Guess what it is? Hello?
Yeah, no, I hear you. Go for it. What is the Marburg virus?
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. The funniest and simplest way to put it is it's Ebola that only infects Germans within Africa.
Interesting. Wow.
It's a designer disease, and it only breaks out in German neighborhoods within African countries. It's a consequence of working around a racially targeted bioweapon program. That's what the fuck Marburg is.
Yeah, right here. So, yeah, this a nasty ass fucking disease. I don't ever want to get the Marburg. That's all I know. Shit, damn. Shit, whatever I had in 2019 before COVID hit, that shit was some bullshit. And the reason why I brought up the fucking swine flu, because motherfuckers took that shit lightly, even though I was living in DC at the time. They was telling people like, yo, wash your hands, all this other shit. Ain't nobody doing whatever, you know what I mean? Go about your day, man. I got sick as hell down there, yo. But I don't think it was the swine flu, though, because, it was kind of cool that day. And I was outside exercising and working out, and I wound up getting sick because of that, because I was fine before that. But, man, when I tell you I was down for a month, but you know how viruses is, like you said, they lay dormant. So it's like, damn, what the fuck happened? You know what I'm saying? Because it felt like a truck hit my ass, yo. No lie.
Wait, hold on. Did you use mega doses of vitamin C, by the way?
Nah, I did none of that shit. Just smoke weed, bro.
Dude.
All I did was smoke weed and rest and drink some water, nigga. Then that was it. Grandma recipe, nigga. Get some super, nigga.
Dude. Here's a free medical tip everybody needs to know about. The moment you feel under the weather or chills or sniffly, go get you about 5,000 to 10,000 IUs of vitamin C. Just right off the jump. Just pop that shit, go to bed. You wake up the next morning, double it. If you're still sick the next morning, double the dose.
Right, by the end of that day, I was working out, and then I went and took a shower. Then I came back down into my room. I was about to hop on the PlayStation, and I just felt something just like a truck hit me, bro. And next thing you know, I just felt like shit. That shit, it was like a rush, bro. You feel what I'm saying?
Ooh, wait a minute. That might have been the original strain of COVID. Did you have shortness of breath? Any seizures?
No, it was none of that shit. Just instant sickness, yo. That shit was like, I never felt that shit before. Now I had the chicken pox back in the day. You see what I'm saying? So what they say that form into the shingles and all this other shit. So what other viruses? You know what I'm saying? And look, Let me say this real quick, bro. Hold on a minute, bro. For those in the room, did your parents, and a lot of people, when I say this to black folks, they act like they don't know what I'm talking about and shit. Did your parents take you to chicken pox parties, yo? Go ahead. Did your parents take you to chicken pox parties? People not act like they don't know what I'm talking about. See, everybody quiet. You know what I mean? Nobody went to a chicken pox party. Nobody never heard of that.
Yeah, I know what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, they stopped doing that according to our textbooks back in college. I don't know why.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, you know. Well, what the hell was up with that back then? You know what I'm saying? Versus trying to isolate yourself and get, you know what I mean?
I mean, chickenpox is so minor, nobody even remembers it.
Right, but it's the whole narrative of it back then. You see what I'm saying? Like you know, and which is the same narrative I'm saying now with the COVID. You know, herd immunity cures any disease for the most part. Yeah, it might be 1 or 2 mouse that get taken out, but that's the laws of nature. Scientifically, you learned that in 6th grade. You know what I'm saying?
They know, but after we wrap up this list of gain of function bioweapons that they've been dabbling with since the 1950s, that's right, weaponized anthrax, 1950s, the UK, that's the US, that's the UK Army.
Okay, so since we talking about you know, that right there, what's your thoughts on Judy Mikovits talking shit about Dr. Fauci?
I don't know who that is, but I read Dr. Fauci's email when the anonymous people uploaded it. Dr. Fauci.
Hold on, before you go on Fauci, that's what I'm saying. Look up Judy Mikovits. I guess that's how it's pronounced. Let me spell it. Let me see all over there. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, Judy Mikovits. 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 Because, you know, gotta tie it in with everything you're saying, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Post it in the comment section of this room. I retweeted this in my profile so I can get it when my computer comes back up.
Hold on. Let me see if they got the thing on YouTube still. Judy Miko.
So let me I'm gonna jump in here with the Gates shit. So we know his father was a part of the eugenicist movement, right? We try to know that he was director of Planned Parenthood as well. His mother was she worked at IBM. That's how he got the contracts with the computers or whatever. So being a eugenicist, being in Planned Parenthood, you know, they're connected in those inner circles, right? So you talked about them releasing these mosquitoes. Now, dear God, they've been releasing them since like 2019, possibly earlier. And there are 11 countries, and I'm on gatesnotes.com. So there are 11 countries where they want to release them. And it's billions of mosquitoes, billions. Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Australia, Fiji, Kiribati, New Caledonia, and Vanuatu, or Vanuatu, depending on how you pronounce that. They've been releasing them in Florida, so that means the USA is not on this list, but they've been releasing them in Florida and possibly in California as well. I saw California on another website about this issue. So, yeah, this is going on. Now, here you have this guy, he's buying up all the land. He's getting into food production, whatever that's about. He's doing all this shit with these fucking mosquitoes. And he interjected himself in the COVID discussion as well. He was really kind of centering himself in that conversation. This dude is like a real life Dr. Evil on a whole different scale because he has the full weight of the U.S. Military industrial complex behind him, and likely other nations, probably all of the NATO nations, to be quite honest. He has more access than probably the president of the United States, to be quite honest. And You know, this shit is just devastatingly horrible. I don't know what we're gonna do because it's like, yeah, we could just go around and live our lives like normal people and everything will be fine.
Fuck that, bro. Fuck that. Can you see the link on the Jumbotron? White people are already using what we're supposed to do to beat our ass. So the moment we start doing what our ancestors 3,000 years ago already figured out to do to beat white people's ass, that's when all this comes to an end. Like, white people can't. If a black man and a white man are playing the exact same game by the same rules, guess who the winner is by the laws of nature? The black man. The moment we start understanding racial codification and racial supremacy and what you're supposed to be doing for your children and your race, that's the end of white supremacy. Doesn't matter what they say, doesn't matter what they got. It's over. Their power is literally going into decline, and it will never recover. That's why they keep removing history. That's why they're up in arms about CRT. That's why they're mad that they came up with a new slur for people like me who are forensic researchers on racial supremacy. Because I got profile pictures from ancient Greece showing black people standing on fucking white people. Because that's how racial supremacy works. As soon as we become racial supremacists, it's over for the white race. That's what's in that link. How do you become a racial supremacist? Steps 1 through 8. By the time you get to step 6, you're already in a utopia. Period. All the white scholars know about this, because that white boy who posted the blog leading me to that document in the first damn place, he said he wrote his master's thesis to graduate on anthropology, and the college read his thesis on the Spartan civilization and then rejected it. They told him he couldn't write about an ancient European civilization that was communist. And he said, I have all the citations needed to prove that they're communist. And they're like, yeah, we're aware of that, but you will not publish this. You need to go write another thesis. And they gave him a year and a half to write a whole nother thesis on a different subject. Nothing was wrong with his submission. They were, oh yeah, this is master level work. We're not going to publish this. You're not going to graduate. So let's be real clear here. White people have that link that I just shared in the Jumbotron. They've all read it. They've read it in the original Greek. They read it in the Old Irish that the University of Chicago translated that version from. They read it in modern English. They read it every 6 ways to Sunday. They know what it says. We don't. The moment our black race finds out what that document, 60 pages long, really fucking short. You can read that as a bedtime story. 60 pages on how to overthrow white supremacy. 3,000 years of black supremacist history come rushing back. And the best part is, there's more. Plutarch was not a slouch. He was a best-selling Roman-era author. He made a fucking bank off the Spartan culture. He's a black Greek. A real black Greek. Not those fraternities that suck the white man's cock all day. This is an indigenous Greek black person visiting a Spartan black culture from Central Africa, and he's just taking notes. It's like, damn, that's how your ancestors did that? Well, shit, I'm going to take this to the bank. He was already rich. He became richer. The white man gobbled up that history on how to beat people's asses. And here we are talking about how we going to fight these people, how we going to beat their ass. It's like, I don't know, read a history book. Oh, it's also in the white British put it in video record. He audio recorded it. He narrates the whole thing out, so you can listen to it while you're driving. It's only an hour and 30 minutes. It is ridiculously short, like The Art of War, and it gets you all the results you're looking for.
Hey, check your notification tags and or getting the purple thing for you.
Just a little spoiler warning. The greatest threat to King Lycurgus when he's a young man before he understands how fucked his black people are by white supremacist mentality and all lives matter bullshit, the greatest threat to him and his life and his people is other black people. The white people are already slaves when he's a teenager, and he still has to watch his back around black people, boule black people, rich like him, black nobles, black nobles who own white chattel slaves are the greatest threat to black supremacy. They refuse to be on racial code. They're talking free my Becky in the year 800 BC. They're talking all lives matter. 800 BC. All this bullshit from Black Lives Matter, I got fucking deja vu when I heard it. But oh no, here we go again.
All right, YouTube, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down here because it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
When you finish that 60 pages, think
It's
about
been a
what would
riveting
have happened
space.
if they knocked off like
A lot of information.
gone back to racial integration that got the Alaskans enslaved in the first place. Think about that.
Definitely get on fundedsocially.com because I do post a lot of unique information over there. We got a lot of posters. We got a lot of new members. Just keep the conversation going. And we'll see you next Saturday. We're here every Saturday.
And I take out
9 p.m. Well, by the time I get on YouTube, it's probably closer to 10.
I mean, it's plain as day.
So 10 p.m. on YouTube, and then I do 9 p.m. on Twitter Spaces. We put the link on the Funded Socially platform in the Gray King Black State videos community. So check us out. Peace, peace, peace. We'll see you next weekend. Thank you so much.
They're the smart, they're the best at math, they're the best at sports, they're the best at martial arts, they're the best at everything. Because their parents paid for tutors to make sure they are. That's step one. Step two is these little black boys and girls, they're black supremacists.
Myself to sleep here.
Mike Hergus comes back with his tutors and he's like, hey, I paid for your